Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Stone Side Poker. I'm Chris Glasgow. Beside me, my good buddy, my good pal, Scott Mosso.
Hello. How are you, man?
Man, I'm great. How about yourself?
I am excited. I stopped by the table just now, said my hellos, and I just couldn't believe my eyes for tonight's lineup.
Yeah, I've been making lineup prayers to the lineup gods for like at least a month and a half now, and they've all been answered.
Yeah.
Like, just all at once. I kind of wanted them to be just spread out a little bit, but no, we got everything this game. It's already ridiculous, and it's just going to keep getting worse.
Can't wait to get worse. Yeah, can't wait to get down to the felt in the action. It's a 5-5 no limit cash game here on Stone's Live tonight. Coming to you once again from the floor of Stone's Gambling Hall in Northern California. And I'm not really sure who it has now been fixed. This is Chris Glasgow here, Scott Moskowitz there. What was that, Taylor? Scott What was that? Taylor was like, I don't know how to spell it, so I'm just gonna mash my fist into the keyboard.
Yeah, why not?
All right, here we go. Boom, right down to the felt. There is Mark. Mark has been, on like pretty much every show in recent weeks here, and as you guys know, he's extremely tight and nitty, so he's kind of boring to watch.
No action.
No action.
We call him No Action Mike.
NAM, No Action Mike. Posel's back. Speaking of Action Mike, the Posel is off the road, back on the West Coast, and back here on the table tonight at Stones, and of course up against 9-9-9-4. Flops the best hand.
Welcome to the table, Russell.
That's what he needed, a bunch of fours, and that's what he's caught. And that's geez, how is 9-9 folding on that flop?
Yeah,
those are not the correct percentages. Do not look at those numbers; they have not caught up yet.
And we got Ace back in the game. He was in it a couple weeks ago. One of Kieran's buddies. Yeah, just you look at every spot on this table, and it's just all action. It's all people that want to just give away all their hard-earned money, and so someone's going to have to reluctantly take it tonight.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. I'm sure they'll figure out. Oh my God, are you serious? What? The case not? Is this real? Wait a minute.
Obviously, 9-4 is still there, right?
Yeah, of course.
Did that go folded pre-flop?
Do we have a graphics spaz out?
We're going to find out, because I thought I saw him with cards after the flop. So let's just see. Wait for a huge avalanche of chips.
This can't be right. Brian is, I shouldn't say that. Brian calls flop with air. Maybe he just calls on a float. Okay, fine. Maybe he calls on a float with the ace-king. He misses the turn. Mark checks after betting flop, and Brian fires into the abyss. He's drawing dead. Better hope he doesn't see an ace or a king. And Mark with the effectively the nut full house. He would lose to 10-10 or 4-4. Otherwise, he's got this locked.
Yeah.
So value bet incoming. There's 650 out there. It doesn't look like Brian has nothing here. Brian just called on the flop and then bet when check to on the turn. It doesn't look like he has nothing.
Right. So unless the graphics were incorrect to where Brian was the one that had the 9-4, in which case boat over boat. So Brian bets 300 here. He may or may not have ace-king or 9-4.
And Mark may not have
queens.
9-9. He checks river. That just seems insane. We're going to find out in a minute here. Hey, Taylor, is the table audio on, low in the background?
Not yet.
I noticed on, it's Wednesday. I was in here Saturday with Kieran.
Nice.
Speaking of Kieran, calling some action. Mark was, of course, playing. Brian was playing as well. These guys battled a lot on Saturday night. But I noticed that the table audio either wasn't on or was, extremely low. So definitely would like to reintroduce that tonight, if possible. And what is happening? That's the all-in button.
So did Mark verbalize a bet or raise? Right?
So now is that Mark's bet of 300 and Brian is shipping? Okay, obviously the card reader's not correct. What is this? This is a great question. What? So there's a face card and a 4. Okay, so Brian has trip 4s with a queen or a king, and Mark has 9 and 9. Oh my God! So Mark did have 9-9, and Brian had king 4. Is that correct? Hey, is that right? Yes. Okay.
So
there
Brian
you go.
King 4.
King 4.
Almost like ace king.
And Mark did find the freaking 9 on the turn to make 9s full, the offsuit 9, and Brian, did Mark check shove river? Or did he bet and Brian shoved? I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, for the spaz out on the graphics here from the top of the show. But that appears to be what happened. It appears that Mark fired river and with his boat, and then Brian shoved for value and hoped to get called by whatever the hell Mark might have, a worse 4 or a pair of 10. I don't know. 10s and 9s both got there, so I don't really know.
Either way, how big was that pot? And we haven't even gotten to the guessing of what we think the biggest pot of the night is.
For real,
gonna be.
right? Yeah, the top pot of the night has happened straight away, and we don't have any picks. What up, Sandy Joy and PDX?
Yes, PDX already giving us a hard time, saying it's so much harder to know what the best play is when you don't know the cards.
I know. But yeah, okay. I saw them roll though. It was King 4 versus 9-9. That and just an insane cooler right from the top of the show.
All right, Scotty, I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
Yeah.
Pick who's going to win the hot pot of the night, the big pot of the night.
The hot pot.
Yeah,
That's
the hot
my
pot.
favorite item on the Asian restaurant menu. Yeah, it's gotta be Mike Posel.
Okay.
What kind of a crazy maniac would I be not to pick Mike, who hasn't played on recent streams because he's been out of town, and he's back, and I don't see any way he's not going to scoop a $9,000 pot tonight. Let's call it 9K straight away.
Wow, dude. Whoa. Wow. That's really small. All right, I'm going to say... Let's see. I'm going to say it's going to be Nat.
Ooh, Nat.
Nat is back in the game.
Oh, yeah, he sure is. What up, Nat?
And he's going to scoop a 12.3K pot.
And is it going to be like he's going to scoop that with ace high against Posel's worst ace high? 12K pot?
No, he's not rich.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was rich. Oh, yes.
The other Nat.
Right. All right, so this game, yeah, unlike so Saturday night's game was a 5-5 no-limit game, but there was a mandatory straddle. It could be whatever you wanted, but you had to straddle. This game does not have a mandatory straddle, but you're going to be seeing plenty of that anyway, and it appears to be a $10 straddle on this hand.
And Mark is in the game, so Mark will do the $100 straddles.
Yes.
I have seen it firsthand.
We've seen when he's playing, we see it more than we don't see it. It's a matter of course for action Mark.
So everybody in chat, throw in who you guys think is going to win the top pot of the night. Who's it going to be? How much is it going to be?
So Posel, in his time away from the stream, has forgotten how to use the card reader, and we don't know what he has, but he is the initial raiser here. Those faded spade cards are back and beautiful. Boy, I just love how those things look. In any case, he saw a 5-way flop. Lots of callers, standard, and the best hand as of this moment belongs to Trent with the 6-10 kicker. Nobody really has anything, just some like backdoor options. Unless Mike has the ace-x here, in the initial raiser. Wouldn't surprise me at all for Mike to have like ace-jack even right here.
He might even just have like king-jack and just value bet 3 streets for value.
That's Mike. Mike would do that
So
against
Sandy
the entire
says
table.
Mark, 5.5K.
Not a bad guess. Mark has been running hot. And the 8 on the turn means, man, talk about a hot streak. Right on cue, bang. Mark, instead of like making a 6, which would be unlucky, Mark is on a hot streak, so he makes his 8. And he catapults into the lead here, a big lead.
And just so the people watching new to the stream, that is not a string bet. He verbalizes his bets and then puts the amount out. And string bet is where you put a little bit into the pot, then you go back into your stack, try to put out a little bit more. When you're making bets or raises, it all has to go in one motion, unless you verbalize it beforehand.
What is Trent doing? Again, the card reader must not be right. 6-10 he calls? I just don't see that. Maybe, but
he
why?
might have been watching the show for a while and says, you know what,
Any
Mark,
pair.
Yeah, AP good.
APG. I don't know, man. I would bet on a card reader error here. It just seems. And now what is he doing? He's turning his hand into a bluff. This is not correct. I think Mark's hand is correct. I think he has 8-6, but Trent is not playing this like he has 10-6. Now, is he just getting tricky with a 10-6? Maybe.
So we got PDX picking Mark for 6.3K. I'm just gonna let everybody know that unless you're picking over 10,000, your guess just isn't going to be good this game.
Yeah,
Not
no
in
kidding.
this lineup.
So I guess Trent turned his hand into a bluff and Mark snapped him off because he has 2 pair. That's what it. Okay, there we go. That makes a lot more sense. Trent has a set.
Set of sixes.
Now, set, he might play that way. Now, he checks. I am surprised to see Trent actually. Well, no, he doesn't check behind because he's like in middle position. There's a bunch of people on the board. So he checks flop, ends up going check around, and he calls turn and bets river. Okay, makes a lot more sense. All right, so the card readers are waking up from a late afternoon nap, and you can never really be truly awake right when you open your eyes.
No,
you
not
gotta
at
sort
all.
of rub your eyes. You gotta pass some gas and scratch your side.
Well,
And
they're getting old. It used to be that's why we would play for a half an hour before the stream even started, kind of get everything stretched out and, woken up. Maybe we need to start playing for like an hour and a half ahead of time just for the card reader's sake.
100%.
You
Yeah.
know, like we can even put like a learning game. It doesn't have to be the real game, just something so the card reader's like, oh, okay. Kind of prod them a little bit.
Exactly.
It's
You
like
gotta
an
wake him up.
it's an old dog just laying on the porch.
That's
It
exactly
takes
right.
a little bit of time.
Can we bust out like the hose and spray the card reader? I mean, that'll wake it up.
Well, I was thinking about like maybe rubbing like some like pork chops right under his nose.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're going the more humanitarian route.
Well, for when people are watching and being recorded.
Sure. Before the cameras turn on, though, it's all hose all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so Posel is right back in it, opening up with the 10-9er. I didn't see if there was a straddle here.
Duck Papa, what's going on? Let's know who you're going to pick for the biggest pot of the night.
So, yeah, probably not straddle pot if Posel's raising to 40 only. He gets, of course, Mark to call with his whatever the hell he has, and Trent with a real hand-ish. And Trent stays in the lead here. He had the best hand. He still does. Mark picked up the nut low flush draw.
Straight draws for everybody. If not a front door, it's a back door.
He goes check around. Nobody really likes it that much. Now that that's a banana on the turn, Trent is probably going to figure he has no heart, so that sucks. But he does have probably the best hand. After the flop goes check around, I think he can reasonably assume his jack is in the lead here a lot. But Mike has the pre-flop betting lead, and after the flop goes check around, he's like, you know what? Maybe a bet can work here. Maybe everyone just hates it.
The other thing to consider if you're Trent, like, he might not be betting the jack in this spot anyways, because obviously anybody that has an ace, unless they have a decent heart to go with it, is probably checking the flop as well. So now he's then worried about an ace that checks the flop, and, so maybe his jack still isn't good.
Sure, yeah, so he gets out, and here Mark has made his baby flush. Little itty-bitty baby flush. The board does pair as well, with the 5 of hearts. I mean, is Mark prepared to call a bet? Posel knows he cannot check and win with 10 high. So he's going to go for a bluff here. And is Mark going to call him with a 2 of, like, really, Mike? You got a heart? What you got? I wouldn't be surprised to see Mark call here. I mean, he came all this way with a garbagey straight draw that he turned and the 2 high flush draw, which he has made. So if Mark is going to call turn and make his flush on the river, you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
Is he really going to fold now?
I answered that may influence your decision.
He's kind of having a little bit of that mischievous smile going on. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking I'm knocking my 2. I got all these chips. It'd be a shame not to get more.
Yeah, come on, let's put them to use. Gotta make use money to make money.
Get money.
Headache and a flush?
Is that table audio on, Taylor?
They're gonna do it. Yeah, they're gonna do it.
Hello?
Is any Taylor out there?
Hey! Commentators, leave Taylor alone.
Leave Taylor alone.
I'm trying to keep quiet because I see Mark's lips
They
flapping,
made-
so I'm, he's saying
three
something
Rambos, and
of
then
relevance.
they did Rambo.
Maybe I did. I'd rather see the Armageddon whatever reboot, the Ad Astra.
You do? Okay, thank you, PDX. Thank you.
Well, it's not art. It's not
PDX
like
doing the
exactly
producer's
that.
job.
I mean, Liv Tyler is in it.
You just mentioned the new Joker
Come
movie.
on.
Come on,
yet?
man.
That looks amazing.
He's like, and Posel's probably thinking like he's like going to tank call me with a jack.
Right. Like, oh, you have a heart?
Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to get you off of a heart.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get you to hold a heart. So Mark does call, picks off Posel's bluff. Not sure how often that call is going to be a profitable one, but indeed, that time he read Posel as bluffing and that his 2 of hearts was good. And it wasn't, look, if you're going to call the turn there with that hand, an inside straight draw to the tiny straight and a 2 of hearts, and then you make a heart, presumably that was one of the cards you were looking for when you called the turn,
I figured
right?
the other 3 cards he was really looking for were the non-heart 4s.
Sure.
Just,
Yes, he was
just to
looking for
get
the
this
4 of
straight,
green.
but-
That is for sure true. But I guess the 5 of hearts is a distant third best card. I'm not
I
really
don't know,
sure.
but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Mark is really sure either. But
That's a good bluff catcher there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's exactly what happened. He had the trap. He had the butterfly net. Mike tried to fly away, and Mark snagged him. And he wakes right up with the 4-3 of clubs in the very next deal and says, "Let's go. I call."
And what we're really doing is just waiting for Mark to put in the $100 shadow next hand.
Yeah, exactly. So the real action can commence.
Yes.
And Posel says, you know what? I'm the action generator. I'm a one-man diesel-powered action generator. I raise.
And looks like Porter's waking up here with pocket queens, 3 bets to 140.
Mark is cold calling here 1,000% of the time. He is never folding. Never.
No.
It doesn't matter that. He's in position against Porter, the 3-batter, so that helps a little bit.
Are we raising? No, looks like just a call.
Nah, this is
Just thinking
Mark
about
flats
his
here
options.
all day long. And then I guess his Posel is now getting 4-1 on his money. He's going to call and see a flop.
Yeah.
So Posel's got position on these guys. Porter's got the real hand. Well, he did. He did until Posel found the rest of the tens. And there
Where's
you
our
go,
damn
guys.
Posel's magic?
We're back, guys. We're back on the Mike Posel show here from the floor of Stone's Gambling Hall.
Evil Posel pulling out all of his tricks.
Immediately. Of course, it can never be like 10-6-3. It
No.
has to be 10-10-X. And Porter here makes a continuation bet because he probably has the best hand still, except for Mike saw the flop with him, so look out. And Mike is going
but
for just a call
this
here.
board is starting to be a little bit coordinated for one for kind of Mark's range, the limp call, and also for Mike could be raising with a lot of margin, like middling hands that have an 8 or a 10 in them, or a straight draw type, hand 7, 8s, 8s, 9s, that kind of stuff. So Porter's definitely aware of what's going on here, but
Yeah, he just thinks
this bet actually makes me think he is not worried about the 10.
he's not. He thinks he still has the
Yeah.
best hand. He thinks Posel has like, Jack King of Spades or something along those lines, and not a made trip 10s here. Maybe Posel's an ace 6 suited and called the flop. There are a variety of hands that Mike would call flop with that are not trip 10s.
Correct.
And Porter is value betting here on the turn. This is not right. He's not turning his hand into a bluff. He's not trying to get Posel to fold better. He's trying to get value for what he thinks are the best hand, queens and 10s. And I believe Posel is just going to call. Posel sees no reason to flip out just yet.
At this point, I think if you're Porter, you just shut it down. Unless you hit a queen on the river. If Posel checks, or you're just checking. And
So, yeah, the Porter did not fill up on the river. Mike didn't. But Porter does not take your advice. He shoves.
Yeah.
Because he thinks he has the best hand. And he gets the immediate news when Mike goes, go! That he does not. Mike is going to show 10s full. And Porter is going to give the money that is in front of him to Mike. And there you go, guys. It's Christmas freaking morning for Mike Posel here on the Mike Posel Show from the floor of Mike Posel in Mike Posel, California. I'm Mike. This is Mike. And producer Posel back there.
Not me or Porter.
Pocket Apes, what's going on? So last time we were in the booth last week, we talked about going to the arcade place. What is it called?
Coin Op.
Yeah, Coin Op here in Sacramento. And we met up with Pocket Apes, had a drink and shot some hoops, and I redeemed myself. I beat the unbeatable previous to that night, Pocket Apes.
That's his game, huh? Those hoops?
Yeah, at those little moving.
Try and make as many as you
basketball.
can in the little 3-foot hoop or whatever?
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up because I know, it was just out there that I suck at that game and he's unbeatable. So
Right.
The world is now corrected and we're kind of how
Things are back to
should be.
normal. Mike's back on Stone's Live Poker.
Exactly.
And, listen, Pocket Apes might have a World Series of Poker circuit ring, but he got his ass handed to him at an arcade game by Chris.
Yeah.
Boom.
So I slept well that night and all consecutive nights after that.
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of the hands where we have Mark in the straddle, and Mark is doing his $100 straddle. See Brian limping in here with ace-6. I'm actually telling everybody at the table right now, I'm like, hey, I beat Pocket Apes last week. Right after the
So you
stream.
guys know,
Yeah.
Pocket Apes lost. When Mark was on the PLO stream on Monday night, he had a 98% VPIP PDX.
Oh, yeah.
Why not 100? He folded one hand? The
Yeah,
hell
he
was
might have
that?
gone to the bathroom. I don't know.
Oh, is that
But-
it? Oh.
But look, if Mark's going to play most hands and hold them, what the hell do you think he's going to do with 2 extra cards? Is there any hand that can ever be folded
Why
at
would you
any
ever
time?
fold?
Yeah, no, you can't. What, someone going to have like ace-ace suited? Yeah, that's one pair.
Yeah.
My 4-8-7-6 is going to just
Oh,
run racket.
100%.
Racket on you.
Yeah, Mark might play like Pat quads.
Yeah.
Queen, 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 queen. Sure, let's see if
I got all the suits covered. So Brian flops big here. And so just in case you missed the action since we were jabbering away, Mark live 100, Brian limps in, ace made it 300, and I think 300 and change to go. Mark and Brian both call. So already $900 in the pot. And ace C-bets here for 1/3 pot.
It obviously is destined to fail as a continuation bet. Mark is unnecessarily tanking with 2 napkins. Eventually he will fold, and the action will be on Brian, who will call. I don't see Brian raising here. There's not really much of a point. Your opponent would never fold better. Ace queen, fold to a raise? Of course not. And they would fold out all the hands like king 10 off that have no equity against you. So he doesn't raise, he just calls and open checks the turn, and ace has no real option here. Everything feels gross. Like if he checks back, there's no river card he's happy with. Even a king or a 10 sucks. And if he bets, it feels like he's just getting called. So it might just be time to wave the white flag. And wisely, he does just that. Brian makes aces full. Aces full, Mike, on the river. And is he going to go for value or just check again? Of course, the move here would be to check again because his opponent has... Well, I mean... ace cannot call a value bet. I mean, he does have a king kicker. There's 2 pairs on board, and he does have a king kicker. But, like, what would Brian be doing this with that hand would now be beating? 2
Right.
3s? I don't think so.
Yeah, and he just folds it right away. He's like, yeah, I took my stab at it, which is fine.
Right.
Because it's basically, in that situation, if nobody has an ace, you're getting that pot. When you bet on
When
the
you just
flop.
bet on the flop. So, no, actually, as I think about it, Brian would play 2 3s that way. I mean, he flops aces and 3s. He's like, I'm not going to fold to 1 bet here, call. He turns a gut shot to the wheel. He checks again. His opponent checks back, and then on the river he gets counterfeit, and he's like, well, I guess bluff. But while that is true, that there are some universes where Brian would play something like 2 3s that way, much more often than him roll. Like if you go call a king kicker,
Yeah.
much more often than him going like, damn it, you caught me, I was counterfeited. He's just gonna go, ace is full.
Yeah.
So while he might play that hand that way, not often.
D-Bizzles, what's going on?
And not that time.
Frankie Bones.
You think it was big blind?
No.
This seems like as good a time as any to remind you guys that the Stones main event, the Fall Poker Series main event, 100K guarantee, is coming up here. We are well under, what are we, just like a couple of weeks away. Day 1A starts on Friday, October 4th. And starting on September 30th, a few days before that, our Press Your Luck satellites, $50 Press Your Luck satellites, to get into that main event are starting. Cool satellite format, where kind of eliminates the satellite bubble. And we got some special guests coming up, which I will tell you about momentarily. In the meantime, this is a Bompotosaurus. And who has something here?
Not too much.
Chris is like,
we
I don't
got
know.
like
Nobody?
Yeah, we got a pair of kings, a bunch of, a couple of small flush draws.
Trent has the huge lead here, and he goes from better to best on the river here with kings and jacks.
Yep.
He loses to 10 queen and clubs, but he figures his hand is good enough to value bet. Maybe somebody with like 9 jack that just backed into 2 pair can call him.
Yeah, when I just checked around. All right.
Okay, well, that wasn't worthy of stopping that announcement for. So that bomb pop belongs to Trent. So, so starting on Monday, September 30th, that's when our special guests are going to be in town and hanging out, playing meetup games. Those guests are Jamin Burton, the Drawing Dead, vlogger extraordinaire, Tim Watts, a.k.a. The Trooper, first time at Stones, the legend David Tuckman, and the Assassinato, Alexander Fitzgerald. All those guys will be in the house. Meetup games, like I said, starting on Monday, September 30th. There you go. You can sign up by emailing JFK there. You see his email in the bottom part of that graphic. And if you can't, because you are not a local and you don't have money for a Southwest flight, hang out on stream. We'll be on 7 consecutive nights starting on Monday, September 30th. So, if you hit the like and the follow and subscribe buttons and stuff, and then hit the notifications, your phone will remind you when we're on, which is a lot every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. And then, like I said, we'll be on 7 days in a row with the special guests and special cash games, meetup games, and just a lot of action coming up here at Stones in the ensuing weeks.
Absolutely.
Man, and also, as this pot unfolds, there was a special announcement. You guys got to keep your eyes peeled. We're not allowed to say what it is.
Ooh.
But there's a big announcement that involves Stones coming up tomorrow.
Yes.
Check the Poker Stars blogs and Poker News and other various poker news sites. You can't miss it.
Around.
It's going to be around, and it's a big deal. And, man, we were really excited when the news was broken to us earlier today. So keep your eyes peeled tomorrow.
Like, don't blink at all.
Yeah, use those contraptions from A Clockwork Orange to just keep your eyes wide open.
If you're going to go, like, hiking in the remote woods tomorrow, push it back a day.
Yes, make sure you have service. Oh, my God. So, Lucky Nat is betting. I think the flop would check around. I was too busy doing our promo and announcements. Didn't see. Mark has the flush draw. And Brian has the best hand here with those second pair jacks. So Brian calls, Mark calls. Cameron turned a pair, but his hand is garbage. He's out. Yeah, you're in the know, Pocket Abes. We are chopped liver, man. Usually we find out that sort of news by just reading it in the paper. So we felt grateful that we were actually told ahead of time.
Who the hell gets paper?
I literally get the Wall Street Journal every day in paper format. But I admit, I'm like the only person on the block, and I might be a bit of a Luddite in that category. I like the tactile nature of the paper, man. Then again, I also smoke a pipe. Who smokes a freaking pipe?
Crackheads.
Touche.
So Nat's still good.
But Mark bluffs, and it
Gets
works.
it through.
Gets it through. He picked a good time. Nobody had anything they could call with. Lucky Nat with just his 8 figures.
There's a lot better hands that you can use.
Yep.
Left home. So also on Saturday, first off, Progressive Green Bay, thank you very much for the follow.
Oh. Did you say Green Bay?
Yeah, why not?
Thanks, dude.
It's football season.
We really appreciate it very much, man.
But so we have a big announcement. So
another big
our
one.
Veronica and Friends game has grown out of control. It is so big. You know, we always just say it's a 25-50 game. So that's what we did. We just made it now. It's a 10, 25, 50 game, third Wednesday of every month. And Matt Berkey himself is going to be playing this Saturday, so you guys make sure you check it out. It's going to be ridiculous. 5,000 minimum buy-in, no cap. It's going to get ugly.
As in no kappa and no cap.
Yeah. It's going to get really, really big. And it's going to be fun to watch.
It's just going to be 100K straight away on the table. There's got to be, or more.
Yeah, there's a really good chance.
It is going to be a crazy S show. It is going to be every third Saturday of the month, starting with this Saturday. And guess who's in the booth calling the action?
Miss Veronica and Mr. Fat Train himself.
That is right. OG Veronica, the angry Polak, who is going to be pretty stoked, I think, to be in the booth and not on that table. She really, it grew out of control on her.
Yeah,
it was an
absolutely.
unmanageable game. Okay, so Mike has
She's
aces
a
here.
ship farmer.
Call her Naughty Farmer. She grows straight freaks. Top pair for Trent here. It is not the best hand. Posel's aces, because he's Mike, faded all of the people who decided to come along with him. They're still good here. That's a nasty board for aces, though. Pretty damn dangerous.
So he is kind of forced to raise here, but he doesn't want to raise so big that Trent's going to fold. He just can't call and then let like the tidal wave of trash draws continue
Single
behind
sevens
him.
and stuff, yeah.
And then he's like, I don't know what card is good for me.
Right, exactly.
But at the same time, he doesn't want to make it like 500 and then just have someone that flopped the straight.
Yes.
Go, cool, here's all of my chips.
That is
Like,
exactly right.
give me
so his
everything.
middling raise serves to do exactly what he wanted. Not bloat the pot out of control, but fold out some of the nonsense. So that turn card is not good for Mike. He does not have the green ace in his hand, which would help a lot. However, because Trent open checks the turn and he can play, he doesn't want to slow down and check and have the river be a club, I guess. I don't know. I would check back there a lot with aces. Wouldn't you?
No, not.
You'd bet?
In this given spot, I would bet, mainly because of the flop action. Oftentimes, when someone donks into the pre-flop raiser, it's usually a marginal top pair type hand going, am I good and do you have ace king? So then you can raise them pretty often, and then they just kind of fold a lot of hands. So which is another reason why you don't want to raise too big if you're Mike Posel.
Makes sense, right.
And so now when the flush comes in, you're not as worried about the flush.
Because would they donk into you with a flush draw? Wouldn't they go for a check raise more likely?
Most likely, yeah. And then the other thing is, if they're the type of player that will donk into you with the flush draw,
they wouldn't check
and
turn.
then call, they will probably also donk into you with the flush draw. Or with the flush when they make it.
In other words, right. So in other words, we let's say we have like 10 queen of clubs. We flop a combo draw. We donk into our opponent who led pre, or who raised pre, and then they raise us. Well, number one, a hand like that might come back over the top on the flop.
Exactly.
Okay, let's say it didn't decide to do that. It just calls. Then we nail our flush on the turn, 4 of clubs. We lead again. This is all that's just not how a flush draw would play. Yeah. So Mike reads that situation perfectly. And another key part, he fades the queens and nines that Trent needed to win. So, and the river went check. Mike does value bet the turn. That's a place where Mike gets value where I might not have. I might have checked back on the river, planning to call if my opponent bet the river.
Just Will, thank you very much.
Pivot off 5-7.
Yeah, hey Jesse Will, man, we appreciate that. Welcome to the Stones fam, man. So but then since Mike decided to value bet on turn, then he can comfortably just check behind on the river when the board pairs eights and just win a lot with 2 aces.
Yep.
And indeed, they were good.
And that's actually a spot or game kind of dynamic that I don't think I've ever talked about on stream, because I've always avoided talking about it, because it is one of the biggest bread and butter winners that you can have, is recognizing donk bets, like what they mean, and then basically just you have an open green light to bluff them and just print money.
It was an interesting. I think that was a great breakdown of what that donk bet means on the flop, and then what his flat call of the raise means instead of come back over the top. Super weighted towards just like you said. I flop top pair. Do you just have ace king raiser guy? Yeah. Bet. Speaking of ace king, it is in the hand of Mark here, but it misses, and indeed Cameron finds a lot of honeys. He's got a whole bunch in his collection, and he is going to make a continuation bet, right? He was the pre-flop raiser here. Posel does have some outs here. He needed a jack to make a straight, but a spade will do. Jack will still make him a straight, and he does have the straight flush draw to the 10 of spades there. And that's a pretty... I mean, you know, Cameron obviously still is going to have the best hand here at 10, but it's like, god dang, is it a nasty river card? He really was hoping for the, you know, the deuce of pumpkins, the 5 of nothing, you know, and the connected king of spades here is not what he wanted to see. He's not checking to fold here. He's definitely checking to call at least this street, but he's slowed down and given up the lead in the hand because he just hates the look of that turn card.
It's really interesting that he decides to check. I mean, one, it's a good check because that's a really bad card for you.
Mm-hmm.
But just in the fact, like the actual way it will play down is the fact that now you have Mark betting out, so you get a free look at exactly where Posel's at.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, and so you get to see what, like, how strong he is, and then you can decide, like, oh, okay, either I'm good, not good, I'm gonna have to fill up, you know. So you kind of get more information than had Mark, like, not been in the pot at all.
Yes, and that information was wow, and look at that, a jam and a snap call. And so what happened here is Mike, who actually had the legit draw to beat Cameron, checked. Cameron checked, and Mark decided to bet for value ? Because he just turned top pair, top picker, and Mike, with the only real way to beat Cameron with that spade there,
folds because he has to worry about what Cameron's doing.
And he just has he has an inside straight draw and a not great flush draw, and exactly he has to worry about Cameron. So he folds, and then Cameron just has a comfortable call, and he's thinking, even though he didn't need it, he's thinking pair the board.
Yeah,
and indeed the absolute optimum perfect card comes for him, makes Mark trip aces with the king, and Cameron now is in love with his queen's full. Open ships
double.
the river, and Mark unthinkingly goes call because he has 3 kings with an ace.
Yeah.
And he's going to see the bad news, and Cameron a full double up through Mark, and that's got to feel good.
Yeah, and so these are the spots that I talk about when you need to realize that you're on the receiving end, the good end of a cooler situation. You know, and then you just need to get as much as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and a lot of times a quick cadence bet, like, you know, just to like it snap shit, can get the other person to kind of snap call because they're just like
matching tone.
Sweet, I
Yeah,
just get it.
yeah.
So you could kind of draw them into it as opposed to that tank.
Right.
And then
That's so true.
You give them more time to,
Assess.
especially against newer players, which obviously Mark is not, but against newer players that, you know, might not, you know, piece together exactly what happened. They have a hard time grasping the difference of relative hand strength and actual hand strength.
I have
You
3
can
kings
pull
with an
them-
ace
Exactly.
versus what does that mean against the board you're facing here?
So you don't want to get them to go, I got 3 kings with an ace. Oh, but yeah, there's that flush
And the
there.
spades
There's
and
this.
the
You just
10
want
queen
to
and-
still trap them into that excitement of getting that.
They don't get past
Yeah.
that. They only have that thought like, oh man, I just nailed another king on the river.
Yeah.
And they don't get a chance to get past that because you just snap jammed into them. And they're like, sweet, call.
Yeah.
And then upon reflection, you're like, oh yeah, like, did I think he was bluffing?
Right.
What
No,
was
they're
he
just-
bluffing with? Like, I mean, in other words, that's never going to be, not never, don't want to say never, that's almost never going to be a worse value hand, right? Like, king 5, something like worse 3 kings shoving for value? No. So Mark is really only beating like ace of spades X that bricked and has to ship, you know what I'm saying? But
Yep.
upon reflection, you know, he'll realize that, like, yes, he rivered his optimum card. No, he is not beating any value jams.
Look, $10 bet to me.
All right, so Russell's still good here with jacks.
$10 dropped over the line.
Oh, hey, what up, Ghost of M? He's on the YouTube side.
Ghost of M. What's up, buddy?
Seems weird,
Anyone
man.
else see the same thing?
What up?
I wasn't on.
Chess sandwich. What's up?
$10 dropped over the line, then
Not cheese.
Yeah.
You know, when I make a grilled cheese sandwich, I use a rook and a queen and a pawn.
There you go.
it wasn't. It was like, it didn't come back. I let go of it. These 2 fell, and then these
So Russell here has an overpair and the best hand. Mark has some equity against him, kinda. He can make a 4.
Yeah, and ace has a pair. I
Oh,
mean,
a very bad one, yes.
this is a really good board if you have jacks, especially multi-way.
Mm-hmm.
And you can bet. There's a couple different thoughts here. You can bet a little bit larger because obviously it's multi-way, but you're more likely to get called by, like, say, a pair of sevens, pair of eights,
Ace 10.
Yeah, so you can get pretty good value, which you're probably only going to get one street of good value against those kind of pocket pairs. Obviously, flush draws are going to continue. You don't need to think about trying to price them out because they got good
Just won't
equity,
fold.
so they're just not folding. But you're able to get some marginal hands, really, to call you, build up a nice pot for a pretty large turn size on most cards. You only don't really want to see, like the ace in, I don't know, probably like queen to some extent.
Yeah, like king of spades, ace of spades would suck. There's some bad ones, but more turn cards are going to be good for you than bad, such as that one.
All the makings of a real good game.
Mark still just has that same inside straight draw.
270 in the pot. At this point, now you're going for pretty big value against a 10. So, especially against Mark, who is not afraid to call, with top pair
Russell
hands.
checks, though.
Yeah.
He actually checks, and I'm not really sure why he's scared of that 7. But he slowed down, and Mark just snap-checked back to try to make his draw. He missed it. The third spade on the river, Russell does not feel comfortable going for value on the river either. So he just checks, and Mark goes 6s?
Yeah, you definitely need to be betting there if you're Russell.
I would
Your
not
hand
have
is
slowed down on the
way
turn.
too vulnerable. Even if there's a lot of cards that won't make you lose, there's still a lot of cards to come that will make you lose action. They'll slow down the other person from calling, make them fold like their marginal hands, which you just took to the turn. So you need to bet on the turn there. Especially like eights is that card will have a hard time folding. Ace
Right.
10, king 10, that's going to have a hard time folding.
If they, well, exactly. Like if those hands, ace 10, king 10 are like those hands are never folding to the flop bet. But 2 8s in that example, if they chose to continue on a 10 high board, which they would a lot, well, the 7 on the turn is just the red 7 is just another undercard of their pocket pair. So if they had the best hand on the flop, they still have the best hand. They're going to call you again, probably, if they chose to continue on the flop. Yeah, I think so. Think about that hand, right? So think about if you took Chris's logic there that Chris would have applied had he been sitting there with the jacks. Well, he would have probably bet a little bit more on the flop. Instead of 6, he would have bet like 110, let's say, right? Like he's saying, you're sizing up there to get calls from your 2 8s and ace 10 and hands that don't want to fold. Okay, so now we're on the turn, the pot's a little bigger, and instead of open checking, Chris is going to bet again, and there's more money out there. So now we're betting like 250, 235, something like that. And maybe your opponent just folds, and whatever they had, you just win. Or they call you again with a hand like ace 10, and now, instead of winning $185, you win $485. The cards are exactly the same, but the way they are played extracts a ton more value in a situation where you have coolered, quote unquote, your opponent. Now in that case, Mark didn't have 8s or ace 10, right? He just had an inside straight draw and he's Mark. But in a lot of these situations against like normal human beings, those are the types of situations you're going to find yourselves in, and you want to extract that value when you kind of catch a cooler spot like that. You have an overpair and your opponent is in 10% territory, 17% territory. Those are the kind of spots that make or break your profitableness as a card player. Fair to say?
Absolutely. So Posel here still running good. Flops 2 pair and has an opponent bluff into him, another opponent call, and then he just raises. So I guess, yeah, because Nat bluff, Mark called, Posel raises. And then is Mark going to just re-pop it here? No, it's just called. Now, one thing that we need to pay attention when someone has a lot of large stacks on both sides, right? They have a lot of green $25 chips, a lot of $5 red chips. Do they call or utilize certain chips at different times? So do they kind of tip their hand strength based on the type of chip they use? Like some people don't like to lose their big chips, and so when they're in marginal spots, they will bet or call with their $5 chips.
Good point.
So that's kind of another thing to pay attention to.
Yeah, it's funny how like transparent that and common that move is, but people do that. I don't even know that they know what they're realize what they're doing.
Especially once they get to like a full stack of it. Like say, like in this case, one full stack of $25 chips, $500. Then it's like that's an easily they could be like, okay, I got 500 plus 6, 7, 8.
Right,
9.
they want to keep that pristine.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't want 475.
Right. Yeah,
they
that's
want
so
500.
true. Yep. It's funny you say that. I have for many years now purposefully made my chip stacks in cash games, especially in non-countable, or like in other words, if I have reds, I won't keep my if I'm running decent and I'm building towers, I will not build them in like towers that fit into a rack. I don't want to know how much I have in front of me. I don't want to have an exact stack of green because I don't want to take a green. I just want to have a pile and just use them as ammo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I purposefully do that so that it is not something to tempt me to not mess up my stack of whatever.
Interesting. I would say another way to think about that would just be, rather than kind of worrying about not wanting to use or not use a certain chip, is just go, I want them to easily count my bet. So like instead of, and also it might look, $185 bet in red chips probably looks a little bit more scary than a $185 bet in green chips. And there's also not a delay of how much is that. They can kind of see right there, the 185. It's easier to count. So again, we're kind of letting the whole process speed up a little bit. But
do you verbalize your bets? Because I verbalize
no,
my bets.
I usually don't. I'll just put it out.
Really?
Just because I'm just consistent in when I'm betting. Now obviously if someone miscounts it, I'm like, no. But yeah, so if I'm using my big chips, it's more because it's a big bet. That I want people to kind of be able to see it quickly on their own.
Here Mike is stepping on the gas pedal. They are not playing the 7 deuce game. We're just living in Mike Posel's world. He's turning his 7 deuce into a 3-bet bluff, but he's playing at a table full of maniacs, and none of them are going to let him get away with it. Porter cold calls from the big blind with his suited gapper, and Trent, the original pre-flop raiser, says, see ya. And it's the battle of Mike and Porter. And Porter whiffs, and so does Mike, but Mike has the pre-flop betting lead, and he's never slowing down here.
Posel's taking this down.
100%. Porter checks. Posel's going to bet, let's say, 185.
I think he might go about 135. I think he'll go a little bit
Smaller bet could get it done. Let's see.
It just shouldn't take too much on this board. No, he's going to go a little larger.
Called it. How close was I?
So looks like 140 or so.
Was it? Okay. I bet
I
250. Whoa, a big bet. I guess Mike's like, what would I do if I had ace of clubs, king X? Like I flop top pair and then up flush draw. Would I size up? Yeah, I don't know. Probably. So there you go.
He's just taking a one and done line.
Yeah, like, he didn't want Porter to be tempted to call at all. Yeah. Like, what if Porter flopped, like, middle pair with ace high or something? He just wants to make life very difficult on whatever the hell Porter has. And in that case, Porter had air, so it doesn't really matter. And Master C's right, 135 would have gotten it done. But there are some universes where 135 wouldn't get it done because Porter has something like middle pair with an ace. Bottom pair with a club or something, but I don't know. Maybe that hand isn't folding. But in any case, they both whiff. Mike makes his 7 deuce go to work for him.
I feel like that's a spot where we can have, there's just like a lot of options on sizing based on what you want to do on like the turn.
60 is the best.
So if you just want to take one stab on it, you're probably better erring on a little bit larger sizing. But I just also don't think like you probably need to size that large because I don't think there's a huge difference in the types of hands you're getting to fold between, like even what we were saying, like the 150 range to like 280 range. I just don't think there's a ton of different hands that, by the increased amount, is really making
will
a
fold
difference
whereas
on
they
what's
would have
folding.
called. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So here, Ace raised with his Jack 10, and Lucky Nat. Didn't see if they were in the. I think he was in the straddle here. He calls out of the straddle, and it's just a heads-up pot. Lucky Nat checked, Ace continuation bet with his air ball, and Lucky Nat because he had an inside straight draw just to the nuts with that 5. Called him, and then on the turn, Ace had to. Did Lucky Nat lead on the turn?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Whoa.
Drew Rep, what's going on?
Hey, what up, Drew Rep? Nice to see you. Yeah, quantum theory, PDX, exactly. You know, what is it? The multiverse theory, where there's an infinite amount of universes. So literally, like there is a universe that is existing parallel to this one right now, where Master C is playing in Mike's seat and Mike is in here. Literally, it's infinite. So yeah, it's the infinite poker multiverse.
That's right.
In that universe, Mike can't make a flop to save his life.
Yeah,
he misses every damn river card.
He is Mike Miss It Posel. Mike misses Posel.
Is that right, Duck Papa? Did Nat make a final table at TV the other day? Doesn't surprise me, man. Nat is a tourney crusher, a poker crusher in general, and he has made very many deep runs. You know, in the past 12 months, whatever that I've known him and called him on these games, he's made several.
Well, it's interesting because there's players that are good at tournaments, players are good at cash games. Not a lot of players are good at both because they are very different games, but it takes a little bit of a reckless abandon to win tournaments. Obviously, you got to get lucky, but you just have to barrel in like a lot of these spots that are just not good barrel spots. So it's hard to be kind of like a smart, conservative, player that would normally thrives in cash games, and then flip the switch to, just really throwing on the pressure, and also but knowing the right spots to put on the pressure.
Sure.
And Nav is one of those guys that can do both.
In this spot, the pressure Mark is putting on here might work to get Cameron to fold the best hand. He's out of position. If he calls here, he has bloated this pot and will have a pot-sized bet behind, basically, and he's set mining, or so it feels.
You're not getting the odds to set mine.
Nope.
Now, obviously, Mark doesn't need to have an overpair for him to raise here, but he does like to call a lot, so it does take out some of the kind of random
7, 8.
overcards, moves that he might do it with. You would think to be a little bit more overpair heavy.
Yep.
But obviously, Mark just, and not to mention that board is not exactly the best board for sixes.
Nope. And that board they just rabbit hunted. Cameron did fold
great.
pre-flop, and they just rabbit hunted. And not that it matters, but Mark would have won.
Yeah.
So there you go. The power of pressure.
Watermelon for life.
And that's a spot where, in tournament, depending on the players, of course, sixes might shove in that spot.
Oh, yeah,
might.
yeah.
And in a cash game, is sixes ever going to shove in that spot? Very, very, very infrequent.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is based on the depths of your stack is when you're talking you got 40 bigs, six is a very okay shove.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, even if you're just sitting on 15 big blinds or something like that.
Yeah, and you would just open shove at that point,
Right. Yeah, as opposed to
raising and then getting three
folding
bet
to a shove. Yeah,
four
right.
bet shoving. Watermelon for life. If you are new here to the stream, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We have cash games Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, last Sunday tournaments of the month, all kinds of different actual final table tournament series, and we're always doing ridiculous things.
Yeah, Mark is, and so are we. And speaking of ridiculous thing, there you go, Duck Papa. Thanks for the confirmation. Nat took second at the TV main event for $80K. So there you go, yet another huge deep run, just so close to a Binksky. But 80,000 reasons he is not too upset about that run he made. And now here he is playing cash with some of his newfound riches.
It's just a drop in the bucket for Nat.
Absolutely. Mark's got the best hand here. He and Brian have both flopped a 9, but Brian is in terrible, terrible straits. 16% territory, and he's betting because he thinks he probably flopped the best hand.
And Nat is raising.
Nat is check raising. He opened this pot up pre, and it went call, and he decided to check raise this flop. Very interesting line here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here because Mark actually has second pair top kicker, which is still too much for Mark to call with that hand. But Mark's the kind of player he can call right there.
Cold call, sure.
Yep. At this point, I think Ryan's just done with the hand. Take a little time, save a little face, make a little fold. Move on tonight.
Move on tonight. Well executed check raise by Nat. You know, there is a deviation for what a lot of players would do. Would a lot of players open up from the small blind with 8-5 suited if it folded to them? Yep. Would a lot of players check raise when they got two callers? I don't think so. I think if they were going to continue in the hand, they would open bet from the small blind. They'd just be like, well, I completely missed the flop.
Right.
And I'm the pre-flop raiser. Continuation bet. And then, of course, the
And you get
entire
called
hand
by
out
both
by
plays.
both players.
Yep.
Maybe,
And then you lose.
And then you yeah. So maybe because Mark would not fold, Mark would call, and then it would be on Brian, who would be like, over call with 9 and 5. Sometimes yes, sometimes he would just fold. But the point is, the entire hand plays out differently. And what are you going to do against Mark, who just called you, and we're now going to whatever turn card? There's no turn card you like. Even an 8 or a 5 is garbage. And you're up first.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? So Nat turning that situation into a good one for him by check raising instead of open continuation betting is there's a lot to be learned from that. That is a savvy move. He doesn't check give up, and he doesn't continuation bet into oblivion. He opts for the third option, which is the only one that would have won him the pot, and it did, and actually without even a sweat.
Yep. And that's kind of highlights also the kind of plays that you need to make that would help you win a tournament. Because you just pick up much needed chips with no contention.
Exactly. And you know me, Chris, and my hatred for uncontested money.
That's right.
Kappa. Big up and
Cop
down.
donut, what's going on?
Oh, what up, Cop and a donut? Up and down here for Nat,
Yep,
who
and
caught the flop he needed against two bigger diamonds here.
Flush draw from Mark. Does anybody actually have a pair? Do we have pairs in this game?
Anybody? Anderson? Adamowski?
160.
Nope. Are we just still checking here?
Ace high is still good.
Oh, there we go. Cameron decided he's going to fire with ace high air. And it is ill-fated. He's going to get called here in at least a couple spots. Mark is not folding. Nat is not folding.
And Nat is raising.
Well, crap. Mark might fold now because Nat is on the gas pedal once again, and RIU 420 is going to get it done here, I think. Mark can't call.
Mark might be starting to get tired of this dynamic. Mark, I think we're going to expect to see a really big raise here soon from Mark if Nat continues with the aggression.
Mark just better hope that he doesn't decide to do it when Nat actually has it.
And that's what happens. Nat just, barrels, and then he is good at recognizing when someone's at that point where they're a little tired of your crap. He kind of dials it back, so that way the next time when he actually barrels, he has the goods.
Exactly.
The other guy's already cocked and loaded, ready to just jump all over your obvious bull crap.
Yeah, because now I have
And
second pair
then-
top kicker,
yeah.
and you're full of crap, guy.
Exactly.
Yep. On to the next one. So Nat is firmly in control of this game as of the most recent moments here. It's Mike's parade, and Nat is raining on it. You know, nothing like a big deep tournament run like that. A nice second place finish and a nice $80,000 score to just have you the confidence level. So he Nat is making confident plays. 2 pots in a row. You just saw those raises were That's a player who has been making the right moves a lot and winning a lot of pots and coin flips and stuff. And now, there was nothing coin flippy about those situations we just saw in those last 2 pots. The cards meant nothing. Nat did the talking. But that's a player who just he's running games over right now. You can see it.
Yep. So Cameron raises to 40 here from late position. Trent wakes up with kings. 3 bets out of the big blind. And Posel is going to call the suited gappers. Basically, at this point, he probably thinks Trent is pretty damn strong when he's 3-betting from out of position. And once Posel calls, it gets everybody else to call. Not the situation for Trent that he wanted. And especially on this flop, if I'm Trent, I'm just checking this flop.
This is rough because Trent is not going to feel like he should check. He's going to feel like he should bet because it's a jack-high board and single 9s and single 10s. He just doesn't want to give them a free shot. And, can't I still have the best hand? I mean, man, how lucky are these guys?
This smashes your opponent's ranges.
Indeed. And Postel's going to call up and down as he is. He's got that 3 to the club flush as well. But it's Cameron who has found himself a Cetosaurus Rex. And that is a confounding flat call from Cameron. Confounding. I just don't understand that. I mean, when it goes bet call in front of you, if that's the turn card that's going to come off, the deuce of pumpkins, then I guess it's fine. But when it goes bet call in front of you, are you raising with the set of 8s there? A lot of the time, or how many? What like most of the time?
A
all
lot,
the time?
just because again, how connected this board is. There's going to be a lot of bad cards for my action, so I need to get action now, especially if someone's 3-betting out of position, like small blind, big blind, they probably have a decent amount of overpairs. So I'm trying to get a lot of value.
Right, exactly. Like, is Trent really going to lead into multiple opponents with ace-king only? I guess maybe. But in this case, well, there you go. Cameron's going to get Trent's money on this hand in any case, providing Trent doesn't make a king on the river. Because Trent just has too good of a hand. So he just goes with it here on the turn, and he is going to be hunting for 1 king, the king of puppy dog feet. And I don't know how many boards they agreed to run, but he is drawing real thin.
Looks like 2, at least.
Very unlucky spot here for poor Trent.
On this stream, you can run it up to 3 times, heads up, all in spots.
1. Oh, he finds it! Unreal! Wow!
Jesus.
Trent finds the 1-outer to split the pot. And Cameron, so unlucky not to scoop right there. Wow, he gets 1-outed. Unbelievable, and that's got to feel really good for Trent. Oh, thank God, a little bit of redemption here.
Just walked into a bear trap on a terrible board and was able to leave with half of his pot.
Jesus.
Indigos, what's going on?
Hello. Hey, Indigo Ice. What's happening, brother? We hope to see you here at Stone soon. Did Mike win a big pot tonight? Whoa. Did Mike win a big pot? That's a hilarious question. If so, who did he cooler? He coolered Porter, who had pocket queens, and Mike had 10-7 offsuit, and it came 10-10x. And Porter just bet flop, bet turn, shove river, and Mike went, call you. What you got? Oh, Mike filled up on the river. I'm sorry. It was like 10-10x, and the board paired, I think, 5s on the river.
8s.
Yeah, I was like, hey, 5%.
It paired 8s. 10-10x, 8-8, or whatever it was. Yep. And Mike just hit the call button, and Porter said, queens? Mike said, full house.
He had like kings. That's why I said I thought he
there you
had
go.
kings.
But dude, I mean, your question is just hysterical, man. You're cracking. How are we supposed to do the commentary when we can't stop laughing? Did Mike win a big pot?
Always.
Yeah.
525.
I think I'm gonna want some more coffee.
I think I'm okay right now. Thank you.
Although when he started laughing,
So green tea, extra
I was
honey.
like, okay, I'm
Sure.
What up, Johnny Quattro?
all in just
Sure.
How are you, brother?
Raised to 85. So he
That
should
could be a
never
little
Brian
bit
raising
of a tell
here
there.
on the button.
Posel.
And Possel's going to fold. Ace in the straddle. Looks like $20 straddle. Should be 3-betting here. He's just going to call.
Two of them hit the river, so it's got to feel better, right?
Heads up to the flop. Decent flop for ace. Top pair, nut flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, the brick.
Going to check it over to Brian. Brian's going to continue 100. Ace is just going to him and haw and call.
Yep. He's like, do I really have ace high hearts in the hole? Ace queen is admittedly going to have a very difficult time losing this pot. Although we are probably looking to get minimum value here because we're check raising, and Brian is going to say, see ya.
Yeah.
What up, Sheffield?
I think Brian should probably already be gone. Sheffield, what's going on? Yep, thank you. With the green tea? Yeah, please. Thanks. He knows me so well. Awesome.
I kind of like it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And oh wow, Brian called. I wonder if we have graphic
If that
error.
person wins 2, they got to double up and kill pocket
If
bomb.
maybe Brian doesn't really have queen 3.
On some tables, bomb pots will get like a little delicate.
Yeah, Sunny Go saying he's going to be here in November. Awesome, man. We look forward to seeing you.
Have another reason not to.
Right.
I mean, this table.
This table, yeah.
This table, you
Just
do
only,
it.
but there, you know, that, you can play it off the button anyway. I like that idea.
Tom walks outside for bomb pots anyway.
So Brian's still thinking about this. So we
Yeah, he's already
have
He limps
queen
king.
3 for Brian.
Yeah, Lim's king. But outside of that,
That's not even a joke, man.
So what can Brian have?
that's
Watch him
last
do it
like
like
He's
3
usually
times.
gone for half the time.
But last like 6 weeks, all he's playing was
How did we get to the turn?
He must be warming
Brian
up.
Brian
called?
called.
That's got to be a card reader.
That's
here.
what I'm thinking. There's a good chance that maybe Brian has queens or something like that.
Sure, that would make sense.
I mean, obviously he should be pretty wide when it folds to him on the buttons. Yeah, like he could be raising most things. Like queen 3 suited would absolutely
It would
be
play that
a
way.
raise.
Yeah, it would play that way.
But
it wouldn't call
he,
the raise.
He wouldn't call the raise, so we can eliminate that unless he was really going for some kind of high level stuff of waiting for ace to to check the turn, and then he was going
Sure,
to put in
maybe.
a trap, hoping to get But
that-
even then,
yeah.
I think Brian's not doing that against a player like
Against
Ace.
Ace,
Yeah.
Ace has not gotten out of line at all.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks, Johnny Quattro, dude. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. We appreciate you piping up. And, actually, man, I saw Jamie Staples say, it might have been earlier today or yesterday or something like that on Twitter that, that he's been noticing a trend of, maybe it was just his stream, but, of more, like, long-time subscribers and people who've been around for a very long time starting to be quieter and quieter in the chat and just kind of watch passively, which is fantastic. Of course, we appreciate your viewership. But that his thing was like, listen, if you can't continue your sub or if you're, a little self-conscious or whatever, like, don't worry about it. Like, chat, hang out, be a pal, That's why we're the beauty of this of these platforms is that we can all interact with each other. So don't be shy. If you're a lurker, hang out with us, chat with us, man. We dig it. Is this a bumper?
No, Ace Jack was the best of it.
No, Jack four? Oh, because he was in the straddle. Okay.
What I heard you say before he called the floor, we're all just joking.
We're going to the tape.
Maybe it is a bomb pot.
It might be. I think it's a bomb pot. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this is a bomb potosaurus.
We'll give it to him. We'll give it to that Trent didn't just call on the hijack, the 7-2
Right. That's what I'm saying. Everyone loves a bomb pot.
Most of the chip didn't go. So
Ghost, I know the free content does add up, and you gotta keep the power on, you gotta keep the water flowing.
Well, it's mainly all the bad advice we get.
Yeah,
He's like,
I know,
all
it's
right,
very
I'm
costly.
incorporating more bluff, check raises on the flop.
And I've never had more losing sessions than I have since I've started watching Stones. Very costly stream.
I'm fine with it.
PDX is going to get bound.
This is pretty nasty here for poor Ace. That board looks dry. Porter just has a weird 2-pair, which
Yeah.
is pretty much all you're worried about on a
In
board
a
like
bomb
this.
pot, that is,
But
absolutely.
of course, yep, in a bomb pot, it's very well within range. And indeed, that is what Porter has. Porter checks, Ace smartly checks back, and Porter goes from best to bestest. Nines full.
And Mike's already yelling at Porter for
Wow,
something.
sick. Porter checks river, and Ace is going for thin mint value, and it's going to bite him in the butt.
And Porter says, how about all these minty chips?
All the green mint chips for your green rips that you're going to have to take to soothe yourself after I raise you. And Ace makes a snippety snap call and is going to see the bad news. He presumably thought Porter was bluff raising, maybe with something like 8-10.
Yeah, or even like 7-5 that got counterfeited, something like that, maybe.
Very possible.
But
Porter is fully capable.
It's just interesting when, like, I don't know how much experience Ace has with bomb pots and the dynamics that come along with bomb pots.
Right.
Like I said before, you have to play your value hands almost like you're playing PLO. Like, two pair is oftentimes like one of those hands you're just trying to control the size of the pot, you know, and get there kind of
So
cheaply.
in other words, the value of top pair with a jack goes
is
down dramatically.
way down,
Yep.
especially when you're facing, you know, a raise on the river.
Interesting. Yep. What up, Kevin Bosner? How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Well, Ace will live to fight another day and learn from that bomb pot river disaster.
And Sandy says everybody loves Stones Live, and we love you.
Everyone loves Stones Live. That's not enough syllables. All right, let me go grab those coffees and teas, man.
All right, Ace King, Queen 10. Who's gonna win? Who knows? 4, 5, 6. Check 3. Now, Trent is checked to a couple times. I think at that point you can put in a little bit of a bluff. You could say you don't need to turn your hand into a bluff, but why not just win the pot right now when they can definitely have crap-ola? Who do you think? I'm surprised they trusted me without, like, a lid.
I specifically asked. I was like, we are big boys. Can
Yeah.
we please have them in big boy cups? And she tried to serve it to me in a plastic sippy cup. And I said, no, a big boy cup.
Yeah.
And after a couple of laps, that's why I had to go back
I'm wearing
out
my
for it.
pull-ups because I'm a big boy now.
That's right. Mommy, wow. We need to come up with, that's why I liked the bomb pot jingle. Man, how effective are jingles? Jingles are so effective. That's why I want to
So
like
are
get
shingles on top of your roof.
Oh, I thought you were going with the disease.
Yeah, it's effectively
Also effective.
Makes you miserable. Yes.
As a virus, it is extremely effective.
If you've had chicken pox, you can have shingles.
Yes, shingles. So Nat here, may the best of it. That's it. Hand over.
If you've never had chicken pox, you can never have shingles.
Did you have chicken pox as a kid? Yeah. So I did too, and I don't have a ton of explicit memories from that
I thought
age.
it was like no big deal.
Well, it is when you're really young like that.
Yeah, it's
but
no big deal.
my dad had him when he was like in his 40s.
Oh, that's terrible.
I remember being like 12 years old or whatever, and my poor adult dad having and it was very, very bad. He was like bedridden for 3 days,
Yeah.
and my dad didn't almost ever
it's
get
like
sick.
death watch.
Yes.
When you're an adult.
Yeah, I remember it clearly because it was like a traumatic few days in the Moskowitz house.
And it's like every other like disease or illness is like the exact opposite. It's like, if you have a
Oh, is it?
respiratory
Yeah.
infection as a
So
kid, you're like, oh God,
Yeah,
I'm
kids and
praying
the
for
elderly
you.
are.
Yeah.
Yep, you're so right.
But there's some new flus that are like just destroy people in their 20s and 30s.
That is absolutely true. Man, are there really any? Is that like is that like the only one?
Like
What else is in that category of something that is bad for
some of the newer
adults,
flus.
healthy adults?
Some of the newer flus, but they also wreck the young and the old.
Man, if you guys want to have a trip, speaking of flus, are you aware of the influenza epidemic of 1918 or 1919 or something like that? It killed like 30 million people.
Oh wow.
I mean, it was ridiculous. Like it was some crazy. Fact check this for me, PDX. I don't want to overstate the case.
Is this all around the world or specific geographic to the train
The
line?
Republic of the Congo. Yeah, no. It was. I believe it was all around the world, and I believe it killed like 30 million Americans. Yeah, it was. Give me the numbers, dude. I don't want to overstate it. It was. It doesn't get talked about very often. I don't remember ever learning about it in school or anything. But it was a pandemic. Like it seemed extraordinarily historically relevant, and I never remember hearing fact one about it.
Yeah. But I could definitely see in
I know. I'm
in
sorry.
those towns back then because everybody lived so many people in a small space,
Concentrated,
you
yeah.
know, and just everything would get passed around.
This is very true. Listen, I know, guys. This is a poker stream, but A, we have time in between hands, and B, like everyone's just checking. You know, I don't. What do you want us to say? We're trying to entertain ourselves in here, man. You know, sometimes.
Damn it, Dizzle! You let us do what we do, and that's ramble.
That's right. Incoherently, generally. You know, sometimes these games go through lulls, man. Like, look, like everyone just folds turn. What do you want us to say? Like, I would rather talk about, pandemics from times past. There you go. Or we can just give you one-liners like this gem from producer Taylor. Poker? We barely know her. This is where we need a sound effects, a soundboard. The rim shot would be appropriate.
Yeah, it's like lifting part.
Thanks, Johnny Quattro. We're trying to enjoy it too.
How much money? Quarter? $5.25? Thank you.
Like it was under 200 pounds.
No fact checking for me, PDX. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get too dark, but I need to know numbers, man. I have to scratch that itch.
At 6'6", I would never
Help.
want to be. I
There's creams
just
for
to
that.
just to give some perspective, Arnold competed at 6'2", 225 to 235. That's where he competed.
Looks like
Alright.
the porter opened up from the button here.
And it looks like we're getting a 3-bet out of a small blind
335.
from Cameron with
100
queens,
pounds of muscle difference.
and Porter's just gonna fold.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to get that.
Thank you, Henging King.
And another
Porter
correct
just folds.
hand of poker was played.
Yeah, wow, a reasonable fold. That's weird. Hanging King, I appreciate that a lot, man. History of the 1918, called the year, boom. Flu pandemic. Estimated about 500 million people, or 1/3 of the world's entire population, became infected with this virus. The number of deaths was estimated to be at least 50 million worldwide. Oh, I overshot it in the United States by a lot. Okay, so 675,000 in the United States alone. However, that was 1918
Right.
population level, which I'm pretty sure was only, what, like 90 million? 80 million?
I don't even know the numbers.
I don't either, but it was quite a big deal. And I just remember when I first found out about this, being like, why have I never seen that in a history book? I've never was taught it by any teacher. I never heard anybody mention it. Like everyone knows every detail about the Titanic sinking. You know.
Could you imagine how big our population would be if it weren't for Genghis Khan and the flu?
Oh yeah, no kidding. The Mongols and
Yeah.
viruses
Yes.
took care of most of humanity.
Helped us grow.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy, guys? Isn't that mind-blowing? And I would imagine that this is coming as news to some of you. Like, you've never heard about it. I'd never heard about it. So Lucky has that ace of clubs in his hand, which he likes, and he did make a purr, and Porter has absolute air. You know, but he's the pre-flop raiser, and so he continuation bets. Lucky calls him, Nat checks turn, Porter checks back because he's like, I don't know, man, I'm not going to keep firing into oblivion here. But Porter has 10 high on the river, and he has to bet to win, and is Nat going to fold 6s and 3s to this bet?
He's thinking this is very suspicious.
Very. Look at the look on Nat's face.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there, Porter? What do you have, dude? Queens full?
Like, yeah, are you like checking back a queen on the turn?
Right. That seems weird. And if you did that, are you now going for value in the board pair 6s?
Yeah,
and
so
Nat makes a
basically,
terrific
yeah,
call.
Porter has jacks or 10s at best.
And look at that. Yes, exactly right. And I don't even think that hand would value bet the river. It sometimes would, but it sometimes wouldn't.
Right.
And so Nat calls, and Porter tosses his cards into the muck before Lucky even shows his, which is awesome. That's how you know you've made a terrific pick-off of your opponent's bluff. When your opponent doesn't even need to see your hand. They don't even need to see what you called them with. They just toss their cards right into the garbage can.
Yes.
Well done by Nat.
And that would be a time that you can pull off the bluff call. When you
Yeah.
call them and then they just muck their hand.
And you're like, I mean, I had 7 high,
yeah,
but
and
I
then
knew
and
you
then
had nothing.
Once the cards are safely in the muck, then you go bluff call.
Got him.
Yeah, got him.
You were searching and posting on the other computer, but the YouTube chat, PDX? There's your first mistake. With all love due to you guys in the YouTube chat, you know we appreciate you guys very much. Pay no mind to my T-shirt. I'm an equal opportunity offender. Here's a throwback to the first pot of the night where we had 9-9 versus 9x, and actually that was a card reader. And then wow, a set of Source Rex for 9s again here. Whoops. Marbles are coming up later in the show. And this is a cooler flop for Mark here, who not only makes kings with a good kicker, but he's got the king of hearts in his hand. He is never going anywhere just yet. And Porter has an even better king. Wow, what a damn board for 9s. What a freaking gift for 9s. I mean, he does obviously have the lead in the hand here with middle set, but man, he only wins this pot like half the time. That is, of course, due to the flush draw of Brian and the lack of any other dead hearts, with the exception of the Suicide King in Mark's hand. So ace calls with 9s and a spade draw, and it's over to Mark. Oh, sorry, no, Porter shipped it. I'm sorry, Porter shipped. So facing bet call, Porter shoves because he figures he has the best hand here, which he does so often. In this case, he's 1%. What a cooler. So unlucky. So unlucky, you know, his opponents are just so much more often have stuff like king, queen, yeah. 8-5 of hearts, absolutely. 9-9? That sucks. That the original bettor here has freaking 9s out of the straddle. Man. And Mark is tank. Now, this is a legitimate tank, right? He has a really good hand. Is he really? He open checked on the flop to fold? That is not what he anticipated happening. He could not imagine very many scenarios where he was going to check and then fold this hand straight away on the flop. But facing bet call shove, I think, is one of them. What's he going to do? What's his play here? Over call? You're lighting money on fire. You just don't have the best hand, you know? Like if you over call here, what are you looking for on the turn? A queen? It wouldn't even be good in this exact spot. So I would imagine even Mark is finding a fold here because there's no good move. What do you do? Shove? It's an insane overplay and obviously would be catastrophic in this spot. But man, you know, he,
Yeah, but Mark putting down a top pair
yeah, I mean, look at this. So what happened here is Brent
with a king.
Trent with the flop set out of the straddle bets out. Ace calls and facing bet call, Porter with ace king shoves. And now here's Mark behind Porter going like, what do I open checked here to now fold?
Right.
This is crazy. But that has to be what he does. He has no move. He has no move. Porter shoved for 1.3K. What's Mark going to do? Call?
Porter has other options than a shove there. That's why I don't like these kind of like hyper aggressive kind of shoves in these spots, because you're like, yeah, you want to try to like eliminate some hands. Again, you know, maybe you can fold, get like some flush draws, multi-way to fold like some small flush draws. But yeah, I don't see that often. So you're just putting yourself in a position where you're just getting called by like hands that just have you dead.
There you go, and he does. Brian folds out his marginal flush draw, and because he doesn't want to just like shove and pray, it just feels like too gambly. And he would have been in not terrific shape. And look at the percentages. Porter needs runner, and wow, there you go. Brian would have won this with the flush. They're going to run another board, but it doesn't matter. Brian folded. Trent is going to scoop the first board, and barring a freaking miracle, Trent is going to find himself a Stones Live Scoop-a-Loop. And poor Porter, who caught a very unlucky flop there, is going to give his monies to Trent. And look at Trent after getting rescued by the King of Green.
He is gone
Just a little while ago, he one-outed his opponent on the second board in an all-in scenario to split the pot. Here he is with 3.5K. And he's got to feel like this is just a gift session. He's free-rolling life at this point. Yeah, Mark could always just call to hit running queens. Okay, you're right. I didn't. That is a possible option. Mark could have just flat called, turned a queen, which is still not any good, get all his money in, and then hit another queen on the river. Twice. Absolutely possible.
Twice.
Two times, right.
And Porter running bad tonight.
Yeah,
I
man,
even
no
did him the
kidding.
favor of not picking him for the pot of the night.
Yeah, honestly, you did everything within your power to assure some run good, but it has not been Porter's night thus far. But Porter has too much experience to let a couple of bad pots ruin his night. He's here to play. He's going to reload and hope for a better spot next time. Nightbot is pointing out in the YouTube chat, we did, for all of the announcements we gave you guys a little earlier about the awesome guests and stuff upcoming here at Stones. Failed to mention that on Wednesday, October 23rd, just after Run It Up Reno, which we hope we will see you guys at, the Thirst Lounge is going to be taking over Stones. Our own homegrown Casey, Poker Mama, and Fat Train Justin Kelly will be back in the house, back in their natural habitat, along with a lot of the other Thirst Lounge hosts who will be playing on stream in the booth commentating, and it's going to be a TL10 extravaganza. That's Wednesday, October 23rd. Mark your calendars, or just hit the like, follow, subscribe buttons and turn on the notifications, and you will see on your devices when we go live on that night, and all of the nights in between now and then, of which there will be many.
Yes. That's going to be a good night.
Oh, man. That night's going to be a good night. Good night for Mark here so far, I guess. He has the best hand here. Ace is betting into him here with the old backdoor nut flush draw. And Mike, with a gut shot to the wheel that he cannot possibly miss, he catches the 5 of clubs.
And it even gives Ace a flush draw to make sure he continues in this hand. To go.
Yes, right.
And
there's no club coming. No club.
Posel's blocking 2 of the clubs.
Exactly. Oh,
and it gets there. And it gives Mark trip queens.
Wow, this is so disgusting. So there you go, guys. Mike actually is on the bad end of a cooler.
What a ridiculous hand here.
And Mike's going to bet for value.
But Ace, I don't even think, is Ace going to be raising here?
Oh, no, because the
now
board's paired.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess he does get saved in that way. Like Ace is just going to call and Mark's going to overcall. Is that what's going to happen?
I've seen Ace play some of these hands. I think he has some raises in him.
This is crazy. Wow, what a run out.
245, 3-way. If he raises, I think he makes it about probably like 750 in that range.
He's deciding what to do here. He might I think he might go smaller than that, because he is going to go smaller than that.
Clicking
it's like a min click
for basically 500.
Yeah, make it double the bet. Because you know why? He's just it's not scared money. That's not the right term, but it's just like. My hand is still, the nut flush, but I have to make it easy for worse to call me. Right. Is a straight going to call me if I make it 750? Mike would not. No, Mike would fold. He's too good for that. And I want to also incentivize Mark to come along.
He's looking at the queen like, guys, I got 3 of these. What the hell is this? I got a bet and a raise in front of me?
So, yeah, right? I know, right? Didn't I just make the best hand on the river? So if Mark overcalls here, that's... we're lighting money on fire, which is, that's what we do here at Stones. It's fine. But, I mean, Mark only has a bluff catcher. He doesn't even beat King-Queen. Right? I mean, so what is he calling hoping that his opponents have that it goes bet-raise? So Mark is going to spend 15 minutes tanking here and then hopefully maybe fold the trip queens. I'm not really sure. But when it gets back to Mike, you think Mike is folding to this raise? No way. No way. With 2-3 of clubs? I just don't see him folding to double the bet. I mean, he has to call 250 more to win 1.5. He just doesn't have to almost ever be right.
But how often is Ace bluffing when he min raises?
Never. Never.
So what do odds have to do with it?
Nothing. There you go. Logical deduction, courtesy of Master C. Yeah, I'm with you, Solo Asylum. Mark has been loving his camera time in recent weeks, and he does fold. Good fold.
Yeah, not a fun fold, but good fold.
Exactly, it's a puke fold, and here's Mike, who I just cannot imagine he's folding.
So Mike's going to stage the 275, kind of look for any live reads. Going to talk to Ace a little bit.
Can we hear Mike? Taylor, can you hear Mike?
I was going to say it didn't come from you.
Oh, he calls. Okay, there you go. Never mind, it's over. Yeah, Mike just calls and is going to see that he is actually on the bad end of a cooler, that he caught a miracle on 4th Street, but then got the old suck resuck And Posel, who is not used to these kind of situations, you know? I mean, he's certainly used to making the 5 of clubs on the turn, but he's used to the deuce of pumpkins on the river, where ace pays a big bet on the turn and then can't beat anything on the river. Oh, is that right? Oh, Mike came to watch that hand because he was so pissed. I want to see. Let me relive the trauma.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you have to work through, your trauma to be able to move forward. So it's a good thing he's not hiding from it.
That's exactly right. And I don't know how much you're charging for therapy back there, Taylor, but whatever it is not enough. You know, if you're the vehicle by which Mike has to relive his trauma in order to move on with his life, you should be charging like $150 an hour.
I was hoping we can actually get a camera back there to see Taylor cradling Mike.
Right.
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And then, of course, Mike will have moved on from the grief stage to the anger stage by that point. Right. At which point, Taylor is now giving Mike Rorschach tests, ink blot
stay out of
tests.
this.
And Taylor's like, and what do you see here on this ink blot? And Mike's like, the queen of freaking clubs. And then he goes to the next one. He's like, what do you see here, Mike? And he's like, the queen of... Wait a minute. Oh, he was at JFK's desk. Oh, not Taylor.
Same thing. Just
What?
transpose
Same
all those
difference.
jokes.
Yeah, you guys are all
put in JFK's name.
Interchangeable around here, man. You guys are all just cogs.
Yeah. And they're like as opposite as can be. Taylor has facial hair,
Right.
JFK doesn't.
Totally.
JFK's in a suit, Taylor's in a
Board
trash
shorts
bag.
and a trash bag. Yeah. I mean, man, he's training for the heavyweight fight, dude. He was just in the sauna,
There you go.
like
Exactly.
shadow boxing.
What are you going to call it? Yeah, right? Happy quad to call it?
Yes, that is of course right. Yeah, the players do not go back into the producer's booth. That was stupid of us. Mike, is Brian good here with Queen High? Come on, Brian. Pick off the Posel. Queen High any good? This is totally standard Posel bluff line. The flop goes check, and Mike just leads turn, flop, turn, and river and wins.
It's a
game.
semi-bluff. He has a river to straight draw.
Yeah, right, exactly. How dare you, PDX? The commentators might be more interchangeable.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Exactly. Wait till Master C's out of here and I'm at Running of Reno and you tell me who's interchangeable. And he's like, still you, dude.
Yeah.
Definitely still you. How do you replace these faces, man? You tell me.
Good luck.
GL.
But yeah, I actually have this show and one more show.
Master
And then
C.
I'm out of here.
Heading toward the end of the line. Last stop at Stones.
My contract is up. I'll be a free agent.
Feels bad, man.
Moving to Vegas.
I mean, it feels good for Chris, who has multiple offers from, the Yankees and the poker equivalents of the big boy contracts. But they're all going to pay him for past performance. You know how these things go. He spent his prime at Stones, and then he's going to get the big boy contract from the freaking poker Dodgers. But they're paying him for his performance here. Good times.
Sounds like coasting. All right, so Ace raises here up to 120, and I think Mark limped to put in a raise here.
Really that good? Next hand, man. Let me eat. Huh? Next hand, I'm gonna eat. 500.
The old limp
Here it
back
is.
raise. But, Ace's hand is really good. Is he just going to ship it now? See, this is a 6 spot. What does he do?
So
Does he ship it? Flat call is gross.
Yeah, I think against Mark, I'm probably shipping.
Against Mark, yeah, I think so. Especially because I'm out of position.
Well, the other thing is, I know I can run it multiple times, so this is where, I want to be able to run the board 3 times in probable flip situation.
I'm actually, if I was you, I'd call because I'm running.
Yeah, it's a real disaster if Mark just has 2 queens, obviously.
Which just makes me want to run it more times,
Well, yeah,
So
sure.
if you have a hand like Ace where you're either in a flip or maybe you're dominated, just get it all in, run all the boards as many times as you can, rather than you get the 500 here and now you see just even one overcard,
queen high board and you check
and
fold?
you're like,
Yeah.
and you make a mistake.
Right, so let's see if Ace can catch an underboard. Well, we're going to find out. It's a jack high board, just the one teensy overcard. And I love it. Ace. Well done, Ace. This is actually the optimum way to play this hand, really. Given what
when
Mark
you
has.
get a good board.
And when you get a good board. Yeah, so great open chip by Ace. Well done. He's going to take Mark's option away from him and just be like, Mark, dude, look, if you got king, you got ace, you got me. Otherwise, dude, what you going to do with your ace and your king? And Mark has no option. His heir. But he's going to tank for 25 minutes, of course.
Go to tabletop.
Okay, yeah, let's go to tabletop.
I got something though. You got your cards just like me.
Show him one. Ryan, he doesn't need to show him one. He's under no obligation.
Come on, man, I got these.
I ain't worried about you now.
Come on, man.
Call service. Service 11, please. Service 11. Please. Okay, thank you. No. I'm slow rolling the warning.
You go once, twice, or anything?
Go once.
All right.
Right. We're running it once, gentlemen. I'm gonna do this in
I think
slow
you might be
motion.
good. I think,
Actually,
I
no,
think
that's
you
not
might,
good.
think you might be good. I think you're good.
Oh! H-Jack. Remember that shit. Show me H-Jack.
Oh,
I know I had the best 10.
Nice good count.
I don't know. I was really hoping for like a sick 3 out.
Wow. And Mark just rips it, says, F it, let's call. Mark just rips it, says, F it, let's call. Echo. Yeah, and then just hits it. And the crazy thing about it is they only run it once. If you have it all in, just, especially if you're ace, if you get called, you have to just try to run it as many times as possible.
So I have a little inside story on that,
Oh,
that
please.
hand that's pretty good. Ace in seat 3, his duck tacos just arrived, by the way. Duck tacos. Bomb.
Amazing,
Got a little
yes.
plug for the duck tacos.
Yep.
And he was trying to eat, right? And Paul deals him in. And he turns around, he's like, why'd you deal me in? I'm eating. And it's like, oh, I
you're
thought
at the
you-
table.
I thought
Yeah.
you wanted to be dealt in. So he's like, all right, I got a hand. So he looks at it. It's 10s. He makes it like 115, 110, 115 to go, right? And it gets around to Mark, who raises to 500, and he goes, just raise and you can fold and you can eat your duck tacos. Well, they got these big freaking hands. So he flops good and he gets it in there. And of course, Mark is
Mark's not
sun running
folding.
4 streams in a row now,
Yep.
king on the river. And how big was our pot? How big?
Too big.
Too big. Was it pot of the night?
I didn't even see. I think it was about 4K. How much? 3.8.
4K. Why you
Yeah.
always got to be correcting Chris, Taylor? That's just wrong.
Pulled it off in River to King.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. He
And they
calls
ran
it
it
off.
one-
He rivers the
they
king.
ran it one time.
Well, Mark does not run it multiple times. He's like,
Oh, okay.
I run it once. That's it. So if you see Mark run it multiple times, tell me because I'm gonna call him out on it for sure.
So ridiculous.
Well, thank you very much for that story. And yeah.
God, so unlucky. So unlucky. How does Mark find a damn king? How does he find a call?
Yeah. Well, I guess we have the same result either way.
Wow. So is that it for Ace?
I think he's going to finish his tacos and then redecide. Because, the game is still good. So it's like these are the times that, you ask yourself, first off, Posel just flopping a set. Nobody has anything to go with it. That's not going to stop Nat from making a move or Mark making a move. But, so these are the situations when, like, you've been running bad, you're down deep in the game, and then you just have to decide, like, is this, like, go through your criteria for why you stay in the game. Do I think I'm playing well? Am I still mentally in tune with the game? And is the game actually good? Well, if Ace is not tilted, then okay, then he's doing okay, like he's mentally in the game. Has he been playing poorly? I don't really think so. It's just been some kind of tough spots.
He played those.
He
tens
played it really great,
perfectly.
right?
Yeah.
So he's still playing well. And then is the game good? This game
Your
is
opponent
really
called
good.
with ace high.
Exactly. This game is really good.
Great game.
So yeah, so then you go, okay, then let's add in another buy-in, and we're gonna keep battling these people. We still got plenty of time.
We certainly do, and all of those things make total sense to me. And I will, this is, again, I'm a damn broken record, but this is why I love uncontested money. I would definitely make that same shove with those tens because I would really want my opponent with ace king or ace queen to just fold. Do you want a call with ace high? In Chris's world, you do. In poker theory land, you do. In real life, I'm not really sure how many people are wired to really want that call. I mean, I know you want it because you win that pot most of the time, and you win a lot more as a result of your opponent finding the call button. That is no doubt true. But from an emotional standpoint, which you have to factor in because we're emotional creatures, and emotion does affect how people play, generally speaking, right? Would Ace have minded a fold there? No, he just wins.
All that highlights to me is reason to work on your emotional, of your mental game.
In my opinion, both things are true.
And
both
holy
things are
crap,
true.
look at this hand. We have kings versus queens, and of course an ace comes to spoil all of our fun. It can't go like deuce, deuce, deuce. Well, not deuce, deuce, deuce. 3, 3, 3, something like that. And then they both have like these huge full houses. Not wishing any more, blood on, poor Ace, who's just been bleeding out in this game.
And there is going to be some blood here because another ace comes on the turn, which is going to make Ace and Porter feel much better about their hands.
Yeah. Actually, both Porter and Ace are in the top of the running for needing a damn big pot.
No kidding. Hey, Beach Brad, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the Stones fam. We appreciate that support very much, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having a good time. A better time than poor Ace here, who has been coolered again. And he needed a honey. Instead, it's a brick. A total banana.
So Porter's going to lead out here after getting raised.
How in the world is Ace going to fold to this? This is a great value bet by Porter. He correctly reads the situation as Ace not having an ace, but potentially having a hand that might call, like 2 tens or 2 queens. So he makes a thin mint value bet, and he has picked a terrific time to do it, and I suspect, he's going to get a call here a bunch of the time, and if he doesn't, it will be a great fold by Ace. But Porter will at least set himself up to make a bunch of extra value in this hand. There it is. Thin mint value. Made with real value. And it looks like it's going to work. Tough spot. Tough spot for Ace. Man. You're picking up good hands, tens and queens, and you're just finding ways to not win pots. It's frustrating. You're like, what am I supposed to do? Just wait for aces? It starts to get exasperating at a certain point.
Yep.
And what you don't want to do here, of course, is fold, and then 30 minutes from now they see on the screen that Porter had 10 jack of hearts.
Right.
And it you know what it feels like? It feels like one of those spots where whatever you do is going to be wrong. Like if I call here, he's just going to go like ace is full, and you're like, okay, yeah. And if I fold, I'm going to see later that he had 10 jack of hearts.
Or he'll show me now, just to further throw me out.
Sure. Right. Agonizing. Tough spot.
So he does make the call.
Yeah, he verbalizes call. Yeah. Very frustrating. Sick cooler spot. Great value bet by Porter on the river. Great value bet. What would a lot of players in random cash games do on the river when their opponent checks to them? Check kings. A lot of players,
yeah.
Right? Because there's 2 aces on the board. But not Porter. He's too good for that. He goes for extra value, and he makes $315 extra. That is the sort of stuff that separates the regs, the sort of average players from the. Oh, gross! Man, that is grotesque. Face Off.
It should be like more like, I don't know, just swap the hair too.
So this is, and what happens in the plot of this movie, of course, is that Chris, wearing my face, goes and like sleeps with my wife. She doesn't notice. I see no difference. How dare you, Paganames? How dare you? Oh, man.
But I was going to say, notice that Ace paid off that bet with all red chips. So, again, just kind of goes into, like, he might be someone that you can pick up a little bit of a tell just based on he seems to favor, the high denomination chips.
Great point. Bringing it back full circle to Master C's point from earlier about people with marginal hands wanting to use the smaller denomination chips to make bets and pay bets with the 5s instead of the 25s because of psychology and stuff.
They're fun. They're fine not getting those cards back or those
chips back. Interesting stuff. Bomb Potosaurus here. And who made the best of it here? Russell's got top pair and 2% next to his name. Feels bad, man. Posel, the 10 and the straight draw, and the best hand belongs to who?
So Mark and Russell both have Queen 7, which is ahead right now.
But Russell, why is Russell 3%?
Because he had the same hand as...
Oh, I see. Oh, because a bunch of it is chop. I see. So Cameron up and down with backdoor hearts is not going anywhere. And Bink, he does make his hand on the turn, and everyone else is drawn paper thin. Posel going to be drawn to a jack. If the straight comes on board, Cameron will have been counterfeited. And Cameron open checks the turn, and I'm not sure if he's expecting someone's going to bet his hand for him. Presumably he is. That's why he checked, and he's right. Mike is going to bet his hand for him. This is not a value bet. Mike is not betting 10s because he thinks they're the best hand. He's betting because he thinks he might get folds from better, like Queen X is not going to know what to do, like Mark has.
Yeah. I was going to say Cameron min raises, but it's a call.
Just a call.
Yep.
And
that's about all you can do.
Mark has top pair, and he is up and down to the bottom end of the straight. But because he loses to any jack, he just folds, and Posel's going to need a jack, and he finds it. Mike finds it.
God.
How does he do it? It's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
And poor Cameron is playing the board. And he checks. And Mike obviously is going to bet his king high straight. Ayah. Ayah. Jack of spades. Oh, God. And like if Cameron calls river here, he's calling for a chop. What a disgusting spot. There is one card in the deck Cameron didn't want to see, and it's a jack of X.
Yeah.
Even a board pair is not a big deal.
And Possel's going pretty big here, trying to bet him off of the chop.
And it feels like whatever you do is going to be wrong. If Cameron folds here, he's going to see that these calls. Unbelievable. Sick. And that's such a frustrated fold from Cameron. And who could blame him? The Posel run good is ever so real. As usual. God.
Oh, that's gross.
There it was. Yet another one in the books of Mike walking on water. Yeah. Wow, that bomb pot belongs to Mike. So damn sick. Telling you what. So there's the Crown Plaza information there in the YouTube chat. I think there's a command for it in Twitch chat as well. If you guys want to come hang out for any of the upcoming awesome events here at Stones, like the Stones Fall Poker Series main event and all of the $50 Press Your Luck satellites leading up to it, or the Thirst Lounge Takeover on the 23rd of October, or all of the meetup games happening starting on September 30th with Jamin Burton, Tim Watts, Alexander Fitzgerald, and David Tuckman. The Crown Plaza is a partner of Stone's and offers you some pretty good deals on rooms, and it's just a few-minute Uber ride away, just down the freeway. Or if you're Bart Handsome, a quick hitchhike down I-80.
He'll just walk.
I'll just walk it. How bad could it be, you know? In any case, they use that info in the Twitch chat there to book a room and come hang out with us if you're from out of town, or even if you're from nearby. You know, Danica and I stayed there during Run It Up Stones just because I didn't want to commute back and forth from the Bay.
Yeah.
And it was great. Easy,
or,
convenient.
Yeah, if you come out here on Wine Wednesday when wine is half off, maybe you get a little bit sauced up.
Maybe.
Yeah, JK saying, yeah, Bart loves when we tell that story.
I'm sure he's a huge fan. So Cameron's back at it here looking for some redemption after that. Man, poor Cameron. It's just so ridiculously unlucky. It's so unlucky. Like, what can you do? You know, would you fold to the river bet and find out later that Mike had 2 freaking Costco cards? So unlucky. I feel bad for him. There's just nothing you can do. So he's back at it here, trying for some redemption. And, of course, his opponent with a low draw just makes a hand. And, oh, there you go. Hey, Cameron counterfeits Brian. And he a little redemption here. There's 1.2K out there. Does Brian want to try to bluff him off? This would be a 6 spot, and it would work, I think. Nah, he can't do it. He gives up, and Cameron, there you go. Hey, a little bit of healing for Cameron. He finds a queen.
And Brian sees just one more stab.
One more would have done it. But he didn't want to pull another trigger there after the flop betting, and a little bit of healing for Cameron. All right, redemption.
Monster hands, what's going on? So we got Posel sitting at 7.1K, and Ace down at about 860 and some duck tacos. So that's the bright side of the day for Ace.
Yes. And, you know, look, those tacos are really good.
I mean, they're really good.
You know, about as good as that queen felt on the river
for
Cameron is
but,
how good it feels to eat those duck tacos.
And despite what Ace says, those duck tacos really aren't like 3K. They're about $7 or $8.
Exactly. So when you hear Ace going like, those were the most damn expensive duck tacos what I ever had, just remember, it's not because that's how they're priced.
All right, so someone raises to 50, or is this a straddle to 50? I think it's just straddle to 50. Everybody's calling. Ace 7-7, Porter flops top pair, and Russell has the flush draw. Somehow no one has a 7 here.
And the flush draw is rendered immediately irrelevant because Porter fills up on the turn. Ace is full. And, man, I mean, on the one hand, you're like, bink, I am an unbeatable hand. On the other hand, what can your opponents have?
Yeah. Probably, let's see. You're in late position. It's going to check to you. You got to put out a bet at that point, I think.
And Porter's playing it coyly.
Yeah.
Trying to hope somebody catches up. Lucky Nat does make an 8 on the river here. He is beating now like King High, Queen High that are playing the board with a good kicker. We're really wading into some marginal waters here. And Nat is going to put out a little poke. He's just kind of pressing his index finger into the midsection of this pot. Where you at, doughboy? And the pot is going to laugh at him in a minute. Porter raises and Nat folds. I think,
he
right?
did raise. I was like, did he just call?
I don't see why he would have done that.
Exactly.
So I'm assuming that Porter like min clicked and Nat snap folded.
PDX says he's had he's had numerous $100 free stakes,
Yeah.
but never had 3K duck tacos.
Well, you just haven't played big enough games, PDX.
Yeah, they can't come wrapped in gold foil.
Yeah, I always love that when the Guinness Book of World Records most expensive pizza is $90,000. You're like, what? And it turns out like, the Hope Diamond is in the middle of it. Like, okay.
It's not really pizza.
No. Yeah, of course, it's cheating.
It's a bunch of expensive crap on flatbread.
Exactly. Like, you rolled a 1976 Lamborghini Miura over the top of a piece of sourdough and then called it the world's most expensive bread. Okay.
So Porter here raises with pocket aces. Cameron calls right behind him. That's going to bring in Brian. Don't know what Cameron has yet. Queen Jack for Ace has the suited crippled prince.
Just in case you guys are new around here, that's a jack and a walking stick, the crippled prince. A Mastasy exclusive, and it's those kind of gems that we're going to miss once Mastasy calls it a career here from Stones. Feels
I will
terrible,
be
man.
back whenever I can.
There is Posel in familiar territory at the top of the pack at 7.1. But, boy, there is no shortage of monies on the table, and it's anybody's game. We're early yet. We've got 2 hours plus remaining on tonight's stream. Now, I'm not sure how actiony the game's going to be, if it's going to call for overtime, but we did almost an hour of overtime on Saturday night for Harlan and Victims because it was just so action-packed. We kept the stream going well toward the witching hour and didn't shoot marbles until like 11:40-ish, so we'll see how tonight goes. Yeah, Pocket Apes. Chris is calling it a career here from Stones.
Hanging up my cape.
Moving on to greener pastures.
Is the desert really greener?
Well, there's more money.
Yeah, true.
So Porter 3 bets. With calls of the straddle. Okay. Whoa, sick flop here. Porter makes top set. And but that board is real wet. Lucky Net does have some outs here, but he's drawing to the bad end of the gut shot, so he's not going to really like it very much.
Yeah, so I would probably stick with around the standard 3-bet sizing. You know, it's about like third of pot.
So Porter checks, and Nat takes that as an invitation to bet. And Porter, I would imagine, given how he decided to check after 3-betting, is going to just call here.
Yeah.
So he does check and call. And Lucky better hope he doesn't see a 10. 6 of nothing. Nat's still just with that bottom pair and gut shot, but he's not going to slow down. You know, if Porter has something like Ace King, maybe if Lucky Nat stays on the gas pedal here, he can get Porter off his hand at some point. Maybe. Or maybe Porter has Ace Queen. Would Porter play Ace Queen suited this way?
So at this point, I'm going to raise if I'm Porter.
Because you don't want to see like a 9 or an ace
well,
on the river?
no, mainly because of Nat's sizing. It kind of tells me he's just given up here. So
why?
He bets 325 on the flop. If he has a pretty big value hand that he's going to be betting the river, I expect him to bet larger. When people make roughly the same bet sizing on the flop and then on the turn, it's typically because they don't want to just check back, but they want to continue to bet something, but they're pretty much done with the hand. So regardless of what you do, you're probably done getting money. So the worst thing that can happen then is you just call, and then they get their funky little kind of draw that they're going to get. So at that point, you're just kind of raising. Get a little bit maybe value if they decide to call. Maybe they go a little crazy. Wow,
Nat calls. I can't believe Nat calls. Oh my God, and he makes the 10? Holy moly. And wow, and Porter shoves. How is Nat folding? Can Nat make this fold? It seems crazy. He rivers his nut card and his opponent shoves. This is sick. For one, I can't believe Nat called the turn raise. What was he looking for on the river if not the 10?
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, Scott's going to be the senior commentator.
I know, isn't that? Feels weird, man.
Right.
I was the new guy like 5 freaking seconds ago. This is disgusting. Nat finds his optimum river card after inexplicably calling Porter's turn raise. And now he's in a position where he's going to call it off? Nat is such a good player, though. I mean, okay. Let's say Porter had something like, what would Porter play this way that Lucky Nat thought he was like either live against or could blow off the hand on the river that he would call the turn raise? Ace Queen? Would Porter play Ace Queen this way?
Something.
King Queen? But why would Nat even call if Porter had King Queen? He's trying to spike a gut shot? He's trying to spike another 10? Why would he call?
Yep.
So I just, man, I mean, okay, let's be clear. Nat set himself up for this agony by calling the turn raise. You know, folding to the turn raise is totally standard. Like, you know, you took the lead in the hand when your 3-betting opponent checked the flop. Okay, fine. You have a pair and a gut shot. Your opponent does not fold. They call. Okay, well, now on the turn, they check again. And you're like, look, dude, if you just have ace-queen or something, like, I'm going to still try to get you to fold. I'm going to put pressure, bet. But then your opponent raises you.
But that's why, like, if you have a type of hand like the Nat has, and it checks you on the turn, just check back, because you don't want to get blown off your equity and your chance to hit your gut shot, you know, and then
right, and then
get raised.
If this happens, right? So
Exactly.
let's say so Nat checks back on turn instead of betting, like Chris is saying, and then the 10 rolls off on the river. Porter bets, but he can't shove. The pot's much smaller,
Right.
So he just bets like 1K, and you can just go call 3 10s, and you'd see that you got coolered. But in this spot now and Nat does find the fold. Whoa. What a fold. I don't know how you do that. How do you call that turn raise, river your nut card, and fold?
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously was the correct fold. Porter is not bluffing in that spot.
Good fold, Nat.
Just sickly played, I guess. Certainly on the river. That's just a terrific fold by Nat. But he, again, set himself up for some agony and weirdness there by calling the turn raise. Like I was saying, you know, Nat taking the lead on the flop when his opponent checks is totally fine. Nat refusing to give up on turn because Porter could have just played ace-queen that way and would fold to a turn bet, also fine. But once our opponent raises on the turn, like, I think giving up is just your only play, right?
That's just what we do.
Yeah. Wow.
And like I said, that's also why when you're Porter's spot on the turn, you raise there. Because
look how much extra value it got.
Exactly.
Your opponents do inexplicable things, like, and you know, this is something that I've learned over the time doing this show, and Chris kind of talked me out of, and seeing these sort of situations have talked me out of, which is like, you know, I would have said like a year ago, like, why? I mean, in that case, I would have raised, not because I think worse could call. I wouldn't think worse could call. I would think that worse would fold out their straight draws just so I wouldn't have to, like, just call and then see a 9 or an ace on the river and not know what to do. But, like, not only are those things still a factor, sometimes, a lot of the time even, worse does call. And you're like, really?
And sometimes worse will even jam over
Spaz
because
out.
They don't, like, say they have 2 pair and they don't want to see the straight get there.
Yeah, right. Yes. Hey,
Safari guy, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, dude? Good to see you, dude.
Safari guy, tell these good people what my favorite hand is.
So that's a factor, Watermelon for Life. You know that he went with his gut, which is okay. You know, he did obviously, and his gut told him that his river 10 was no good, and he folded. Terrific fold by Nat. I'm not sure what Nat's gut told him on the turn that he would call. Like, what was his gut telling him that Porter had? What would Porter play that way? That his jack is live. That's a gut shot. Nat's not calling to draw to a jack. Like, what is his gut telling him? Do you think on the turn? But that is a good valid point, though, that he knows he's going to see if it was a bluff or not in 20 minutes. It's a TV game. They're going to see what Porter had. That's a thing. But, like, what could Porter? You tell me a single example of a hand Porter would be bluff raising with on the turn there.
Bad boy, thank you very much for the follow.
Thanks, dude. Welcome to the Stones
life.
Except if your partner decides to call it quits and, you know, pack up and leave town, then it's not for life. It's
still
for, like,
boys
you
for
know,
life.
That's true. Now I got another
We're
reason to
always
go to
family.
Vegas. Oh, by the way, I'll be in Vegas in December, in between Christmas and New Year's.
I'll be there.
It won't be too long that we'll be apart before we hang out together again in Las Vegas.
When you going to the VI?
I don't know yet. Don't have dates on the calendar yet. Potentially November, but I'm going to coordinate with Train in the coming weeks here and figure out a time and get it on the calendar.
If it all works out, I might just do a last minute fly down there.
Oh, that would be awesome. PDX gave a possible example. Ace Queen of Clubs. Was that so? Did they turn the Ace Queen of Clubs turn a flush draw?
Was it?
I don't.
Yeah,
I thought there was.
it
Was there a
club.
flush draw on turn?
Yeah, I think
so. Okay, so Porter he 3-bets free with Ace Queen suited. Sure.
Oh Honestly, I think ace queen of clubs probably just calls to see the river.
I agree. Yeah, so let's see. So let's go through the hand. I mean, I see that Mark here has he turned a flush draw on river to king. It's not any good. He's going to, I would imagine, call Russell here.
And it's a good job betting here by Russell. You know, the front door flush comes in. Obviously, straights are out there, you know, but he still should be betting a little bit. And this is what we call just a bet fold spot. You have a hand that can get called by some hands, but all the better hands are, you know, if you get raised, it's kind of an easy fold.
Yep.
Because there's so much that's beating you.
And then, yes, there is. And in that case, Mark did not have one of those hands, but he did have a worse hand that could call, and he did. So, okay, so he 3-bets ace-queen pre, yes. He flops middle pair and a gut shot to Broadway, to the high end, and open checks because he doesn't want to bet and get raised. Okay, sure. He checks and calls. Okay. On the turn, he checks again now that he's added a flush draw to the mix, and his opponent bets again. Yeah, I think Chris is right. I think Porter is just going to call there a lot. Now, is it out of the question that he would raise there with his big combo draw on a pair of queens? No, he would raise sometimes. But I don't think most of the time.
Yeah.
And okay, now here's another. Now, okay, let's say he did do that. Okay, he does. That's one of the times where he's going to turn that hand into like a semi bluff and raise and just try and take it down. It doesn't work. Nat calls. Well, now on the river, the board pairs tens. Porter's left with just queens and 10. He's going to open jam on a stone bluff. I just don't see that because Nat just snaps him off with like tens full and queens full and not queens full rather if Porter had ace queen. But I just think that's like not a move that Porter is making very often. Like if he decided to play it that way and it didn't work on the turn, I think he's in shutdown mode on the river because Nat has all the monsters that are going to snap him off. How does Nat only have 9-10 there as played? Porter could not possibly expect that to be one of the hands Nat could play that way. So I think that's just not a line you're going to see Porter take, even if he got all that way. Open jam river, I just don't see it.
So Porter's sitting up top now, 7.1K. Porter and Posel.
But and let me just say though that like you know I like it. I like that that's a specific example of a hand Porter might play that way, and it's certainly not impossible. Porter's a savvy player who is capable of the line we're describing. However, I think it is very, very difficult. Run it up Reno, Pocket Abe's. I will be there starting on October 16th. We arrive Wednesday in the evening, October 16th, and we will be there through the weekend, heading back to the Bay on Sunday. Are we seeing you there, dude? Hope so.
What, brah? What's going on, buddy?
How are you, man? What, Bri?
What's
going on? The best hand after that flop belongs to Mike. Bottom pair, and nobody else has anything at all. Perfect. So it's going to go check around to Ace, who was the pre-flop opener here, I believe, right? With this queen jack on the button, and he's going to continuation bet. And I would imagine, especially with a spade out there, that Mike is not going to fold to one bet. Ooh, well, he might now.
Cameron puts in a check raise.
Yeah, so now Mike does fold. And Ace cannot continue. Ace has air. Cameron has made a great check raise here. He is check raising with the best hand, but obviously he's not making a value check raise, hoping to get called by queen high. He has turned his hand into a bluff, and it is... I can't imagine it's not going to work. What up, lucky one? The skinny? Is that what you call three deuce suited?
Lucky one, Nav.
And he
in
does
the chat,
fold.
At the table.
Good
just
check
crushing.
raise. Good check raise by Cameron. Turns his hand into a bluff, and, worse folds, but better is going to fold there very, very often. And Queen Jack is drawing very live against you, so he just wins. Well done. More money on this table than on that other show? Not surprising. This game plays big, but it does not play as big as this coming Saturday's show.
Holy
we
crap.
are running a 10-25-50 game.
Say it again.
10-25-50.
That's big.
Real big.
What's the buy-in?
The minimum buy-in is 5,000. The maximum buy-in, well, there is none. No cap. No kappa, no cap.
And we have a stream legend, a poker legend. Matt Berkey is going to be in the game, and he's not going to short buy. That
Yeah.
man's, I guarantee he's going to buy in for at least 20,000.
Is Mike going to be here playing that game? Can we get confirmation? I cannot wait to watch Matt Berkey versus Mike Posel. Ooh, that is going to be delightful. Not only is the game going to be sick, not only is Matt Berkey playing in the game, Fat Train is back. He's in the
Yes.
booth. Angry Pollock,
The
for
angriest
OG
of the
Veronica,
Pollocks.
will be in the booth as well. Call in the action. It is going to be epic. So make sure you tune in Saturday starting at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. And if you don't want to have to remember that, just hit the like, follow, subscribe button and turn on the notifications. And you'll get a little pop-up on your device there and find
Yes.
out when we go live. It is going to... No Posel,
That stream is going to be full throttle the entire way.
Oh, no kidding, man. There's a gas pedal and a clutch, but no brake pedal.
Tony. That's funny. There we go.
Yeah, that's this Saturday, guys.
And then we also have next Wednesday is going to be a pretty damn special game too.
What's next Wednesday?
You, me.
Oh, yeah. Why do I keep asking that? You know why? Because here's the thing, man. If I let my brain, remember, I would be, too overly excited and it wouldn't be able to get here fast enough. So I've, my brain keeps forgetting it so that I can not, just
Yes.
chomp at the bit. The watch pot never boils,
It's going to be the three amigos in the booth.
That's right. Chris for his last show.
My last
Chris's
show.
last show, and Fat Train and me, and, the three amigos
And
calling the game.
It's going to be complete shenanigans the entire time.
Of course. We'll barely pay attention to the game.
It's going to turn into a shouting match in the booth and nonstop laughing.
And we love it. I can't wait. It's going to be a blast.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great.
So yeah, some epic upcoming streams here on Stones Live.
There's not a bad stream coming up.
Honestly.
For the next couple months.
No
easy,
kidding.
'cause We
Yep.
just have so much packed into our schedule. And don't forget, check out Star's blog
Tomorrow.
for a really, really big announcement.
Yes, it's epic. Involving Stones, an announcement coming up. Poker Stars blog is going to break it, and you can find it across poker news sources tomorrow. A special announcement involving Stones, and it is going to be epic. We cannot wait for you guys to find out what it be.
Safari guy, yeah.
Yeah, because Lucky One is I'm going to go out and just have a bender on Friday night. That way I'll be couch bound all day Saturday, and I can just hang out and watch the show.
There you
It's
go.
perfect. We'll see you and your hungover brain on Saturday at 6:30 p.m. Pacific, Lucky One.
So Mark Flops top hair here. Brian and Russell both have a whole bunch of nothing, but Brian gets there right on the turn. Surprising Mark didn't take a little stab at this. And Mark just re-gets there. And how does Brian not think he likely has the best hand?
Right.
Because he's Mark would be betting all his good hands. He just snap folds.
To $25?
Wow.
To $25. Mark is
Brian's too good for this table. Get off this table, Brian.
Mark clinks his change cup in the direction
Yeah.
of Brian, and Brian hits the bottom of it so that the change just
Yeah,
goes
just
flying
all over
everywhere.
the place.
That's $25. Get out of here,
Yes.
Mark. Get out of here. Take your kings full and jam it up there sideways. Way, way up there.
The question is, are you staying the night in Sacramento next Wednesday? I am.
I think I'm going to have to do that, yeah. Now,
Because, we're going to be going out afterwards anyway.
yes, you're so right. Now, next question. Are we just doing the L-shaped Fat Train sectional couch? What is the accommodations?
We'll figure that out. One of us might not even make it back to Fat Train's house.
That's so true.
Last time we all drank together, you
Oh my
decided it was a
God.
good idea to slide backwards down
Did the
a
thing where-
stair railing.
Yeah, the thing where you sit
And
on
just
the railing and
wrecked your
slide
knee.
down it and wrecked myself, which I never do, man. I'm a professional drinker. Literally, that's my job. And that night, man, I could not maintain.
Well, it was because it was the head-sized
Yeah.
Moscow mules.
The copper mugs the size of a basketball.
that are probably supposed to be meant for like a table of people to drink.
Yeah, like
but
12
they were
straws.
personal drinks for us.
That's so right. So, man, some premium hands here. It looks like Posel opened this up from early position, and Ace,
Mark going big, I
right
think.
next to him, turned his hand into kind of a 3-bet bluff here, but it is
Big
not
call.
going to work.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to see basically a 5-way bloated pot. Unless Posel decides to just go ham.
Well, I don't see that. I mean, he's getting great odds to call. There's no
Exactly.
reason to flip out right now. We're not playing a
Exactly.
tournament, so he's just going to call and see a flop. Yep, makes sense. And Posel hits it.
Jack 9-5. Brian and Posel with top pair here. Nobody has a flush draw. And
I don't see Brian going anywhere. I think it's going to now Posel checks
Ace,
though because
yep.
this is a 3-bet pot and he doesn't know where he's at.
Wow, and Ace is making a big bet here with the gut shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
And he's the pre-flop
Yep.
aggressor, so he's just going to continue with it here.
So I would think that's one thing we've kind of seen from Ace over the last couple times he's been on stream is I think when he is the pre-flop raiser, he c-bets like 100% of the time. I think if Ace is going to look at areas to improve his game, I think he can find places to slow down his c-betting, especially like this multi-way on this kind of a more board that's better for late position callers. This would be a better spot for him just to check, give up.
or even like once in a while, I wouldn't even mind him pulling what Nat pulled
Right, a
earlier.
check
like
raise.
Yes. As it stands, Brian actually Mike folds the best hand because the pre-flop 3-better is made a big continuation bet and like wouldn't Ace play ace this way? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So Mike just gets out, and it's actually Brian who decides he wants to continue here with a worse jack than Mike had, and Brian is making life extremely difficult on poor Ace here. Brian calls him on the flop and then just open jams into him on the turn. He thinks it's very difficult for Ace to show up with a flush here, and he's going to take advantage of the fact that the third heart came on the turn. Wouldn't Brian play a flush that way? Maybe he would. I mean, I guess, yeah, sure he would. But more importantly, it's just unless his opponent has Ace King of Hearts,
Right.
Ace Queen of Hearts, exactly. He is going to hate his life when Brian shoves turn, and even with something like Ace with the Ace of Hearts, King with the King of Hearts would like puke call maybe, but that's a narrow set of just a few hands there, and anything else that Ace could have, life is going to be very difficult. Now in that case, Brian just had the best hand actually. But there's going to be a variety of situations where Ace is going to have a better hand than he had and just be an extremely, extremely tough spot there when Brian open shoves turn.
Thizzles, what's going on? Neo Gauntlet, what up? Tony V.
Huge flop here for Lucky Nat, top and bottom
Bandith.
pair. That is a clinic in smashing boards with Ace Rag. Brian not going anywhere with that old nut shot to the jack. He's also got backup clubs. So we're going to put in a call and see the turn. The 5 of nothing, irrelevant card. Lucky Nat still way the best of it. Way the best of it. And if that's the 5 of clubs, I think you're going to see Brian check call out here. Or maybe even pull a move. But as it stands, facing another bet here and now just left with a gut shot. I think that's the end of the line for Brian.
So Vandith says it just doesn't get when people count out 20 red chips instead of just throwing in 4 green. So that's kind of, we touched
talking
on that
about that,
earlier, to where you pay attention to how people use their chips. A lot of people will use their $5 chips in places where it's a little bit more marginal, where they might not get those chips back, and they don't like to use and lose their big denomination chips. The other thing to consider is sometimes people are maybe not comfortable at those stakes that are played, so they're not familiar with playing like $25 chips. They're just more used to grabbing a $100 stack of red and putting it out there. And if that's the case, then you could probably exert a little bit extra pressure on them just because of the size of the pots and bets might make them fold in spots where they wouldn't if it was a stakes they're more comfortable with. Now obviously just because they're using the red chips does not mean they're not used to the stakes, but it is something to be aware of and just kind of give some consideration for.
Russell opens this pot up with Ace King and gets a bunch of callers behind, and that is an awful board for Ace King. A total whiff.
See, and Russell's not giving up, but checking on this flop.
Yeah, he just figures it's a bad spot to continuation bet, and he's right. That's a very bad board for Ace King. Brian has flopped way the best hand here with the straight draw and the top pair, and I believe it's just going to go fold, fold, fold.
Oh, and Mark calls.
Wrong. Mark calls with the gut shot to the 10 and 2 overs. Excuse me. That is a very ugly-looking card to both of these guys. And now they both are now realize that it is a banana, and Brian is going to realize he has the best hand.
Who was
I
that with the Ace King? Russell, right?
Oh,
Is that his name?
Who was that? Sucks. I mean,
yeah, he's just like, damn.
Comes running aces. Like, what can you do, man?
Yeah.
Like that is definitely a spot to check
Russell,
fold.
yeah.
It is a spot to Russell. It's definitely a spot to check fold. Is it annoying that time it came ace ace? Yeah. But I mean, honestly, like sometimes it won't even matter. Sometimes your opponent like flopped a straight. Look at if Brian is playing 9-7 off. Couldn't he be playing what was it 7-8 or whatever the hell flopped a straight? You know. So
yeah,
you know,
and it's even more likely he's playing that hand, because
Right.
he's probably playing 7-8 more often than 9-7.
7-9. Yeah, 100. Yeah, like in other words, like a connector rather than a one gapper. And so it wouldn't even matter. Running king or ace wouldn't even be good. So annoying spot that time, but that is certainly a good check fold by the ace kinger. The reason Thistle's not continue on that flop is you're against maybe heads up. We can continuation bet that flop there a bunch of the time, but you're against 3 opponents. You saw a 4-way flop. What was it? 6, 8, 9, or whatever it was. Like middling cards, so likely to have hit at least one of these guys that called behind you pre-flop. I mean, how often when you continuation bet there is it going to go fold, fold, fold?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what you're doing.
It's almost impossible, and that is what you're doing. You don't want calls. So much better spot to just kind of like, nah, this isn't the spot for me. Now, he played it perfectly. Putting aside the fact that it came ace-ace, kind of doesn't really matter for the purposes of this conversation. He played it perfectly. He puts in a raise pre-flop. 3 opponents make mistakes and call him with worse. Great. And then as soon as he gets out flopped, he doesn't put another red chip in. Could he have played it better if he saw the cards? No.
See, and then Thizzle wants to know, does Stones have larger chips than 1K? Yeah, we have 5K chips. They're not in play very often.
I've never even seen them.
But I would expect for the 10, 25, 50 game, there might be a couple of them out there.
Look at how sticky Brian is. He does not let Cameron bluff him. Look at this. Cameron bet all 3 streets.
Yep.
All 3 streets. And Brian is going to show that he just has a 9. And look at
And
look
those
at
are the
Cameron.
hands that you're like, how the hell are you calling me all 3 streets with that? Like, what is it that you're seeing?
Yeah.
You're just going, I just don't believe you, and I'm just going to
Just don't
hopelessly
believe you.
call. Like,
Right.
and it burns so bad
is,
when you
it
get
is.
called in those spots.
It is unbelievably
You're like, because I'm just
frustrating.
not bluffing there very often for 3 streets.
Right.
I have something.
Yeah, you really think I just have air? What
And
do I
then
have, ace high?
then the next time, that same situation, then you just fold when I have it. Like,
right,
what the
yeah, like the next time I'm going to have king,
Yeah.
queen, top 2, and you're just going to like fold flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, I think, Brian is very, very sticky. Very sticky. He doesn't like folding. I mean, none of these guys do, right? But Brian especially is very experienced, very, very, very adverse to folding. And, the thing is, man, the bet line is a bluff a lot. It is. Like, I think Brian thinks that he's going to call on river there, and sometimes Cameron is going to throw over king, queen. You flop top 2, you bet all 3 streets. I called you incorrectly, all 3 streets. Okay, you win. But then a bunch of the time, man, he's going to turn over air because those are the kind of hands that play that line. Bet, bet, bet. Let's say Cameron had just a king. He flops top pair. Does he bet flop? Sure. Yes. Brian calls him with a 9. On the turn, does he bet a king again? Okay, yeah. I mean, now we're getting into sometimes he checks, but sure. Plenty of the time he'll bet again. And then Brian calls him again incorrectly with just a 9 if, in fact, his opponent has a king. But now, let's say we get to the river, and Cameron still just has the king X, and he's been called twice. Does he open bet river for value? No. And so Brian realizes that, so unless you're going to show up with something like king-queen, now top 2 pair would play that way a lot, sure. Maybe top and bottom pair or something. but it becomes much thinner. There are much fewer combos of hands instead of like, just King X. Now all of a sudden we're into like King Queen, exactly. King, you know, guys know what I'm saying? So that's why Brian makes that call, because the bet line is polarizing often. Now, in these really higher level games, people will start using that fact that's generally a true statement to start leveling. Like, well, because bet looks bluffy, maybe I will take that line with some more marginal hands, like just King X. Because when we get to the river and I bet a third time, maybe my sticky opponent with a 9 is going to be like, really, dude? You betting a single king for value? Don't believe you. Call. Hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. Sometimes on my third cup of coffee, I never know if I'm just rambling or if what I'm saying makes sense. That is true, PDX. Yeah, we do some smaller streams around here, like 1-2 or 1-3 no limit. Those games generally play a little bigger than their bridges. But yeah, you're right. Last year's Halloween stream with Fat Train and myself was just like a standard one. Was it 1-2? I thought it was 1-3. But I remember it playing fairly small. Not small. It played like a normal casino 1-2 game, which for this stream is minuscule. So I think this is a bomb pot. Yeah, Taylor? Was this a bomb pot? Yeah. Bomb potosaurus. Jack for Lucky Nat, gut shot for Mark, and 5s and a backdoor flush draw that is not any good for Russell. 3 ways to the turn. No one is going to like that. All 3 of these guys are going to think that maybe one of these other guys has a 10. Wouldn't surprise me if it just goes check, check, check. That is what happens. Oh, you should have played, PDX. You should have played. It would have been fun to call you, play some live cash. Does go check, check, check. Another 10 here, and Lucky Nat is going to love the side of that. Means he almost for sure has the best hand, and indeed he does. Just goes check, check, check. Nat's going to scoop that one up. Bomb pot belongs to Nat.
He's just hoping someone bluffs.
Exactly. He gave his opponents a chance to bluff, but they did not oblige him. And we're on to the next one.
Bluff or value bet with worse.
Sure.
So I think so far Porter has the top pot of the night, basically 4.4K.
What was my top pick was 9,000?
Yeah.
Whew. We're gonna have to start
if
catching some cooler boards here.
If Nat would have called Porter's shove, it would have been like a $12,000
Yeah, you're
pot,
so right.
which I would have guessed, but the wrong person.
All right, Brian with the ace queener just limps in. Looks like we got a $25 straddle here. So Brian opts to just flat call. Oh, hope we see you up here, Safari guy. Get some friends together and come play the Stones Fall Classic main, dude. Yeah. Never has there been a better time to come hang out at Stones, man. 100K guarantee.
Yeah.
Big tourney. Be a fun trip, man. Hope you knock that out.
King 5-5. Brian still with the best of it, but he's slow played himself to where he probably doesn't know where he's at.
Yep.
Then here $30, and that's just gonna fold.
Pretty straightforward. And I'm sure it's just a matter of time until Posel catches a miracle. Yeah. And leapfrogs Porter because he's only in second chip position, and that feels real weird. Guys, good news. We are going to be shooting some marbles at the end of tonight's stream, and you are not going to believe it, but we found a secret stash of Stones hats, guys. We did. We thought we gave away the last of them like a week ago, but it turns out, man, that we had some secret. You know how you go into a store and whatever product you want is sold out, and then you're like, do you guys have any more in the back? And they're like, there is no back. What do you mean the back? But we found some in the back, man.
Yes.
So we're going to be giving away Stones hats on tonight's marble races coming up at the end of the show in about just under 2 hours or so. So hang out and shoot marbles with us coming up at the end of the stream and win yourself some Stones merch. Boom. Game worn. Game worn Master C merch. And, I mean, this guy is just a free agent who just signed himself to a career contract.
That's right.
So the game worn stuff goes up in value.
If you saw a guy looking like this at your table, you'd be like, easy money.
Oh, right on. Well, thanks, Safari Guy, for rocking the Stones hat, man. We appreciate you guys that rep Stones and tell your friends about the show and, sport the merch and just generally evangelize on behalf of Stones Live. That's the way that shows grow.
Absolutely. Not to mention, it's just a good conversation point.
Yeah, 100%. And I've heard, I've seen people they'll recognize oh, I saw Chris Moneymaker wearing that hat. Maybe they're not familiar with Stones just yet, but they know that merch when they see it.
Yep. Queen Jack 5. Brian with the best of it here.
Yeah, Brian knows a good flop when he sees it.
Yeah, so these ones are the Flex Fit hats. I think we're actually out of the gray ones we were.
Yeah, we are.
away.
Those are the last of what we gave away. Yep.
And these ones are pretty cool. I might just take one of those again also for myself.
Cameron picks up a
Severance.
little light at the end of this tunnel. He can make a king to chop or a 9 to just win it outright. And Cameron bet flop, and now Cameron he does
there.
make it. He finds it. So Cameron learned his lesson.
But
Do not on the last spot, right? He's like, well, I better not try to bluff Brian because he calls with marginal hands all the time. So let me just check and try to make my hand. So Cameron goes for some thin mint value here. And that's an optimum river card for him, but I say thin mint value because he loses to any king. So he's targeting what exactly to get called by? 2 pair, that's a non-believer. But he's targeting his opponent, who is very sticky. Brian might call. Brian just called him with 4th pair 10 minutes ago to 3 streets of betting, So, is Brian capable of calling here? Yes, he is. He calls him with a jack. So great thin, and look at that. Brian is laughing impatiently because he sees that he had the best hand right up until the 9 of spades came.
Pesky 9.
Yeah, dang 9. But great thin mid value bet by Cameron.
Motherfucking movie.
There's another spot where it's why am I betting an 8? What is worse than even 2 pair?
I'm
frustrating.
sorry.
They're gonna call me? Yes, they do. They just call. Sometimes they just call you. I don't believe you. What do you got?
It had to be you, Brian.
You got it. I was kidding.
Wow.
Make sure to frisk Master C as he leaves, and he'll be stuck in the office supplies before his final day. Yeah, Master C
Next week.
stuffed his backpack full of staplers.
My stapler.
Is heading to his basement office in Las Vegas.
And I was told I can listen to the radio at a reasonable volume.
I asked for no thought. No thought.
So no ice. For every ice, I will kill you.
That's going to be Master C when we're in the Virgin Islands hanging out on a chase lounge.
Yeah, see, that's
No
how you know
thought.
it's
Yes.
actually genuine.
I know.
Honestly, I wish I had done it.
I'm like, where's the strip clubs?
I know.
Sir, it's the Virgin Islands. Okay, fine. Where's the topless clubs?
70.
So it looks like there's a big straddle here. What, a $70 straddle? And just a bunch of limpers. But the pot got bloated because the straddle was big.
JP doing it big. What's going on?
Russell flops the best hand, but the equity lead actually belongs to Mark with his flush draw because no diamonds are dead. Look at that. Not a single blue card in anyone's hand, which means the rest of them are live. As such, Mark has the equity lead despite Russell having a hand he's never folded. And it's the best hand currently. So he makes a value bet, Russell does, and Mark in position. Does he have the button? No, he's small blind. So Mark checks and
You got
calls.
that just in time.
And now Brian behind him has middle pair
Just in time.
with a king.
Never playing a game.
And he also wants to continue in this line. And man, Brian is in very bad shape. He better hope he does
On
not
the
see
fellow.
the king of diamonds.
Oh,
Possel's going to call
like
gut
this when he
shot.
said it.
yeah.
That's great.
Posel hunting for the
think.
3.
For you guys.
Mark, I got numbers up for
The
you.
3 of not diamonds.
The nice thing is, Mark has the 3 diamonds.
He does. So
Check down.
if can Mike really hit it? No, not this time. At least not yet. The 6 of black means nothing. and nobody likes it. And Russell, is he going to value bet a second time here? Yes, good value bet. He actually, does he ship? No, he makes
puts
500.
Which with this stack, I don't really know if there's much difference.
Like, he's never betting to fold, in other words.
Yeah, and the other thing is when you bet, like, 500, like, this multi-way, this group, dynamics is a little bit different, because everyone's a little bit used to larger bets. But a lot of times, like, a $500 bet is just going to get so many hands to fold that it's not a whole lot of difference in, like, value betting the 500 versus the shipping for, like, 900 or whatever he has.
Sure. And in this case, I think Russell sizes up because you're right. Like he just doesn't have a playable stack that he can do much beyond this bet, and that he doesn't mind getting folds here. I mean, look at the percentages. He's only 60% to win this hand.
But it's just things get weird when you don't have when your stacks start getting small in relative to the pot. Yeah, it's just like 900 ends up seeming like a huge bet, but like 500, you're like, well, why you bet half the stack? Yeah, it's
Right.
just like there's no kind of good play.
So do you think in Russell's spot you would have just shipped it here, like a pot-sized bet ship?
I might have, yeah, just shrug ship. That or maybe I bet like third side pot, but
And
then
hope
it's
someone
this-
try
but,
to
yeah.
induce a spaz out.
Right, but this like multi-way also,
Well,
yeah, it's
you
just
know,
this weird kind of.
The third pot bet, Mark would have come along, and while that's not terrible because Mark is he's trying
If
to
there's
only.
anybody I want to come along, it's Mark.
That
He's
is
going to be
true.
so wide.
Yes, well you're right, but in this case, Russell they rabbit hunted the jack. Everybody folded the turn. That jack was just to get a little peeky at what was going to come, and it was going to improve a hand that did not need improvement. But there you go. Bet takes it down on the turn, and yeah, it was the jack of hearts, but there's going to be plenty of times where it's a blue card, and he doesn't even have to see it. He just bets and wins. It appears as though Mark has run out of red chips, says Moose Aces. So you got to get that VPIP back up toward 100. Start accumulating those red chips.
Chastical, what's going on?
It has been a while since a friend of the show, AC, a.k.a. 100% VPIP, since I've seen him around. But Mark will forever be nipping at the heels of AC in the VPIP department.
Yeah. They're great when they're on the same table. Ace 10-5. Nat with the best of it here. Possible backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And Posel's just going to fold. Oh, that's great.
Was there really a second one? Did they do a sequel?
No. This
is the sequel. Yeah. And despite its $100 million budget, it was a complete flop in its opening weekend. Who saw that coming? Oh, man. I'm going to take a quick
Sure.
potty break. I'll be right back.
Potty mouth break. So Tom's in the game. He is not used to sitting in seat 3. He is a Mr. Seat 7. Porter slowly squeezing out the Jack 3. Cameron with the King 10 is going to be raising here. So Safari Guy wants to know which one of us is the unhinged killer. Both. We're interchangeable, remember? And everybody is now calling for 50. This is not a bomb pot. It just looks like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ways here. Who is the nit that folded a hand? Queen 10 deuce, 2 diamonds. And Mark with the best of it here. And Mark is going to bet 500. Yeah, PDX saying, wow, only 65% VPIP for Mark. You know, he's found a couple folds tonight. Brian calls with top pair here. Nine of diamonds on the turn. I don't think this is going to slow Mark down. 1.4K in the pot. And we will see. So Mark does check. Brian bets out 500. I just don't see Mark folding. Yeah, Wednesday, October 23rd, we are going to have the Thirst Lounge crew in the house. There's going to be so many of them. They're going to be playing. They're going to be drinking, taking each other's money. And we'll see if they get any of those crazy prop bets going on. They should just make a prop bet where they just like slap each other in the face in the booth.
As we await Mark's action here with the best hand after Brian bets, do you happen to remember those commercials for like Fox Sports, the regional Fox Sports channels? It was like Fox Sports West, Fox Sports Midwest.
Yeah.
Back in like the early mid 2000s, where they would show sporting events from.
Is he folding?
It looks like it. That's folding posture, isn't it? He's out.
Wow.
Brian gets it done.
Mark's
Was
made
that a
some folds
was that
tonight.
a value bet by Brian? You think on
Yeah.
the turn there? He's
I
value betting
think
the worst
so,
hand,
yeah.
and he unintentional bluff by Brian.
Yep. Bluffing with the worst hand.
Wow. Great bluff by Brian. So anyway, they would do those like, you know, it's like the diving contest in the Middle East, and it's like the announcers are speaking in Arabic,
Yeah.
you know, and it shows the guy and he does the high dive just into the dirt, and then like a bunch of people are clapping, and then the whole thing is like, you know, sports news from the region you care about,
Right.
yours. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
There was one where it was like. Literally like they were set up like a chess match, but it was a slapping contest. So they were in some like underground Russian club or whatever, and the one fat guy like slaps the guy and then hits the chest like the timer thing, you know, and then it's on the next guy who stares, slaps the guy, hits the thing, and the crowd is cheering. And of course the announcers are like speaking in Russian, the play-by-play, you know. Those are great. Are those on YouTube, man? I hope they are. I haven't seen them in ages, but the slapping thing. So the Thirst Lounge, I would like to set up the crew in a structured slap out.
Oh,
You know?
yeah, absolutely. Like, who do you have your money on?
Party.
No.
Party.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was an enforcer in hockey.
So, Party's going to take the guys division, and it's either going to be Ebony or
Ebony by a
or
mile.
Casey.
Yeah, Ebony.
Casey could get rough though.
Oh, Casey's no pushover, but Ebony, man, she's got some horsepower behind that for sure.
Absolutely.
Of course, Party's no question. I mean, look, Party literally like slapped people with a closed fist for a living, basically, all through
But
his teenage
closed
years.
fist and you know, open fist are way different.
Totally different. You're
You
absolutely
know,
right.
you're talking aerodynamics, you know, and other factors.
You're so right.
Barometric pressure, maybe.
Yeah. Party would go for the guy's shirt to pull it up over his
Yeah.
You can't do that, you know.
Just So he would get disqualified. Is what
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying.
DNQ, exactly.
And I can also see that too as a dumb jock enforcer, right?
Yeah, of course. You know, he doesn't have 5 cents worth of brains, all brawn. Russell here with the combo draw.
Yeah, good turn card for him.
He check raises flop, and he does not slow down on the turn. And Trent is so sticky.
Wow.
He does not fold. He has the best hand, but not anymore. The
Russell gets
power
there.
of the semi-bluff. Russell not only gave himself a great chance to win with not the best hand, he bloats the hell out of the pot and finds himself with the backdoor flush on the river. How does Russell
All in.
show up here with hearts? Really tough spot for Trent. Really tough spot. He had the 9, of course, top pair. He had the straight draw to go with it, and he made 2 correct calls. And now here he is on the river, and he is only beating a total airball. What could Russell have as play that is bluffing?
And look how helpful Russell is being. Let me count out my stack for you. So there's definitely posture to be noticing on Russell. A lot of times when people are bluffing, they're a statue. They don't want to do anything to make a call, and then when you're super strong, you're just more relaxed. So you might talk a little bit more, and you might be a little helpful. Like in this case, putting out all your chips and breaking them up so it's easy to count. Like it's only 1.4K, it's no big deal.
NBD.
Yeah, just do the same thing regardless whether you're bluffing or not. Just if you're all in, just put out whatever stack of chips and then keep staring at the same piece of length on the felt when you're bluffing. Do the same thing when you have a monster. Arnold in the morning, what's going on, buddy?
Hope the commute's treating you well, Arnold. In the meantime, Trent does find the fold, and Trent played it really well. He refused to give up when he still had the best hand, and when he was finally outdrawn on 5th Street, he gave up. So well done, well played by both players. Honestly, both of those guys played it great. That's just a classic poker hand right there. The semi-bluffing, the refusing to slow down on the turn when you don't make your draw, but you add some equity, and you're tempted to check call after just check raising. It didn't work. You're like, well, but I have a big combo draw. Let's see a river, but he doesn't do that. He opened bets, and anyway, I like how both of those guys played those hands. There you go. That YouTube chat, that YouTube link in the Twitch chat there by the Portland Playboy, Gentleman and a Scholar. That is exactly the video I was speaking of. Do you recognize that, Chris?
Oh yeah.
What really sells it is the Russian announcers doing the play-by-play. Yeah, winner.
That's like the Russian Chuck Norris.
Yeah. Yeah. That is so good. Oh, man, I miss those commercials. Yeah. Thanks for the link, dude.
And Endless Hero saying he likes to just stare his callers deep in their eyes like a psycho or their next lover. Hey, as long as you're consistent.
Be consistent.
Be consistent.
Be consistent.
Woo! 9-Jack-3. Mark another one up for the win column of Ace-Queen.
Wrong. Posel flops the 9. Mark flops a better 9. And Ace-Queen is in no man's land.
It has Ace of Clubs.
Boom!
Look at all that equity.
He does find another green card.
Right.
But, Posel's going to like that card all right. He's got a decent club, and he's got the ever-important purr to go with it. And, the flop went check around. So Russell is going to lead out here. And, he is going to give himself a chance to draw here, I believe, because no one's going to raise him. I don't think. Mark calls with the best hand. And it's a weird, what is Brian doing here? He has 3s and a 5-high flush draw. I mean, I don't see how Brian can call. He cannot. Even Mike here, who has a pretty decent hand in position, cannot continue facing bet call. Maybe facing just a bet he would, but not bet call. And Russell's going to need to find himself a green card or a queen, and he does neither one of those things. That's a brick. And unless he wants to bluff here with his pretend nut flush, Mark is going to... He does. He does. He correctly realizes he needs to bet to win. There is 635 out there, and I don't think that's enough. 225... Oh, sorry, 300? Is 300 going to get it done? A half-pot bet? Against Mark, who does not like to fold. Although, tonight, he has found some folds, and it does work. Wow, Mark folds. Russell makes Ace-Queen go to work. Wow. Well done.
Mark is not having as much folding as he does calling and shoving. It's much more fun for Mark just to play crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently, man, that's a hell of a bluff. I would be very skeptical of bluffing Mark, who doesn't like folding. But tonight he has been, and
that's what you got to go by.
Yeah.
How are they playing right now, lately? What have you done for me lately?
He didn't have ace high, 40-year-old white guy. He had pair of 9s, ace kicker, second pair nut kicker, and not only that, a player who doesn't, his fold button is generally malfunctioning. Not broken, but doesn't work very well. That is a great question. Who is controlling the Mark bot? Like, if we open Mark's face, would there be a little alien working the controls in there? It sure seems like it.
Yep. Good old Men in Black reference.
Thanks, David Miller. That's really nice of you to say, dude. We
Thank you,
appreciate you a lot, man. Thanks for hanging out with us and enjoying another episode of Stones Live. Another one with Master C and myself, Scott, a.k.a. the Hop Grenade. Mark, Royal Flush Draw.
Yep. And Russell top 2 here. And then Cameron with the straight.
He's got it. He's got the 9-bird.
We are all set up for a whole lot of action. Posel over there with a lower flush draw, and Porter with an open-ended straight draw. Porter gets rid of it. And Posel gets rid of it? Wow. Posel's just not feeling the magic tonight. He's folding in some spots that we are used to seeing Posel doing it.
Where he's never up against the higher flush draw.
Yep.
And he calls and banks off a heart. Yeah, right.
Exactly. But like it'll be, or like the one card that he can
Right.
actually win with. You saw me. What's going on? Thank you very much for the follow. Guys, we have one rule here in chat. Just don't be an asshole.
It's the only rule.
That's about it. So if your message gets held for review or something, you know you've crossed the line into asshole territory, and it stinks over there.
It does. There's the Yukon territory, and then there's the asshole territory.
right.
And as you know, as rough as the Yukon territory is, unless you got a whole bunch of huskies on a sled, you definitely would rather be there than asshole territory.
Yeah, it's just a swampland in the asshole territory.
Yeah, that's why it stinks so much.
Yeah. It was basically the Everglades.
Yeah, chock full of alligators and anacondas and tight brown stars.
Yes.
So some calls of the straddle here. The $25 straddle. And are we going to have another, like, limp, quote-unquote, pot? It seems to be. That is so true, PDX. I can't read what you said out loud, but what you said is for sure true.
And look at Russell over there with the flop flush. Nobody has a flush, but Nat does have top pair. And it's great. Russell isn't on the button, checks to him, so automatically everyone's kind of thinking, well, it just checked to the guy on the button,
And he
so
bets?
of course you're going to put
Of course.
in a bet.
Sure, you could have anything.
And Nav's having no part of it, is going to make a raise to 250 with his top pair.
And Russell might come back over the top, reading Lucky as having, like, a higher heart.
Yeah,
that
maybe
he's
like
drawing live
ace
to.
9 with the the ace of diamond or
Hearts,
hearts,
sure. Or even something like 9-10 with the 10 of hearts. Like, any heart here is terrible. A board pair is not terrific either. But Russell does not come back over the top. He just calls the board pairs, and Lucky now slows down. And Lucky has a little light here. He's got just a couple of cards he can catch.
Yeah, you definitely bet here if you're Russell. So 655 in the pot. Looks like he's going to go about, 300 or so.
A very reasonable value bet.
350.
And Lucky is too good to
Yeah.
make this call. He realizes now that he is drawing to a full house. He cannot win with only his 9.
Yeah, and the problem with improving to that full house is you're not going to get paid. It's a double paired board, so any flush is just going to fold.
Exactly, and he's first to act, right? So if he let's say he calls there and hits his 9 or 7, what was he going to do? Open lead, like Master C said, a flush is just going to fold to you. What's he going to do? Open check? A flush is just going to check back. You can't get any more value.
Yeah, and it's like we've said before. It's when you're chasing your draw or whatever your hand is, you also have to give the consideration of, am I going to get paid when I get there? And if the answer is no, unless you're getting direct odds to continue your draw, then you just have to fold.
Yep.
And you can't be overly optimistic. A lot of people just way overestimate how often they're going to get paid, and they're just
Right. Well, because they want to get paid, so
Right.
therefore they're going to get paid.
like, oh, if I hit it, I stack them every time. You're
Right.
Like, every time?
Yeah.
Like
no.
every time?
Like people have a hard time, differentiating between what they want to be true and what is true. People do that logic all the time. I wish this to be true, therefore it's true.
Jack's still ahead on this board, but being that they just limped in from early position, they don't feel too good about it. It's better that it goes checks, that checks around and 4 offsuit 4s on the turn. allows him to bet, and Nav's going to call. And Jack's are feeling a little better now that the queen has paired the board.
Yeah, a lot better. And Lucky is going to slow down here with his missed straight draw. And Brian, is he going to go for thin mint value and try to get called by a 9? Sure looks like it.
And I think he can actually go a little bit bigger because the front door flush missed. So if Nat had, like, say, a 9 and wanted to hero call, then he's probably going to hero call a little bit larger because of the front door flush missed and the
So,
queen paired the
$100, let's
board.
say?
Yeah, I think you go pot size there,
Sure.
especially since the pot's kind of small.
Yeah. So what? He bet 60, and that was what, half 1/3 pot?
Yeah. No, I think the pot was just over $100, so he bet a little more than half pot.
Okay. But you would have gone, wow, interesting. You would have gone closer to a pot size bet because the
Yeah.
front door flush missed?
And the queen paired the board, so it's just unlikely.
Yeah, you're confident you have the best hand.
I think it from my opponent's perspective, any pair on the board feels much more confident to make
hero
to
call.
pick
Yeah,
off a
sure.
bluff.
Right, and also you like limped from early position. Like, how did you limp from early position with a hand as big as Jack's?
Right.
So it's just me doing it because I know how to do it.
All right, Trent raising 140 with the ace queen. Russell's going to call here with the pocket 9s.
The one I'm doing now, I'm not permitting
Mark,
because I'm not putting any load bearing walls or anything.
we would normally say Mark's going to call, but so far today that hasn't been a guarantee.
Not permitted is me installing an oven. Outside of that, if I yank the oven out, it's just a room. So when I remodel the top floor, mine though, I'm permitted.
And he is going to call.
He sure is. He's still a Mark after all. And, the little alien working the gears behind Mark's face has to, we can't be too obvious that it's not Mark, right?
And Brian's going to call, closing the action, getting a pretty good price on his money.
Top in a fake cabinet, sold it, and then the new people who bought it asked me to put the stove back in, so I did.
5, 6, 7, all diamond, or sorry, 2 diamonds. Good flop for Trent. Good flop for Russell.
Yes. Action board here. 9s have a comfortable overpair.
I'm not sure the sizing, but it looks like it's probably too small for this multi-way with ace queen. If you're gonna bet,
There was like
probably
6
go
out
much
there,
larger.
and he bets 250, or there was like 580 or something like that. So he bets little less than half pot. So you would have sized up here with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, because I'm looking to kind of one and done a little bit.
So Russell calls, and that is a brick. It doesn't feel like a brick when you have 9s, but indeed, it is a brick. Trent's still here with just the ace high. And is he going to slow down now? No. Can't Russell have hands that would call flop, but will have a hard time calling turn, just like he has? Yep. So Trent is going to fire again here and pray to get a fold, and if he doesn't, he'll be looking for an ace, queen, or diamond. As it stands, Russell is going to have a hard time continuing, but he does. Good call, and he needs to fade the river. Can he do it?
Nope.
No. Trent makes his ace, and it's now just going to go check, check.
Check, check. Ace queen, good.
And Russell is going to see that he got rivered. He made 2 good calls. And Trent makes the ace he was looking for, and ace queen finds a way.
Into our hearts.
Now I live in Coloma. I lived in Citrus Heights before. Kind of the edge.
Yeah, PDX says Mark folds, and he would have had the best hand.
Ah,
On
the
the-
king,
on
the
the
king
turn.
queener.
Yeah.
Yep. But of course, we're floating with king queen on that board to make
Yep.
only a king. Queen wasn't even any good, so. But I mean, previous versions of Mark, non-alien controlled versions of Mark, might have just floated there with 2 overs.
And it's finally your time to eat Rue. Is Lucky Nav saying it's time for you to drink. Ace Queen wins, and Endless Hero saying Ace Queen wins for once.
You're not wrong, Lucky One. So I will cheers disgustedly to ace queen winning that
Cheers.
pot. Cheers indeed. Ugh,
All
that was
vodka.
Worst,
All
worst sip
vodka.
of vodka I ever took. Ugh. Man, try drinking vodka through a straw. Feels bad, man.
A paper straw.
Yeah, totally. It's melted most of the inside of this paper. I just inhaled some chunks.
It's helped to filter,
Yeah. It's fiber.
So Russell raises at 75 with the ace jack here, and like every hand, when someone raises, we like to see 5-way action. Queen deuce 4, 2 clubs. Mark with a pair and a flush draw. And Russell top pair, second best kicker. And look at that odds. Mark, even though he has the worst hand, because of his pair plus flush draw, has an equity advantage.
Yeah, because there's no other green cards out there.
Right. So when you have, like, if you can have 12 outs, you're going to be basically 50-50
12 outs twice.
Most
Yeah,
hands.
that's right. Yep.
Yeah, so should I say 12 outs on the flop?
Yes. So the only hands that Mark would be in like much considerably worse shape against would be 2-2, queen, or 4-4. 4-4 is hard. He has a 4, and it is very difficult to have a set, of course. So he's going to be in pretty good shape against anything his opponents could have.
And look, like, Russell might just fold here. He's not going to.
Nope.
But people will fold top pair there.
Yes, they will.
Because they're like, oh, well, obviously he flopped, he has a set or something.
Sure.
Now, obviously, we've been playing with Mark, and Russell has seen everything. But, yeah, Mark's going to ship. I think at this point, Russell's going to call.
Yep, snap call, and Mark is going to need himself a 5, a 4, or a club, and he finds it. Man, that looks like a brick. Russell probably thinks he just faded it.
Yep, and Russell is getting slapped around a little bit today.
What a pro,
not
though.
Of his own doing.
He's a pro. Look at that. He's not storming out of his seat, which would be totally understandable. He's not like giving his fists into the table, which would be totally understandable. He's just a stoic pro. Like look at the last 2 pots that Russell lost. A combined 4K and change in.
Oh, he'd be up so much.
He'd be up a fortune, number 1, and he's going to be plenty of the time in these spots. Number 2, like, what can he do better if he could see the cards? Russell gets his opponent to fire in that last pot against Ace Queen when he's got those 2 9s. He gets his opponent to fire flop with not the best hand. He calls. His opponent fires turn with not the best hand. He calls. He sets himself up to win a monster. His opponent rivers him, and he doesn't put in another penny. Then in the next pot here, like 2 deals later, he does the exact same thing. His opponent puts in a huge bet on the flop with not the best hand. He calls him. His opponent shoves into him with not the best hand on the turn. He calls him. Gets rivered. I mean, it's just so unlucky. But had he seen the cards, would he have done anything different? No. What else can you do, man? He's playing perfectly. Just a little old-fashioned run bad. Yep. But man, a huge credit to him for just letting it roll right off him. Like he was sprayed with Scotch Guard, and these pots are just drops of water, man. No problem.
Why do you say Scotch Guard? Just Scots Guard?
Is it Scots
No,
Guard?
no. Because it's Scott.
Oh, I see.
Why couldn't it just be like sprayed down with like wax or something? I don't know.
He let candle wax drip all over
Yes.
himself, and then dove into an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
See?
There you go.
Or what is that substance where the hydrophobic spray that they have where you can do it to where it's completely water resistant?
Yeah. That's not Scotch
No, that's like the old stuff from the 80s. There's new stuff that's actually you could put it on and it'll be waterproof.
Oh, is that like the thing that
they always show dipping one boot into the mud and then the other boot into the mud and one's dirty.
I don't know. Help us out, guys. What product is
What is
Bessie
that called?
talking about? It's not the wax seal or whatever that the infomercial guy is hawking, right?
No. Here.
Tough spot for Porter here. He has the best hand, but how can he know that? He cannot. Lucky makes the suited double down go to work and bluffs Porter off the best hand. There you go. Hey, Brian Fodder. The poker is action-filled, man, as you might expect from these guys in this 5-5 no-limit game. Here it is. Oh, I see. Ultra Everdry. Super hydrophobic coating. It's scared of water. Hydrophobic.
Yeah.
Hold on, let's just watch this quick Hyundai ad first.
Russell going to try it again. Ace King here. Raises to 75 over Tom's $10 straddle.
Flex seal. Thank you.
Nav's going to call. Mark's going to call. Brian's going to call. Wow, Mark just calls with aces. Posel's going to call.
Wow, that's crazy.
855. Posel and Nat probably think that's a decent flop for them. Yeah.
That's very effective stuff,
Yeah.
man. Mark really just flatted here with aces?
Yeah, after a couple people call.
And now he's going to step on the gas pedal. And he's lucky here that Lucky Nat and Apostle are just barely not making their full houses here.
And everybody's going to take their turn to fold now.
Man, you know, how much value can he extract pre-flop out of ace king suited if he just raises?
Like, they probably just get it in. And he runs it one time.
And he just wins.
Yeah. A vast majority of the time.
You know, and I to Mark's credit, he does play a lot like, you know, he just calls with all sorts of nonsense. Well, he also might be just calling with aces. So that's
Right.
tricky. But in this action game, man, I mean, obviously, I'm a very different player than Mark. I would just be cranking it in there, cranking it. Yeah, if you guys all want to fold, terrific. I don't really want to see a 5-way flop with aces and be set mining.
But look, when you have aces and your Mark with a crazy ass image, you did all that crazy shit so you can
No one
get
believes
like,
you.
Yeah, a great bunch of action. Like you're just gonna get it in there like 100% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Man,
Yes,
Russell got lucky right there.
Yeah, he did. He was very fortunate that Mark played it the way he did. He got let off the hook.
Thank you very much, Sandy Joy.
Thanks, Sandy Joy. We do have marbles coming up at the end of the stream, guys. Just over an hour.
Marbles.
And we found some hats, some Stones Live hats in the back.
Mark has
Aces again?
What?
Are those the same aces? Ace of black, ace of blue?
So anybody have queen 9 here?
Wow.
We got Porter and Russell, both of the queen for the gut shot straight draw. I don't see anybody with a 9. We don't know what Tom or Nat has.
The different aces. Okay. Huh. Wow. Crazy spots from Mark. And this is, you know, in the last spot, he set himself up to have a not terrific spot to have aces multi-way. In this spot, he has no option because it's a bomb pot.
So our booth says he does not have aces. He has 10-9 suited.
Okay, so there. See, whenever I see the exact same hand back to back like this, I'm always like, card reader error. So he has 9-10. So he has middle pair and an open ender.
So Cameron trying to take the crippled prince all the way to the walk. Gets trip jacks.
Pretty ideal turn card for Cameron. Once again, Mark has 9-10 here, not ace-ace. And I would imagine that Mark is going to check and Cameron's going to bet again after catching a very good turn card.
And has Mark already checked? Or are we still? Yeah, he has. So Cameron's trying to think of sizing. 525 in the pot. He'd probably bet about like 275. Oh no, he's going bigger, huh?
He likes that turn card a whole hell of a lot. He thinks that Mark could be live here, which he certainly is. With that,
that
he
like
has a 9 in his hand. 350.
350.
And look at Mark with the snippety snap. Well, I don't know about a call, but he's cutting out that bet real quick like he's going to. And the 9, he has, once again, 9-10. The 10 in his hand is pretty irrelevant. Like, you know, he's not looking for another 10 on the river. He really is just playing his 9. He's just playing his open ender on a paired board. GL, he needs something that isn't the deuce of black. Cameron's got this locked up with the 3 jacks. And if Mark wants to bluff, he's going to be bluffing into a bottomless pit. And he does check, and I would be checking back here if I were Cameron. You beat a lot, just in case somehow Mark backed into a flush. No, Cameron does not check. He's going to go for thin value. And if Mark calls here with a 10, he does call?
Wow.
Of spades. Of spades. Oh, yeah. He has spades. Oh, puke. Oh, Cameron Value owned himself on that river. You know, I think that's why I would be checking back a lot, just in case Mark backed into spades, just in case he has like 7-9 or 9-queen and was playing it trickily. You know, I mean, oh God, yeah, oh, so gross. So yeah, and you can see the exasperation from Cameron there, and that's, you know, that's a. That makes a lot more sense why Mark would call the turn there. He doesn't just have the naked 9, the naked open ender. He's got the flush draw to go with it.
That's crazy.
Oh, that is so frustrating for Cameron. And there you go. You can see him trying to shake it off here. It's all right, Cameron. Nothing you can do, man. Your opponent backed into a flush. You made him pay dearly, and he just came along with you and got there. It's frustrating. I feel for him. There's been a bunch of spots like that for Cameron tonight, and over the last few streams, you know. And he's here. He's trying to be stoic. He's doing his best to get through this run bad and just play the next pot. And I give him credit for you know, handling some of these really gross spots and suckouts and stuff in a pretty composed fashion. And so here he is with the king queen in the next pot, raising it up, and frustrating. Man, I know how this feels. Look at that look on his face. That is someone who has been just took a big inhale through his nose over in asshole territory. It just stinks, man. You know, you raise with totally reasonable cards, 2 maniacs call you, and you whiff completely. Mark is up and down, and Trent has the nut flush draw. These are the 2 guys that made the flop.
And open-ended on the bottom end.
Ah, yes. Yep. Up and down to the 3 of the 8. 8 is not terrific. 3 is pretty great. Club is obviously fantastic. And ace high could just be the best hand, which it is. The power of the nut flush draw. Ace high is not nothing.
No, it's not.
So Mark checks, Trent bets, and Mark is not checking to fold here on this flop, especially with the 8 of clubs in his hand. He doesn't realize what bad shape he's actually in. And sometime in the year 2021, I suspect Mark is going to find a call here. Tank, 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 tank. If the pot is 320, says Brian Fodder, how much to get a straight or flush draw to be incorrect to call? In that, if the pot is 320, well, what was he right there? He was like a 4-to-1 dog against trips right there. He needs a spade or a straight card. He's 4-to-1 dog with 1 pull to come. So you need to make sure he's getting less than like 3 and change to 1 on his money. So it's, you know, because you have top trips there, you have such a strong hand, you know, he can't make a 10. He just doesn't have that many outs when the board pairs on the turn like that. Saju Kochin, thanks for the subscribe, man.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate that a lot. Welcome to the Stones fam. Thank you for hitting that button. It means a ton. So yeah, so let's see. So 320, I mean, you don't have to bet much for that to be an incorrect call. You just bet like 225. So then it becomes 500. It becomes like 225 to win 5 and change. You're getting 2-to-1 on your money. You're 4-to-1 to make your hand.
Yeah. So
incorrect call.
He means the current hand. So I would not worry about trying to bet somebody off a flush draw because, I mean, they're around 40%, you know, and then if they have anything to go with it, you know, they can be basically, they're going to be like 50-50. So there's no point in trying to give a flush draw bad odds. And then straight draws, well, I mean, depends on how many outs. If they have 8 outs, you just, 8 times 4, so
32.
Yeah. So basically, they got 1/3, you know. So you bet 1/3 of the pot, you're giving them kind of direct odds. So anything more than that would be giving them bad odds.
Mark does fold the turn there. The ace-high flush draw gets it done. It did have the best hand, so it was kind of semi-bluffing with the best hand, but it is plenty happy to just see a fold, especially for Mark, and he just wins. Mark did not fold. Just the deal before in the bomb pot, refused to fold, and won. So you can never be too upset when anybody, or especially Mark, just hits the fold button, scoop up those chips.
She's like, open seat?
Is this the 4-8 limit game? I hope do a second bomb pot. I don't know. I mean, if we are we getting an unscheduled dealer change?
Renee.
Sorry, Renee. Renee's like, you guys are not funny.
He's like, huh?
What?
What's going on? Where am I?
What is happening? What is this? Is Endless Hero? What's our opinion on how long it takes to change your table image?
Honestly, it could be one hand.
There you go.
You win like a huge pot. Now you have a good image. You get caught bluffing in a huge pot. Now you got a bad image.
You know, card players are looking for reasons to believe you're a certain way. They are looking for reasons.
And also, I would say most people forget shit pretty quickly. So the more recent your history,
what were we talking about?
Yeah, the more recent your history is going to be more substantial in their mind. So it probably doesn't take as long as you think. Now, obviously, if you have some history with people, then they might not even take into account your recent history.
My new co-host. Stones Live with Scott and Margaret, coming to you from the floor of Stones Gambling. Inside straight for Cameron here. Needs the 9. Porter's got one. Ace high, the best hand. But Cameron is going to like that flop a lot more than ace rag. So he's going to bet and just win. There you go. Semi-bluff gets better to fold.
Winning pots never gets old, doesn't it?
No, it sure does not. That is true, Mario Lopez. Mario Lopez took a quick break from filming. What the hell show is that Mario Lopez hosts now? Like the
American Entertainment? Or
yeah,
or
on the E
whatever,
channel. Yeah, took a break to come pop in and point out that Posel has not played a hand in like 2 hours. It's weird. We actually how many times has it happened where Posel's in the game, but we like forgot that he was even in the game?
Right.
Never.
So I thought you were actually going to go with, so Mario, Super Mario is, he's played on our stream and is played in, kills a lot of the tournaments in the area. And so I thought you were going to, go with, he's been doing a lot of Instagram Live, from different tournament series. Be like, look at this table.
Gotcha.
So I thought you were saying he's going to, you took a break from that.
Ah.
I was like, oh, okay. And then you switched to number.
And
I like it. John, to be determined. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, man. It does kind of feel like that. Tank. But, when Mark's in the game, man, Mark can do what Mark wants because not a one of these guys minds Mark playing in this game or any game.
If you do $100 straddles, everybody else at the table can just shut their mouth and just, play along.
Take all you want, dude.
Also, I'm pretty sure, we don't have the table audio on here, but it's playing in the background for, people watching at home. Yep. I don't think they've heard a lot of people complaining.
Yeah. Let us know if you guys have heard any complaining about Mark's tanking. Oh, here we go. Right on cue. Mike is about to get involved here with the Jack-10 suited. These are the kind of hands Mike doesn't like to miss, especially when you're up against things like Ace-Jack.
And Russell is going to raise here. Going to Raysville.
Make it a 3-bet. Posel is not going anywhere.
He's like, I got to isolate the fish.
So Mark, no tanking on this one. He just calls quickly. He's got the double down. And Posel, I would imagine, has an easy call to complete the action to see a flop, which he whiffs completely. Now, here's an example of how Posel tends to fade bad spots. If a jack-high board comes, he's paying at least another street of value. On the ace-high board, he can get away easily. Or it can just go check around, and Mike can pick up a straight draw. Mark is up and down, and boy, a 9 would be absolutely disgusting.
Yep.
Oh, like the black 9, the total looks like a brick to Russell.
Yep.
It looks like Mark has the nuts, and Posel has him smashed. This is a 6 spot. There's only a handful of 9s here, but man, would it be? And actually, Posel's just not feeling it tonight.
Yeah.
It's just a gut shot. And the original raiser here, Russell, checked the flop to induce just this sort of spaz out from Mark, and he's gonna just call okay. And the 9 does not come. Instead, the board pairs. Mark is left with a low.
And backdoor flush gets there. Board pairs. So still not a real comfortable river for Russell if Mark decided just to put it like $500 in here. Yeah, John's saying maybe Brian feels like the action could be going faster, but he's still not complaining. That's the thing.
No kidding.
Oh, Alicia Duckworth in the house.
Hey, the head
Alicia,
duck.
what is going on?
What's up, lady? I haven't
Just-
seen Alicia in a while.
Right? Alicia, there has been plenty of big pots, and it's only so quiet because you're used to all the yelling
Yeah.
when you're at the table.
When you remove the palate of red wine, it does tend to lower the volume
to
slightly.
temper things a little bit.
But yeah, there's been plenty of action tonight, plenty of money on the table, and plenty of poker to still be played.
Yeah. And I believe last time Alicia played on stream, she won like, what, 18,000 or
In
something?
that Veronica and
in
Friends
just
game from a couple months
ridiculous
ago,
game.
on her birthday, as I
Yes.
recall. And yeah, and ever since then, the head duck has just been hanging out on her bed in a pile of money, throwing it into the air and laughing hysterically.
Well, her and her husband, like he won like 91K in Vegas like a few weeks before, and then I think he recently just either won or
made a
he
final
chopped.
table here, I think, or
Yeah,
final
chopped
3.
with,
Yeah.
For another big score.
In the
So-
Quantum, I think, right? Was it the Quantum?
I think so, yeah. So basically, the Duckworth family is doing everybody a favor in the Sacramento area and like leaving poker alone just to let somebody else win.
Someone else win.
That's nice of you guys.
We appreciate it. Everybody is pretty far away from this board here.
A lot on the Patriots. They're gonna win by 4 touchdowns at least.
Oh, that's interesting. PDX read, I hate this lull as being like, what is tanking? Like, I just don't know what tanking means. I was reading it as him saying, like, what you mean tanking? Nobody's tanking. Brian picks up a wheel draw here. He is way behind Porter's 10, but he finds it. Brian finds the offsuit deuce, the very rare scenario where the deuce of pumpkins actually completes somebody's hand.
And Porter just checks back. Nice
Wow,
check by
sick
Porter.
check. He did not opt to go for thin mint value. And Brian, with the mischievous giggle, that is the giggle of a man who found a random deuce that somehow made his hand.
Porter should be the one giggling,
Right?
because he probably bets there most of the time, which is absolutely the thing to do. And he just checks back, gets away, loses no money. He should be giggling.
Yeah. The trap was set.
Yep.
And the tasty looking piece of cheese was just waiting there, waiting for Porter to go, ooh,
Porter goes, ha, psych.
JK. Get them fools some wine.
Right?
Let's liven
It's
this
Wine
game up.
Wednesday.
It is
Half
Wine
off.
Wednesday.
35? 35.
That's way too much for me.
That is so true. Yeah, PDX makes a good point. Yeah, the head duck does not laugh. She quacks menacingly. Quack, 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 Mr. Ducksworth.
I'll do 30.
Everybody else is doing 35 on this one.
Alright, deal.
Because I got the button, right? So
Yeah, you got the button.
We don't know what the hell is going on, but eventually we're going to deal cards.
We got the short end of the stick on that one.
And while
There
we
we go.
wait, you guys can see on the right-hand side of your screen some special guests coming up here at
Another
Stones.
bomb pot? Another bomb pot.
It is. Wow.
You keep talking.
Starting Monday, September 30th, guys. There's your Press Your Luck satellites starting Monday, September 30th, while the special guests you just saw will be in town. Meetup games, special streams, 7 nights in a row. Come hang out, play some cards, play some cash, and try and saddle your way into the Stones Live main 100K guaranteed,
Yeah.
starting on October 4th.
And the thing that's awesome about the Press Your Luck tournaments, $50 to enter. You get 8,000 in chips. If you get your stack to 80,000, you cash out that 80,000 and you get your ticket entry into the main event. And if you have 100,000 or just anything over 80,000, you keep playing with. If you could run that up to another 80,000, then you can cash that out for another ticket.
Exactly.
So you can just keep running it, and you don't. There's no such thing of making it till the end anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. No. It eliminates the bubble. Cool.
so
cool
nice.
format. It is definitely. Trent. Not nice for Trent here. He has just an air ball, a straight draw. He bet again. He bet flop. He got called. He bet turn. He got called. Here Russell is with a check mark on the river, and Trent has no choice but to go for it. He can never win with jack high, so he's going to try to get Russell to fold, and it's not going to work. Oh wait, did it work? Oh, it did. Wow. Russell folded river. He decided that Trent would not be just firing with absolutely nothing for a third street. It seems suicidal, so he must just have it. He gives him credit, and with jack high, Trent gets it done.
Because nobody bluffs anymore in bomb pots,
Why
right?
would you
It's
bluff
all
in a
about
bomb
value.
pot? It's suicidal.
Because everybody always just has something.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so crazy to watch the evolution of the play here in bomb pots. It started out with everyone just going crazy with bluffs all the time, to now it's like everyone bluffs much less, and it's usually in like third, fourth pot size bets. And then like the big bets are like, the actual like nutted hands.
Right.
And to back now, we're maybe swinging towards big bets or bluffs again.
Pendulum swings.
It's called correction. Adjustments to when your opponents are adjusting to your adjustment.
Yes. John TBD, when is online poker coming back? Still illegal in most states. Yeah,
Bro.
it's Iran, Iraq, North Korea, and the United States.
Oh,
No online poker.
Set a Source Rex with the last 6 in
Wow.
the deck. Nat has middle pair and a flush draw, so he thinks that he has a monster hand. And again, this is one of the times when you have a pair and a flush draw that you are not basically 50-50.
Up against a set, and that's the only hand you can really be in terrible shape against.
Yep, unless they have like a straight. But yeah.
Right, yeah, and with no straight available on the flop.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is now, but it is still very precarious waters for Lucky Nat.
Straight, you're still
With a
no,
pair and a flush draw?
Yeah,
because the pair is irrelevant.
Right.
Yeah. And the 7, Nat, see, and this is why it can get extremely tricky, because he makes his second pair, which if he were up against a hand like King Queen would be good.
Yep.
But since he's up against a set, it isn't. Cooler river card. The 7 of black feels like Nat just made one of his outs.
And still a scary board for a set.
Yes.
But that's not going to stop
No,
him
it
from
isn't.
betting here.
He's going for thin mint value, and by the river here, it's not super thin, but it's gotten much thinner.
Yes.
But he correctly realizes that, or I don't know about realizes, but he correctly assumes that he probably still has the best hand, and Nat could easily have hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, hands that are going to either have to call or want to call, and as it stands,
Good
wow,
fold.
what a fold! How does Nat fold there?
Nat's made some really good folds tonight.
Terrific fold by Nat. He was like, he realized that, how did he do that? How does he
months-
know that that's not one of his outs?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Yeah, in any case, yeah, it is. It's not illegal in New Jersey, which has a fully regulated poker scene. Poker Stars New Jersey is its own entity.
Or Nevada.
Nevada is its own entity as well. I don't believe Poker Stars is in Nevada yet. And I believe there are some others, like Pennsylvania has passed it. You guys have to fill in which ones have actually passed it, but it hasn't actually started up there yet.
I think we have. Do we have a couple states that can play interstate? Like, isn't it in the? Can like New Jersey and like Rhode Island play? Or I thought there was like 2 states that could play together, like a combined pool.
I don't think so,
But-
but I could be wrong. In any case, I mean, if you're kind of asking John TBD like when is when is it going to be back to like pre-Black Friday
Not
where
soon.
you can just play it in any state at any time? Yeah, not soon, man. This is going to have to be a state-by-state thing over maybe like a decade plus before finally there's some federal whatever. But I mean, man, I am not optimistic that is anywhere close to the horizon.
Yeah, basically what we need is the old guard in the seats of power, in Congress, basically to die out because they're not going to lose their seats anytime soon. So they're not going to change their betting.
Right, and it's just not something that's like it's not really on many people's radar. So the best you can do, I think, as a just like a civilian player who wants to reverse the completely illogical nonsense that is the fact that you cannot play online poker in Iran, Iraq, North Korea, or the United States. That you just, email your congressman, call your congressman. These things do make a difference. If they're getting dozens, hundreds of letters and phone calls about a particular topic, they do take notice. So, join like the PPA, like the Poker Players Alliance. They do a lot of work on that behalf. And that's just about, I think, the best you can do in 2019 as a civilian.
And find the people that have always voted against it, and if they're in your area, vote for somebody else.
If you're a one-issue voter, I guess, but not necessarily the place where I'm going to get into that too much more deeply.
Alex King fan, what's going on?
Alex in the house, what up? Wow, man. Above average flop for Cameron. And Lucky Nat has gotten pretty unlucky here.
How do we not have a quads picture?
The quadadactyl?
Yeah.
It just doesn't appear often enough. I do need to. I should probably make
like
a quadadactyl.
Loch Ness Monster, like Loch Ness Quadster.
That's
something. Quadster.
Yes. A plesiosaur in the form of a quad lizard. The Loch Ness Quadster. I like it. So Cameron now, after the flop goes, check around his betting. Fortunately for him, it's another undercard to Lucky Nat's ace and 10. Nat's not going nuts here. He just calls. He thinks he has the best hand. He does a lot. In this case, everyone was drawing dead on the flop.
And for Mark's sanity, don't let him call and then hit a 3 on the river. There you go. He
does
himself.
fold. And Brian here has a gut shot to oblivion. He folds. Porter folds. And it's between Lucky and Cameron. And that is another undercard to Lucky's 10s. And Cameron checks. Nasty check. And Lucky is going to go for, I was going to say thin mint value. It's not even really that thin. He has the best hand here so much. As played, the flop goes check, check. Cameron bets turn and gets called by Lucky, and now Cameron checks the river. Doesn't Lucky, as played, isn't he up against like Jack 10 and stuff here? And so he bets big. He's trying to get called by Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, all of the hands that Cameron is so much more likely to have than quad freaking 4s. And it's just a matter of how much is Cameron going to raise to. And it's going to look so confusing when Cameron raises here. What? Raise?
And Nav is like, God damn it.
God dang it all. He's stepped in it now.
Is that 1,700? Oh, 1.3.
Quadzilla. As we await Nat's decision, this is sick. The best way to get a congressman's attention is with a handwritten letter from a child. That is absolutely right. Dear Mr. Congressman, from Tommy, age 9.
Yeah.
What's up with online poker in the United States?
I miss 3-betting people.
Oh, man, this is disgusting. What is Lucky going to do? What? Cameron's line makes no sense. What did you do, Cameron? You river 7's full? He
And
calls.
he's going to call.
Wow. And Cameron extracts maximum value.
And he goes, oh, look at that. Oh, quads? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
quads
good.
are good, bro.
Yeah, nice
Wow,
hand. Nice hand.
sick check raise by Cameron on the river there. Sick. Not a lot of players, I don't think, would have the heart to check river there. I don't. Would you? Would you open check river as played? I would just figure just like emergency value bet. Like, this pot is small, and let me try and get something here. Bet 100.
Now he'd been checking the whole way, right? And
The
now it's been
flop
betting
went
the whole
check,
way?
check.
Okay.
And then
Oh, then
fours
he-
open bets turn for 75, and Nat calls.
Oh, yeah.
And then over on the river, he open checks again. I would not do that.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's-
very wrongly.
Yeah.
But I guess when Nat called the turn, Cameron read him as having a 10
Yep.
and thought if I check the river here, Nat is such a savvy player, he's going to go for thin mid value. And that's exactly what happened. And lucky for Cameron, the river was an undercard to the 10.
That he can still have his top pair. And
He still has top pair, and that lucky happened to have 10 and ace, and sized up his thin mint value bet because he wanted to get called by a worse 10. Whew. Yeah, JFK's like, is that allowed? Is that allowed? Check raise river? Unfair. Well done by Cameron. Easily could be 9-9. Yeah, so those are the hands that make sense, Greg Sullivan, that would do that for value. Turned full house, bet well, but even that is, we're getting thin here. We turn nines full. We hit our alto bink, and we open bet for 75. I mean, okay, you know, maybe that hand would check and try and check raise there, but maybe you're right. Okay, fine. We river nine. We turn nines full and we open bet for value. We get called. Is that hand now going to open check river? Ooh, I think that hand might bet out a lot, but maybe you're right. But so you're right though. 9-9 might do that. 7-7 might do that, and 4-4 might do that. But that's it. That's it. There are no other hands. So I mean, I'm not really sure how weak of a call that is by Nat. I mean, it looks silly as we can see the cards.
so Mark river or turns the straight, gives Nat a pair and a straight draw. Nat bets, Mark calls. We're going to see a river here. Did they just decide to check the river?
They must have agreed to just check it down. Who instead of chip count up down totals, David Daniels. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. Yeah, cash win. Is cash win working? We had a command for that because I'm with you, man. That's a far more relevant statistic than a total chip count. Oh yeah, exactly right. This is, you know, when you can see the cards, everything becomes crystal clear, and what everyone's doing tends to make a lot more sense. But I understand Nat calling there. I mean, it does seem difficult for you know, Cameron to be check raising on a bluff because he wouldn't check raise with a worse 10. You know, he really would not. What does he have that has to bluff there?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Nat has the nut 10, and he just wants to keep Cameron honest, I guess. But it is an optimistic call, that's for sure. There it is. There's your cash win. And Cameron is, despite having some pots, really cooler spots and stuff, and unfortunate situations that have not gone his way, he is still in the green. It is exactly. That was what really impressed me, was that open check on the river. That is a very gutsy, as you say, Greg Sullivan, a very gutsy open check.
Mark with the flush draw and straight draw. And misses everything. He's just king high.
Straight on board.
And we'll see if anybody wants
Everyone's
to.
chop. 5-way chop?
Posel bets out 40. And gets everybody to fold so far. It's back to Mark.
Posel
like,
blowing
I've been
everyone
here
off a
before.
chop?
Give up whatever it is.
Man, and Posel, you knew it had to, like, Posel has to poke his head in at some point. He can't just sit on the sidelines all night, can he? Bet 40. Is Mark gonna pull a move here? Are we gonna get into some raise, re-raise, leveling nonsense? Mark is gonna.
He's just
oh
gonna
no, he's
call.
just gonna call. All right. And Mike's like, Ace of Hearts.
Me too.
And there you go, though. They're gonna chop up 30 bucks. Boom, profit. Sweet, sweet profit.
Better than everyone getting $10.
Absolutely. And well done. I thought Mark was gonna raise there. It sure looked like he wanted to. Yeah.
No, you want to put. You want some.
All right, we are counting down the minutes here, guys, till marbles. Just about 30 minutes or so. We'll shoot some marbles, and we've got 2 Stones hats to give away. We found some extras. They fell off the back of a truck, and we will give them away to the winner of tonight's marbles races.
We go to 10:45, right?
Yeah, but I'm rounding down,
Yeah.
you know.
I was like, how long have we been doing this? I don't even know what time we finish. I just go until they say you can leave now.
Exactly. That's like on Saturday night that happened. We went 45 minutes of overtime, and I was just like, I guess I'll just. Because JFK came by at like 10 o'clock and was like, you guys down to do overtime? And both Kieran and I were like, yeah, sure. And then, like, there was no other follow-up. We just, like, kept going. And I was like, you know, it's like it's 11:15, it's 11:30. It's like, all right.
Dave Daniels, what's going on, my man?
I'm definitely with you there, David Daniels. I find those totals to be much, much more, not totals rather, but, you know, up and down count, much more relevant. The chip count, the total chip count is completely irrelevant. As I've said a lot on the show, it's just like counting people's tournament caches as their earnings. It's nonsense.
And I believe we are working to get the picture back.
Uh-oh, graphic spaz. The marble race, Greg Sullivan, is not an app, brother. It is on the Twitch side. It's built into the Twitch side of the this broadcast. So if you'd like to hop over to the Twitch side, twitch.tv/StonesLivePoker, you don't even have to download any app or anything. You can just go !play in the Twitch chat.
There we go. We were back. There we go. We're back.
Just
Russell
oh my
and
God.
Trent both with trip
It
queens.
goes check around on the flop. And Mark is going to probably be convinced now that his 10s are good. And they are not. So here, there's 295 out there. I believe it looked like the flop went check around. What up, Huckweed? What up, Lurkers? It takes marbles races and black screen of death for the Lurkers to pop their heads in. Exclamation mark play and what the S is going on. So now Russell is betting. Mark is going to tank for 45 minutes and then I would imagine call here. What up, Poker Race? Is marbles loaded there, guys? Taylor? Okay, so marbles is loaded now, guys. If you already did exclamation mark play, it might not have gotten in. Mark folds. Wow, all right. I did not think he was going to fold there. Good fold. Yeah, so if you guys do exclamation mark play now.
In the Twitch chat.
In the Twitch chat, get yourself into a marbles race.
It's Twitch chat exclusive. Wow, and Russell gets there against Trent on the river.
Yeah.
645 in the pot, and Trent has checked here, probably thinking he's trapping. I mean, there's not too many hands really that Trent can have. He's kind of queens and lower boats.
So difficult for Trent to have a queen. Oh yeah, you can see how frustrated he is. Yeah, he got rivered. Wow, what a sick catch for Russell. Man.
You missed the raise, sir.
That sucks.
You would have called. I know.
Oh, well, and the YouTube chat has gone down a steep hill into a thorn bush. Rip YouTube.
So Porter still up top, 7.7K. Tom is only seeing one or two pots. He is a late addition to the table at 855. But Porter, Cameron, and Posel all with nice big stacks.
No, the snap call was it was a money-saving maneuver in that spot. Like, in other words, he didn't consider raising and trying to get called by worse. I don't know that there really is worse that could call you there. I guess, although we say that, and inexplicably, sometimes people do just call with, like, let's say a hand like Mark had, like 2 10s. But he just was like, call, Queen Jack.
Yeah. Back to anything. Otherwise, it'll be 100.
Once he gets his line, he'll be back.
You still think you're running back?
Yeah, that appears to be what happened.
So,
Paradox.
welcome to the stream. Anybody new here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. And we have cash games Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, last Sunday tournament, every last Sunday, all kinds of tournament final tables. And all we really care about is we have one rule, just don't be an asshole. Join the family, and we like to BS with each other and have a good time.
Brian's having a good time on this flop. With the top pair, nobody else has anything. This hand might not be long for this earth. Brian checks, though, letting his opponents catch up, but no, they don't. And Brian's still playing it coyly, and he has the check mark, and, you know, Mark might be convinced ace high is good at this point. He does. What is he, value betting here?
Just
Mark is
throwing in
like,
a bluff.
jacks and fives with an ace. Bet. And I would not imagine that Brian was checking all this time to fold now.
No.
If he folds, this is a card reader error.
I've already seen enough votes in it.
Yeah, I would expect Brian to bet the turn pretty often.
What up there, John Moore? Yeah, good morning to you too, dude. And there you go. Brian does call, and he slow played himself right into an extra $95 from Mark. Mark has to show ace. And he knows it's not any good.
And Brian says, "No, king." I mean, if you're going to do all that checking, you got to have your opponent bet for you.
Exactly, and it works. Took him 3 checks to get there, but it did work.
Yeah, I mean, if he really bets any other time in that hand, he's not getting anything.
Yeah, exactly.
The other thing that's crazy is, like, he knows he's against 2 super aggressive opponents that he was probably just super surprised that, like, nobody bet the turn. He's like, wait a minute.
Wait,
Nab
the flop went check
and
around.
Mark, like, you know, like, didn't bet
After
the turn.
After the flop goes check
yeah.
around, how did neither one of you bet? But see, now, and here's the thing, too. Here's why, like, Brian can safely do all that slow playing. Because his pair is so large, the kings, the only card that could come off that he wouldn't like is an ace. So let's say the board is like, 9 high, 10 high, and Brian has the top pair on a board like that. You might not see him check either one of those streets. He might just bet flop straight away. He might just bet turn if the flop goes check straight away. Because there are so many more cards that could come off on 4th Street or on the river that he is going to dislike. There are way more overcards. But when he has a pair as high as kings, he only is not going to want an ace to come, so he can much more safely slow play.
Yep.
Yeah, that felt weird, PDX. The toast with Master C when the ace queen won. That was the most acidic, vile sip of water I ever had in my life. Wow.
Mark, taking the crippled prince, now has trip jacks. Brian completely whiffing here, although he is going to bet $100 after Mark checks over to him.
Yeah, Brian thinks he could easily still have the best hand here on a paired board like that, unless Mark flop 3 jacks or has a weird 10 here. And Mark throws a grenade into the pot and it explodes.
Now, Mark's actually probably pretty happy to see the ace come here.
Yeah.
He thinks that Brian's going to be raising pretty often pre-flop, with or have a lot of aces in his range there, and that also he'd be betting when check 2 on the flop.
It goes check on both. I'm not really sure why Mark open checks the turn, but he does. And that time Brian just checks back. And on the river, neither one of them like it. And since Mark loses to any queen, he just checks again. And Brian is like, jacks and 4s?
Yeah, and poker ace Greg is just assuming a 4 is going to come.
4, I mean,
like, how could it not?
Well, Mark has been running better than that in the last in recent weeks here. He has not been hitting too many cards like that, those cooler, ridiculous cards. As it stands, he just runs out a bunch of bricks and gets to check it down, no decision. Well, I'll tell you what, Min Yu, if you think this game is a bunch of, just total fish tank, you are welcome to join, my friend, and put your keyboard warrior skills to use. IRL, !join. Give you details on how to come play in this game at Stones. These games are sometimes invite, but often open invite games, and sometimes they're just open, period. So come hang out and take all of these boys to Value Town, dude.
Absolutely. And these pots will play for any means of transportation you have to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike will buy you dinner and drinks when you're here, and you just take their money because they're all just a bunch of nits, right?
Yeah.
Brian raising here. Looks like we got the straddle on.
I think there was 3 all in. And Frank just called.
And that means that Brian's open raise, super nitty, $300 from the big blind.
Called almost 4,000 dark.
Porter is the best hand with ace jack, but he doesn't like it out of. Well, I don't. Yeah, I mean. All right. So. Mark with the jack and the 3.
5 on the flop and then 4, 6.
Very carefully considering his action, Kappa. And he calls, and here we go. Mark out of position with the old jack and 3, and he does flop the 3. But I mean, he's not going to lead here, I don't think. Are we checking and calling? What's his play?
Nice. Tuna Fish is going to play on Monday. It'll be great to have you on the table. Like I always say, if you like to play poker and you're trying to get better, play on stream. One, they're really juicy games, and two, you get to really evaluate your play and share it with other people so you can keep getting better.
One tuna fish. We're stoked to see you on Monday, dude. Stoked to see you on the table. So Mark open leads on the turn. He figures the 3 is the best hand, and he gets Brian off it. They rabbit. Oh, sorry, no. Brian called. My bad.
Did they
They
rabbit?
folded his
No,
cards.
they rabbit hunted.
They did. Okay, yeah. Brian folded, and they rabbit hunted, and there you go.
Yeah, so
Mark
when you're
makes it work.
playing on stream, you can rabbit hunt. Just throw $5. So after you fold, obviously, throw $5 to the dealer. It does go straight to the dealer. They'll run out the board. That way you get to see what you had.
Yep.
Whether you would have got there or not.
Random rich life. Nice pun, dude. I like it. Yeah, we showed that earlier, David Brallier. The not just the chip count of the totals, but who's up and who's down, which you are certainly right, is far more relevant.
Yes.
Exclamation mark cash win, I believe, is the
Yes.
command. And we'll show you who's up and who's down.
Sweet, I get out of the straddle. Thanks.
Oh, I got you, Truth for Masses. Tuna Fish was just full of crap. He meant play money on Poker Stars. Gotcha. So we'll see you in the pretend poker streets on Poker Stars.
It says it's playing.
Yeah. We're just messing. One Tuna Fish will be here IRL at Stones in Northern California.
Let's go through these.
Huh? These three? Oh, yeah. You want me to do it or you want to do it? Me? All right. We, as we've been mentioning in the lead up here, for all you guys, the Stones Fall Poker Series main event, 100K guarantee, coming up in the beginning of October, starting Monday, September 30. We're going to be running $50 Press Your Luck satellites, which eliminate the bubble by having, anytime you 10x your stack, it's a $50 buy-in, 8K in chips, 10x your stack at any point, and cash it in for a voucher, and then continue playing with what you got left. So a cool new innovative format for satellites that kind of eliminates the bubble, lets you keep on playing after you've won yourself a seat, and it's a seat into a big boy. There you go, 100K guarantees starting Friday, October 4. Also starting Monday, September 30th, along with those satellites, are some special guests that are coming to Stones. Jamin Burton will be back, The Drawing Dead, The Trooper, Tim Watts making his first ever appearance, David Tuckman making a repeat appearance, and Alex Fitzgerald, the Assassinato, legendary tournament player and coach, will be back for his second time at Stones. We'll be doing meetup games that whole week and special streams. We're on 7 nights in a row here at Stones. So book a trip, book your seat, come play, come hang out, and if you can't, tune in and watch it all go down on Stones Live.
And how gross is this for Porter? He flops the straight, and his 2 opponents have absolutely 0, and they cannot continue.
Wow, unlucky. Unlucky to flop it, unlucky to have your opponents have nothing.
And Stones is in Citrus Heights, California, just outside Sacramento on the, 80?
Highway 80. Yep,
Not US.
halfway in between the Bay Area and Lake Tahoe of Interstate 80.
There you go.
And Stones is a great card room. The food here done by Sammy's is
so good.
wonderful. And as a matter of fact,
Full menu, 24 hours.
I'm going to go put a food order in. You want me to get you something?
No, I'm good.
I'll be right back.
All right. Let's see. Is this a new dealer? And Wednesday, October 23rd, we're going to have the Thirst Lounge in the house taken over with our own Stones Live family, Fat Train, and Poker Mama, along with everybody else in the Thirst Lounge crew. It's going to be a good time. So it looks like a live 30 in play this hand. Brian's calls, Mark calls, Russell Posel call, and Tom with the live 30 has ace king. And Tom, when he raises with premium hands, he raises premium bets. 330 is the bet now. Tom with about 560 left. And Mark says, why not? $300, 6-4 suited, cool. And that's just going to bring in Brian And Posel is, how does he not call? 9-8, getting 3-1 on his money. A little better than 3-1. Closing it out.
I got mine ready. I got mine ready.
They're on the rail.
Give me that hand. Are you kidding me right now?
So Posel's out. He's not feeling it tonight.
I don't want to look.
And we're 3 ways here, and yeah, Ace King does not feel terrific, but it feels pretty good on that board. That's for damn sure. Mark does flop himself a straight draw and the backdoor hearts.
Tom flops the best of it and
Yeah.
says, easy get in.
Yep, easy open chip. A very, very pretty sight for Tom, the king high board. When all these maniacs call you and you flop a king high, king 7-3 rainbow. Boy, what a sight for sore eyes. And Mark is going to try to run him down here.
There's slams. There we go.
This is going to be a very unlucky spot for Tom here if Mark finds the 5 he needs or running hearts.
It is a 5.
Really?
And they're just going to run it once.
That is
Oh,
so
Tom.
sick. Poor Tom.
Oh.
Mark just absolutely runs him down with a gut shot.
And Cameron's like, what the
Sorry,
hell?
not a gut shot. No, a gut shot.
gut
He needed a
shot.
5. That is so sick. God.
He calls 300 pre-flop
Yeah.
and then just
calls
snap
the
calls
open
ship.
jam.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just pure run good for Mark. And Tom, ever the professional, he got sprayed with a water cannon full of, what was it? The Flex
and
off
vinegar?
or whatever?
I don't know.
And no,
Oh, yeah.
And the water droplets are just rolling right off him. Tom's just like very calmly, okay, Mark, you got me that time, you luck box. And it's just reloading calmly, waiting to get it in again against Maniac Mark and his gut shots.
Yeah, and actually when Tom says nice hand, he actually means it, unlike the rest of us.
GG, easy noobs. What up? Little shout out to Vanessa Cade from XCOM.
What's up, Vanessa?
What up? What up, guys?
God. And of course it just gets there right away. And Mark just runs it once, always. You know, so that makes it even
Right.
worse.
Yeah.
Like, you are absolutely thanking Mark for that call until he hits it. And then you're,
See, that's what I mean, man.
Then you're
If
cursing
your
Mark.
opponents fold, you just win. You just win.
Ugh.
If your opponent
It's so
folds a
gross,
gut shot,
but give
there,
me
you
that
just
call.
win.
Just give me that call. It's
I
gross.
don't.
but
I
give me the
always
call.
want my opponents to just fold, not unless I
I
have
just
them
wanna always
100%.
win. Just let me win.
Right.
With
Nasty's
getting
like,
as
no, I
much
want
money
to
as
call
possible.
and I want a clean run out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
is that
okay,
so
well,
bad?
that's the dream.
Well, yeah.
Bomb pot?
What else are we doing?
Bomb potosaurus?
No, you don't.
It sure looks like it. Man, poker is definitely alive and well.
Yeah.
Maniac Mark is here to play. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's maybe like 4K.
You're good.
Hey, hi Fee. What up, Pierce? Good to see you, dude.
I really did think that.
You're tuning in just in time for this bomb pot where nobody has anything. This game's been pretty wild. The 5-5 no limit game. Lots of straddling going on tonight.
We're going to show you.
You just missed Mark pulling a U and 3-outing his opponent on 4th Street. All in on the flop. Ugh. That was sick. And this bomb pot is nothing going on. Not a single bet went in. Wow. Don't see that very often. And Mark is still piling. Mark is still building his towers over there from that suck out. Maniac Mark, man. He's on a heater. Of course, man. There's nothing like getting your money in and just like, you know, hitting the run out. 10 blank. Feels good, man. Lucky, you gonna take a shot of Fireball for that one? Dude, take one for me too, man.
Favorite player, Mark?
Huh?
Your favorite player?
Wow. No. Give me a rack.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that Mark even had that high of a percentage. I mean, just the 5 or the running hearts. I was actually surprised to see, like, whatever the graphics that he had, it seemed a little high. But I mean, I guess like if Mark is going to call $300 pre-flop with a 6 and a 4, he's just going to fold to what? I mean, you know, there's no more betting to be done. Like his opponent just shoves, and he's just like, all right, no more decisions. Call. Try to make a hand. That's Mark poker. Mark loves that. Let's just run the cards, dude. 30% is right on the flop. How can that be right? Backdoor hearts and a 5 only? That seems too high, man. Or running 2 pair. I mean, maybe it's not. I wouldn't think that would be over like 18%. That seems to me like 17, 18%. He called 525 into a $1,500 pot. But assuming 30% is right. Run that through the calculator, man. I don't think 30% is right. You know, he's not. I mean, so 525 into 1,500. In other words, he's getting 3 to 1. He is not a 3 to 1 dog to win that pot. He's like 5.5 or 6 to 1. Somebody run it through. Somebody run it through the odds calculator, please. Pro Poker Tools. Cameron has all the jacks. He is a pretty big favorite here. Mark is betting. Cameron is just calling, and Mark needs a blue card, and he does not make it. He rivers a straight draw. Cameron's 3 jacks are good. He checks. Good check. In this spot, it's a good check. He needs, you know, his opponent does not have a hand that can check and win. So he's giving Mark a chance to bluff. Little more rope. Mark took it on the turn. Is he going to take it on the river?
I gave you a big ass pot last night, but made a terrible fool.
8 to 1. Thank you. He's not getting 3 to 1 odds, dude. There's no way. With a gut shot to a 5 and backdoor hearts, it's like 18%, 16%.
Beat Brian last night. That's false. Brian did that.
Yeah, but David, dude, don't just guess. Run it through Pro Poker Tools calculator. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I would like to be corrected. Yeah, the graphics were just wrong. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't catch up or something. But yeah, I just know from. I mean, I've seen enough of this game. Like that's just not a 30% hand right there.
I agree. What happened?
22%, Samuel. Thank you. I'm going to assume that you ran it through the calculator and you're not just throwing it out there. And okay, 18. So I undershot it a little bit. But yeah, it's much closer to 20%. He needs to be getting over 5 to 1 on his money to make that be a right call. It was not a correct call. It was a Mark call.
Oh, we're talking about that hand?
Yeah, because there was some confusion, understandable confusion, because the graphics had not, I don't think, caught up yet, and it was showing Mark as 30% on the flop, which would have made his call not incorrect, barely, because he called 525 to win 1,500, and if he's 30%, that's like a borderline call, but he wasn't 30%. That's not correct.
Well, also sometimes the graphics or that get displayed as far as the win percentages, the actual equity percentages, run it with everybody's hands together to where, like, you know, various runouts, so that does affect it. But if you just take your hand versus your other opponent's hands, you'll kind of get your direct equity against them, but against the field it's going to be a little bit different.
Sure.
So what we're getting is against the field's percentage.
Thanks, Samuel. Thanks for doing that, dude. So here's Mark with a real hand, and he's just calling.
Well, and Porter with ace-king here. I would expect Porter to raise. And he is. Looks like, wow, that's pretty big. Although over all these limpers or calls of 50. So it raises to 375. And the question is, we've seen Mark limp in a couple times already with some pretty big hands, only to then like just 4-bet really big when it gets raised. So we're going to see if he does the same thing, or if they're both kind of deep enough to where maybe he just wants to see the flop.
I don't even want to play this match at the table. He's like freaking.
Truth for masses, raise the daisy.
Whether he's in the hand or not. Your sister.
They are,
Yes,
Samuel.
yes.
Yes, that is correct. We do true outs here.
Gazes into my eyes. He's like, you're gonna lose this one too, buddy.
Yeah, you're certainly you are correct. One tuna fish, and he just feels like gambling. You know, in that spot, he just feels like he's a gut shot. He just feels like gambling. which is fine. It's great, you know, right? I mean, that's why guys like Chris play poker. Not me. I just want my opponent to freaking fold, you know, because they just get there sometimes.
That's
but,
why we
you know,
have bankrolls.
But Chris is, you know, that's why it's fun to do shows with Chris. You know, we approach that a little differently, and I think there's validity to both approaches. There totally is. Dirty. Thanks for the follow, Dirty.
Did you make that handle after seeing the Mark hand? Because that was dirty.
He's a huge fan of Tom DeWan and gut shots.
Right?
We appreciate that follow a lot, man. If you guys are new to the show, please do hit that like and follow and subscribe button. We are live here on Stones a lot every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, plus special streams outside of those days. And here we go. Mark did not opt to raise, and Porter catches the beautiful sight of an ace-high board.
So 1.6K in the pot,
See, Matt?
and Porter just rips.
I didn't do anything.
I mean, I'm not laughing at Porter's rip. I'm laughing at Wazowski's Wazowski 007 going, I want to hear the logic behind Mark's mind. Do you guys remember the sound that Jim Carrey made in Dumb and Dumber when he asked whoever he was like,
Want to
in
hear the
van,
most annoying sound in the world?
I think that's kind of what you would hear if you got a direct
Yeah,
line
there's-
into Mark's logic.
There's, sirens and screechings and a bunch of crows.
Some circus music.
It's basically it playing in his head.
And Mark has left himself no real option here, per the way he played pre, but to fold. And, well, I guess Mark gets away for the minimum? I'm not really sure. You know, he's playing it trickily. He's doing some Mark things, and, you know, we've seen him back raise in that spot already. Just tonight he's done that. And this time he opted not to, and Porter caught an ace-high board, and Mark got away.
Crusher alert. New player is new to the table, not new to us or the stream. Mr. Matt H. He's the Crusher's Crusher. Matt with a hat. That's what we call him.
Squirrel. No value, poker ace, Greg. But here's the thing, dude. Like, he does get value. He gets a bunch of pre-flop calls of a not insignificant raise. And he gets no value on the flop because everybody folded worse. Yeah, that's true. But, dude, you cannot be that mad when everybody just folds. You just win. Porter just scoops all the chips.
And it's 1.6K. I mean,
It's right. It's like it's approaching $2,000. It's not a small amount. It's not a small pot. He bloated a lot of value into that pot pre-flop with not the best hand, right? He flops the best hand, and how mad can we be, dude, if we bet and everybody just folds? Even if we were way ahead like Porter was in that spot. You just saw poor Tom do that exact same thing with effectively the exact same hand, and his opponent didn't fold, and he just lost. He just lost the entire pot. He goes broke. Now, is that going to happen a lot? No. Is it going to happen never? No. No. So you cannot be that mad, dude, when your opponents all just fold. He does get value. He scoops 1.6K.
so Tom and Nat both here with top pair. And we're playing 5-5-50. And Tom rips it. Says, I have about 850 and the pots don't care. Here's it all. And we'll see if Nat calls. Nobody else has anything. Yeah, but Tom is a pretty tight player overall, so even another top pair is folding. And Posel says, "Wake me up when I get a hand."
Which is every orbit usually, but
Yeah.
it's not been Mike's night tonight, which is weird to say. You know what, Chris? You know what happened here is we were in asshole territory. It stunk. We walked in the other direction and we stumbled into the Posel zone, where
Yes.
things are not going his way. Up is down, left is right. We're not there often, but every now and then, man, every now and then, things are just weird, and Mike is not crushing everybody.
Now, Tunafish saying he's thinking about wearing ski goggles on the stream on Monday, a la Phil Locke, and I just say ditch the goggles and just wear a horseshoe, or sit on the horseshoe.
Are you going to be doing, if you wear them one tuna, I think you got to like channel Phil in other ways too. You got to, flop out on the ground and, do the thing where you're on the rail
Do
and
some
you're peeking at your
push-ups.
cards, do some push-ups, hook up with Gentilly. You know, just be Phil generally.
I mean, this is a family-friendly show, so you have to do it behind the little screen there.
Yeah.
So
But
Nat,
make sure we can see from here, though.
Nat picks up aces, raises to 130. Mark's going to call. Of course, Brian's going to call. Now Posel's going to call. Four ways here. Jack 10-4.
Posel makes a 10, but Lucky's still in the lead with those aces, and he's got the ace of red in his hand, too, which feels pretty good. Ooh, Lucky checks.
Yep, going to check round. A little bit of a...
Pot control?
Yeah, and kind of a scary board, out of position.
Posel checks back. Too
Yep,
smart
get
to
a
bet
chance
here.
to see what the field is going to do. 8 of diamonds.
A bunch of straight draws get added to the mix here. Posel's is the best one. The Lucky's percentage is still the highest here. Aces are the best hand.
Gonna check over. Posel now thinking that his second pair might be good. Nat's going to call. Should get... Mark should be folding, and Brian might call here just to close out. But given that he needs a 9, it's going to be kind of bad for him, so he should be folding as well.
JFK is writing in from 2003. Phil hooked up with the chick from Liar Liar?
Yeah. No, from Chucky.
The brick on the river, the 3 of nothing. Lucky's aces. That's a beautiful river card for aces.
Yep,
and
Posel's
Mike is
checking back.
tens? And he's going to see that Lucky played ace and ace. Trickily. Yeah, you can see
It's
him
actually,
like, whoa.
on that board, out of position, it's not a bad way to play aces. You're limiting, how much your money you're putting into it, that you don't get really, blown off your hand.
Yeah. And that is, I mean, he kind of played it that way because on that board, he figured he could be in pretty good shape. As XCOM points out, he was 66%, 4 ways.
Well, the other thing is, if somebody has a big draw, they're just going to make your life absolutely hell when they raise you.
Yeah.
So you kind of take that leverage away from them.
Right.
You take the incentive away from them. You just check back, and then, if the next to act bets, and then you get a raise, and then a call, then you can kind of dump your aces, think they're probably not good. So you get an opportunity to see what else the field does. You get a little bit more clear of a picture of what's going on without just having to put money out there in a super marginal situation.
And pray, yeah.
Exactly. But bot lady, what's going on?
I'd rather not get the hand, right?
Don't forget bound.
You know what I'm saying?
That would not be,
know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't either. Min Yu, bet river. If Lucky were to lead out for 1/3 pot or something like that on the river, just trying to get value from 10x, queen x. It wouldn't have been a terrible spot to do that, obviously. And in fact, Mike did have the type of hand that would consider a call. Thoughts?
I think probably still just keep the check call line. Because you've done that, you also allowed your opponent's weak range of hands to get to the river to where they have to bet. So
If they've missed everything completely.
Yeah.
That's weird
So
to have
I
done that
think-
far. A bet would not be bad. A little 1/3 pot feeler value bet. Maybe they have a 10 or queen. Probably not a queen, though. You're probably targeting just a 10 at that point.
And we're splitting hairs here.
Yeah,
There's not this is the right thing to do versus this isn't. Like a third pot, half pot, probably not a bad idea. Checking to induce a bluff or
Also
value bet from a worse hand, also not a bad idea.
All makes sense, yeah. And you know what? I do like the thought of like Master's saying, all moves make sense. I do like the thought of a small value bet, a 1/3 pot bet, because all of a sudden you lead out for a little bet on the river. It looks weird. You're like, what?
Yeah.
So it's a good thought, dude. It's definitely a good thought. A little river bet there. Bound was a movie from 1996 starring Gentilly and Gina Gershon. I never have heard of that movie.
So Mark,
Oh my God! look
yeah,
at this
Mark
flop.
rabbited, and it would have
Oh, it
been
was a rabbit
top,
hunt?
It would have been top 2 pair
Wow, bottom
versus
set?
bottom set.
Oh my God!
And run out flush.
Wow.
Gross.
So I want to do that again. I do.
You want your food?
Sure. Yeah.
Those are running back.
Santa's food.
gonna call all in with deuces?
Oh, they brought me a fork so I can split the food with you.
You know, we might chop pots, but I don't chop Sammy's food for nothing.
Normally I would if I wasn't
No, we'd
running
split
back.
it. Totally
I'm
different.
used to calling with some pocket deuces.
Everybody loves a slip.
Split Sammy's meal.
Yeah, rice bowl.
One tuna fish is probably right. That special vlogger guest, as Bot Lady would say, Jaman.
Now our lot is getting mixed up here. If you guys show me apart, you would just call him.
He plays good poker.
He is not bad, although he's frequently drawing dead.
Oh,
Got him.
which isn't a good way to play poker, actually. All right, so Mark just overcalls here in late position. No, sir, I don't like it. 9-9 deuce. Unless Posel has a 9. Kings are still good here. Posel does not have a 9.
He's got everything but a 9.
And Nat's going to lead out with his deuce. Mark's calling.
Absolutely not, Bot Lady. No, that is permanently entrenched in me. Only because you did it like 3 times in the same show, despite 3 corrections. So no, I would be remiss to let that one slide. Gotta have fun where I can.
Yeah, speaking of sliding, last time we all got together and drinking, you decided to slide down.
See what I mean? We don't live stuff
Hey.
down around here, Bot Lady. You makes mistakes and you lives with
handrail
them.
and just landed knee first.
On the concrete?
Yeah.
Super forgiving concrete?
Like, we didn't know that commentators could get just laid up, to where they came have a rough time
Do you remember
sitting and
Do you remember me
commentating.
attempting to go down the stairs the following morning? Did you see me
Yes.
attempt to go down the
Yeah,
stairs?
I was like, the hell's going on with you? I was like, man, you are so hungover right now.
The stairs at
He
Train's
was
house
going
were
backwards, I think.
they were not navigable in my state. How do we get all the way to the river here? I mean, I know Nat has 2s, but man, Nat check raised turn.
Yeah, they're playing small ball. Handball against the drapes. Yep, true that.
He did check raise. Even though it was not a you win with a pocket.
Thanks, Drew Rep. Thank you.
Freedom came crashing down that night.
All right, I check. Fuck that. Oh, that's not.
Such a rookie thing to do.
Oh God. I know it was. I never do that sort of stuff. Never.
You know, if I wasn't running bad, I'd rip.
Trying to live that down is like playing handball against the drapes. Yes, that is right. Wednesday, October 23rd, the Thirst Lounge crew will be in the Hizzy, taking over Stones for a glorious night.
Even if you can't get down to Stones to play, get to Sacramento because we're going to level the entire town with the shenanigans that we're going to pull.
It's just going to be a smoldering wreck
Yeah.
when the Thirst Lounge is done with it, for sure. We're going to have Stones players, Thirst Lounge hosts on the felt, in the booth. Casey, Poker Mama, and Justin Fatrain will be back in the house, back on the home turf.
We're even going to make them, putting them into work. Like, they're going to be mopping up the floors and vacuuming. Like, there's so many of them coming. We just have to divide the responsibilities for them.
And there's Ebony stocking the paper towels in the ladies' room.
Yeah, stocking them with $100 bills after she just stacked everybody at the table. All right, Queen 6-3, 2 hearts. Russell has top pair, Brian with the flush draw. And Ace King. Porter. Porter for Ace King, anybody? 90. So Brian is leading here.
Ebony cleaning. I see what you did there. Wow, Porter on a float here. He's got the ace of hearts in his hand. And he has 2 overs. So he says, show us a turn. He's got the best hand. Well, Brian obviously loves that card, but Porter might not be going anywhere after he makes a heart here on the turn. He checks. I don't see Brian checking back, and I don't see Porter folding. So it's all just a matter of what Brian is going to bet here, and
It's like about 190.
see now earlier, if you guys remember, Porter played similarly here, and then he check raised, but he had a made hand, and we were kind of thinking like, well, what hands would he remember when he had that full house? And it's like, What would he do this a combo draw, ace queen of clubs? Would he do that? Like, yeah, maybe. We're gonna find out if he really would turn a hand like that into a semi bluff. Nope, just a call, which is what I suspect he would do very often with hands like that. Not turn him into check raise bluffs on fourth. He bricks off on turn.
And
on river.
Porter's down with his hand.
Yeah.
There's PDX wants to know if when Thirst Lounge is town, is it going to be Thirst Division where everybody gets a drink? Yeah, I mean, people are going to be drinking.
I would imagine.
I know that.
There's going to be no shortage of libations.
Mm.
The interview with Bill Perkins, Joey Ingram's interview with Perkins, the Tuna Fish. Bill's talked about the Thirst Lounge expanded under areas. Yeah. Now, what is Porter thinking about here? Is Porter really going to try to run down Brian with ace high? In the meantime, while we await his decision, which I got to imagine is going to be fold.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there. So I know. So who is it going to be? I believe it's like Party, Maddie. There's a handful. A couple of the guys are basically going to be traveling. Did Train tell you that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be like sort of heading out around the world, and they're going to add like some lifestyle travel vlogging into the mix.
Right. Well, I think that's something initially that Perkins kind of envisioned when he wanted to build the Thirst Lounge team, to expand it just past his playing on a yacht, with just him and Gross and the couple other players, is he wanted not only, for people to have access to the mansion and stream from the mansion, but also have a little bit of kind of like the life of the poker players.
Right. Exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat, guys. Get in on these marbles races, and we will be giving away a Stones Live hat. 2, in fact. We'll run 2 races, and the winners of both races will receive Stones merch in the form of black baseball caps, and it is the last of this merch that we just happened to find at the end. So exclamation mark play. Got a few seconds to get them in there. Yeah, 2 hats. What?
2 hats.
It's on the on the Twitch side there, guys.
You can get into the next one if you didn't know that already.
Yes, we'll do one more after this. If you just missed it, in the meantime, everyone here has a 30-to-1 shot of scoring themselves a Stones hat.
Except for me.
Because
why? I never finished damn race.
Oh, Chris runs bad. Wah, wah.
Well, it's like, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if I say that, I will, then obviously win.
Sure.
And then I'll have to, I'll get a hat like the old-fashioned way.
Airtight logic.
Yes. Taylor with the shaky cam controls.
And I'm instantly nauseous.
Yes. Is this marbles or what is that monster Cloverfield? Or is this Cloverfield of marbles? Just the shaky cam. Endless Hero.
Lol.
Obviously, you didn't watch that movie.
No, I'm sorry. I hate when I don't get your references.
Woo!
Doesn't happen often, but I don't know that one. Is it like a zombie movie or something?
It's like a big monster movie.
Okay.
It's basically like everybody is reading it, recording it with a handheld cam.
I'm seeing some exclamation mark plays. Twitch chat. You guys just missed this one. We'll run one more after this. So hang out and get your exclamation mark plays in as soon as this race is done. This race's winner will get a Stones hat, and then the next race's winner will also get a Stones hat.
So Stansism is on his way to set a new course record.
And score the hat. Can he get past the logs? What prize? Oh, that's what prize? Ghost ball,
that's
right?
the ghost ball. That is
Stanisms. Oh, yeah.
Wins.
Stanisms. Well done, dude. Well run, race.
You get a hatism.
And let me just set this aside. This has got your name on it, Stanisms.
Right
Boom.
there. And Scott will even sign it for you. So when you sell it on eBay, it's worth that much more.
That's right. Super valuable item.
So hooper.
There you go. JFK has got the contact info in the chat there for you, Stanisms. Shoot him an email, and he'll ship you out that Stones hat. And we'll do one more race for one more Stones hat for you guys.
And I'll just let you know that Massey did not finish that race.
And there you go. Exclamation mark play. Get him in there, guys, in the Twitch chat. One more race before we call it a night. And can we eclipse last races runners. 30. 30's the number. Let's count her down, Taylor. Let's do this. I'm starving.
How many people do we have watching Twitch? We should have that many people.
Yeah, I know. I always wonder that. You know. Exclamation mark play. We're so close. We're 2 away.
77 people watching on Twitch. We should have 77 people.
Lil,
We're close to it.
Lil Perp, thanks for the Twitch follow, Lil
Thanks,
Perp.
man.
Appreciate that a lot, man. Welcome to the Stones fam, and here we go. Another hat up for grabs.
Oh, man. Oh, you and I were like neck and neck there for a second until you decided to take the long road.
Well, whatever, you know, I mean, you're not going to finish the race anyway, so all I got to
True.
do is finish. Sick burn there, Paradox. He's like, everyone else is asleep.
Lil Perp trying to go from first-time subscriber to first-time marbles winner on our stream with the badass
Wow.
picture.
Getting rewarded for his follow, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to play some basketball?
Let's go.
Shirts versus blouses.
I'm always a fan of skins versus bras. That's a fun game.
Yeah.
Oh, all that momentum right into
Just
the pile of tires.
A bunch of cross-fitting marble racing monsters here.
Paradox, though, gives him a little bump. Meet me in the bathroom for a bump.
Lil Perp and Lucky Nav going at it, and Lucky Nav's getting a little bit crazy.
Oh,
he sneaks
Lil
through.
Perp gets through.
And he's just going to shoot out ahead of everybody and now has to avoid the damn tires again. I'm getting so tired of this. Yes, you're all
amazing.
welcome. And you guys are destroying the tires back there. Wanamaker is trying to get him, but there is...
Oh, Lil Perp's going the wrong way.
Oh, Wanamaker!
Wanamaker
just whizzes through and takes it at the last second.
Well done, Wanamaker.
Lil
Scores
Perp
himself a Stones
cannot
hat.
get it. He's trying to lead from too soon.
That's a well-run race by you there, Wanamaker. Lil Perp got rewarded for his follow with a well-run podium finish, just short of the hat. Master C.
Yeah, I won.
7th place, dude. That's a win. That's a W
That's
for
a
Master
finish,
C
and I'll
for
take it.
sure.
Got to start somewhere. And that, what is this, like the air hockey like little handle? You know,
It
puck?
does look like a
bumper
handle, yeah. All right, there you
Yes.
go. That was our stream for tonight, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us on Stones Live. We appreciate all you guys in the Twitch and YouTube. Well, most of you. Some of you sucked. But
we
most
love
of you
you
guys
in
are
there.
awesome, and we love you. Thanks for hanging out with us. We had a great time. We
Saturday.
Yes, back on the air on Saturday, guys. Once again, it is going to be a 10-25-50 game. Whoa.
5K minimum, no K cap.
No cap. No kappa.
Matt
no cap.
Berkey in the game.
It is
So it's
going
gonna
to be
hell.
epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be
Hella epic.
Veronica and OG Veronica and Fat Train will be in the booth bringing you the action. So as if that was not enough, as if Matt Berkey in the game, as if the monstrous size of the game was not enough. I don't know. Do you need more reasons,
no.
man? Just hit the like and follow and subscribe buttons. You'll get a notification
Yeah,
for when
and
we
we'll
go
be
live.
in the chat to bullshit with everybody.
That's definitely right. We'll be
So,
hanging out with you
that
guys
should
on the
put
other
you
side.
over the edge to
For
definitely
sure.
join.
All right, so please tune in for Saturday's show. It's going to be epic, and next Wednesday will be Chris's last show. It's going to be me and Fat Train and Chris, so we got some awesome shows coming up. We'll see you guys then. Until then, it's Scott for Master C, our producers, Taylor, thank you, JFK, and all the players saying so long.